when we're a little bit later. We've just been enjoying the daylight here. So let's see, we are live from Raysbury area. So we're just above Belweir Lock here at a nice little bend in the river where we should get a pretty good view of the cruise coming through. We have had quite a bit of action overnight. So Brett, let's look at the numbers here.
It hadn't changed when we woke up at about half an hour ago. Not even that really. And now looking at it, it looks like we might have changed second place. So Sharp and Freeman, Nushy and Tom haven't gone through Old Windsor yet, so we don't actually have a time for them. But it looks like Joe Peterson and Brindy have made up a few minutes on Billy and John.
That's pretty exciting to see. We saw Billy and John go through here earlier, and we'll play that video for you all shortly, so you can see that. But
they made up on the last segment. They made up 3 minutes.
That's pretty big.
Or Butler O'Grady dropped off 3 minutes.
Yeah. They looked. I will say, Billy and John looked pretty good coming through here. So that that's making me think that.
Andy Burkett and Tom Simmons, it's Tom, isn't it?
Yeah.
They did the same split. They're a minute slower than Joe and Brindy.
Okay, so Joe and Brindy have picked up against them too.
But there was 3 minutes.
We saw them trying to do that last night. Yeah.
3 minutes in both of them on the Bray section. So they've dropped off times as well.
Yeah.
Andy Burkett and John Simmons.
Yeah. So it looks like overall, Joe and Brindy are now up 2 minutes 45 seconds over Billy and John.
Yeah, I mean this is a great thing about this weekend's races and this year's races. It's within minutes, and
that's incredible, isn't it?
And those minutes can change whether you can have a good tideway or bad tideway.
Yep.
The difference of getting on tideway. So it's all come down to, it's come down to what we were talking about yesterday, of leaving devices at the right time.
Yeah.
You know,
who's going to get the most time when they hit the tideway?
Yeah.
I mean, you could have seen more separation happening, and we could see these crews coming in with bigger gaps, and that's not what we are seeing. If anything, we're seeing gaps narrow, which is incredible. So it does look like Tom Sharp and Anishka Freeman, they had about an 8-minute lead when we saw them at Dreadnought Reach, which was a little while past midnight, around 1 a.m. And now that lead is down to, I think, about 4 minutes. We'll get some more data when they go through Old Windsor, which is just above where we are here.
Minutes, yeah.
So that's still pretty close. And then, right, so then behind them, we've got Joe Peterson and Brindy Kraft. Yeah. And behind them, Billy Butler and John O'Grady.
It looked like, physically, it looked like Joe
Peterson.
Yeah,
so you can see us.
Morning. It looked like Joe and
Joe and Brindy.
Yeah, but the other crew I'm trying to
Tom and Nushy.
Tom and Nushy. It looked like those two crews have separated. So
yeah.
Slow down a bit. But,
and Andy and Tom are in 4th place now too. Yeah. I mean, not by much. I think it's still pretty close, but it looks like maybe they've dropped off a bit overnight. Okay, hold on. I've got a crew in front of us.
Yeah, that's good.
Here we go. This is the crew of Andy Hall and Dylan Kirk. They've got their Paddle Daily sticker on their boat, looking good. What do you think? I think they look pretty strong.
Yeah.
This is, they have done this distance race many, many times.
Another crew coming down as well.
Oh, is that Cat and Fee? Look at that. That's Cat and Fee. How are y'all feeling? Feeling good? Looking good. Okay, they look a little tired, I'm going to say. Okay, and I think we've got another crew. Okay, here's another one. All right. No, you look better than you feel, I'm sure. Well done. Keep it up. Boat 340, Tilbury and Long. I think that's Robin Tilbury and Jessica Long.
So what we're
right?
saying is that, we're talking difference as 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's, at this pace, I'm guessing that's 1,000 meters, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and on this section of river, that's how close we're talking. So it's pretty incredible. We've got to share an update. So we just saw Andy Hall and Dylan Kirk in C2. What we saw from them in Dreadnought Reach was Andy and Dylan were gaining on Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen. And after we left Dreadnought Reach, we saw Sam's tracker sitting at March for a little bit too long, and sure enough, we have retired.
Oh, okay.
They retired. So the C2 race is a one boat race now. We do have other C2s on the course, but Dylan and Andy are going to be well favored.
Yeah, so they're
well ahead.
Gap that's now opened up.
And it's really to see Sam pull out of the. For Sam, this is his second DW attempt without a finish after last year. It's really.
And I think where C2 dropped out, most of the time it's not going to be because of a boat problem,
right?
Like or something like
exactly.
that.
The boats are pretty steady. Boat problem, and hopefully not jinx anyone. So I'm guessing that's a problem with their crew. I don't know if it was Mike or Sam, and I have to guess how many Mike has done it and how right now could a problem blend because they only have the boat together recently.
I know that, and I know when we see guys, they're touching down because most of what happens is those because that's the weak of the link really.
Yep.
How does that work with canoes? Because
yeah,
and the other one was a bit right.
That was interesting to see, wasn't it? I do a bit more people's techniques, and
so what's the link in
the weak link?
Yeah.
The weak link
Sorry, guys. We're having a lot of.
It's not going to be the
issues all of a sudden.
It's going to be how smooth your technique is over distance, which because it is easy to injure yourself.
Yeah.
If you've got your technique, as you're saying, if you're hunching over too much, we did see Andy leaning forward quite far. I think that's normal for him, so he's used to it.
Okay.
They can be a little bit tricky to lift. So you could have, issues with your portaging, especially going over. There's a couple spots where you've got to kind of get over low fences and things like that. You could run into issues there. I think it's really going to be a technique question. Is going to be the reason a canoe would have issues or an injury would be what we're expecting. Let's see if we're.
Let's see. Nice corner in the corner.
We're going to try maybe moving a little bit to improve our connectivity. I wonder, maybe let's try moving this way a bit, and then you'll be able to see behind when those crews come through. Let's see if that's improved things at all. That is updates. Tom and Nushy still in the lead, but their lead has shrunk a bit compared to how far ahead they were overnight. It looks like Joe and Brindy have moved into second place behind them, ahead of Billy and John. So Billy and John were looking smooth when we saw them through here a little while ago, but maybe potentially fading, or it could be that Joe and Brindy are speeding up and feeling good. We see that The canoe race was really tight between two boats. They were about 3 or 4 minutes apart last we saw them. And since then, the crew of Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen has pulled out, which I think they're going to be pretty devastated by that. We're not sure if it's injury or something else.
So since we've been talking,
Yep.
we've got an update. Nushy and Tom,
Yep.
Sheldon Freeman, they were slower than Joe and Brindy. So
On the last
on the last
section.
So their lead is now 6 minutes, just under 6 minutes.
Oh, 6 minutes. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, okay.
So that's not too bad. That's still a pretty solid
When we
lead.
went to sleep, it was about 8 minutes, wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Again. Wow.
And that's through Old Windsor now. I think we were looking at the Bray times.
Yeah. So
earlier.
And then down from Joe to Billy and John, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Just
Yeah.
under 3 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes 45.
That's insanely tight.
And
And then Burkett and Simmons.
Burkett and Simmons.
Is that about 15 minutes behind?
No, that's 6 minutes.
Oops, sorry. I've misread that. You're right.
Yeah.
6 minutes.
Yeah.
And then we saw earlier Horkin and Palmer were wash hanging, right?
Yeah. And they had rudder problems. So, you know, I mean, that's 20,
That's all still
25
pretty
minutes.
close.
Yeah.
And we haven't seen Poole and Tebbit through Old Windsor yet, so we'll see them soon.
Yeah.
We'll see
They will be coming around the corner in a few minutes.
any minute. Okay. Let's see. We're going to turn back around again. So all together, so which crews are these that are? So we've got
330, Burkett and Simmons.
all right. So Andy Burkett
sitting
and
with-
Tom Simmons
Peterson and Clef.
with Joe
Brindy.
Peterson and Brindy Kraft. Are Tom and Anushka with them as well?
No, they have just. They are on the.
They're a little bit behind still.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they won't have caught them up.
They're on
Okay.
on the running mate.
So this means that Joe and Brindy have fully caught up. Here they come. Have fully caught up.
So we're expecting to see them share
Tom and
watches,
Andy. Yep.
And this might be why Joe has picked it up.
Yeah.
But
They could be getting a real
probably
speed
don't
advantage.
realise-
You can see
they
blades
probably
in the
don't realise
distance.
their placings because Joe didn't want to know. He wanted to do his own race.
I'm guessing they might have gotten an update from their crew if things were looking more positive.
Oh, okay. I can see.
Okay,
why.
this is not them. This is a different crew. Do we have a different crew in that? Okay, the Simon Tilbury Clark crew coming through now. There we go. Oh, and I can see another boat behind them. Maybe
That would
that
be them.
is, yep, that is Tom and Andy behind them.
Oh, we're hiding in the bushes.
And here come Tom and Andy. We'll get you a bit of zoom there.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
All
They're not on
right.
the wash. They're not on the wash.
They're not. Oh, is that Joe and Brindy? Oh my God. Okay, so here's Tom and Andy.
Nicely done, lads. Looking good, looking good.
And let's get a view. That's Joe and Brindy right
Joe and
behind
Brindy
them,
chasing
catching
down.
up.
They're chasing them down. You can see.
Yep.
Guys,
They
that's
look,
great.
you can
Good
see
work,
that
guys.
intensity in their faces.
Back then by the next lot.
So they will be, I think, pretty happy to be catching those guys up right here. Especially after we saw them run through without a stop at Dreadnought Reach
That was
earlier.
definitely a boat with a positive attitude. You
They
could
looked
just, as I said, you
very
know,
focused.
they were cool.
367 here. Yeah,
They're poked up.
they look pretty solid, don't they?
Burkett and Tom still look pretty relaxed in the boat.
I
But maybe too relaxed.
yeah, I thought that I thought Tom Simmons' stroke looked probably a little bit lower than he has been earlier in the race, suggesting he is probably getting a bit tired. Maybe his shoulders are a bit tired at this point. And Andy's stroke still looked pretty solid. And then I would say Joe in the front of the boat with Brindy also looked like that stroke was maybe getting a little bit lower, a little bit of tiredness showing there, coming through, which, you know, you'd expect at this point in the race, but
Yeah.
they do still have a long way to go. So if they're getting, you know, minor shoulder injuries or anything like that, or getting tired, that's they've still got a lot of paddling to push through.
To us, the river feels, you know, compared to where we were at Pusey. That's the nice thing about the race, isn't it? You go from Wiltshire to here, but yeah, to us it feels like we're way down the course, but we're not actually, are
There's
we?
still quite a ways left.
What's the distance from here?
Well, it's coming up on 6:30 in the morning, and I don't think the first crew, I think the fastest crews probably won't finish until well after 10 a.m. probably.
Yeah, another 5 hours on.
So yeah, about another 5 hours from here. We'll have to check our timings and see how accurate that estimate is.
Temperature is not.
No, it's still cold, isn't it?
It's
the sun came out, but this wind seems to be picking up again. And for the racers who are doing the stages race today as well, who will be just getting ready for their third day of racing, this wind continuing is going to be pretty rough news for them. I think that's going to be difficult.
They still weren't wearing paddle mitts.
Oh, they weren't wearing their pogies.
No,
yeah.
I don't think they were.
No, that's a good catch. You can check us on the live stream. Go back a minute and see if they were wearing their pogies. But they did have hats on. They looked like they had a lot of the. They were pretty well kitted out.
It's difficult to tell because Brindy's a little bit shorter than Joe, isn't she?
Quite a bit. I think Joe is 6'2".
Yeah.
I had to ask him after I accidentally kept cutting his head off in taking videos of him.
Yeah.
I didn't have the best angle.
So it's difficult. Yeah. You know, when you look at them in the boat, you think, is you look at a crew and think, are they slumping? What's gone tired? But yeah. I think it's just because Brindy's a little bit shorter. No offense, Brindy, but.
Yeah. And that'll affect their techniques too. Which boat is that next to? We're just checking them out.
Avery and Avery coming around the corner.
Avery and Avery now, and then behind them,
along that bend, the Magna Carta Strait, you've got
the Magna Carta Strait. Tom Sharp and Anushka Freeman and Ling and Ward in 379. So Tom and Nushy have just passed that 379 boat.
So when you're doing the overnight, how does this feel when you're coming through? You've started passing people. I mean, how you've started passing people. It's becoming daylight. You're probably getting a lift from passing people and actually seeing crews and being able to maybe even chat or say something to them as you go past. Yeah. But
it's a huge, it's a mindset shift for sure. And I think going into the daylight is such a marker of, you know, how far you've made it, right? And so you kind of have that realization of, wow, you know, I've made it to Sunday morning.
Yeah.
At this point, you know, I don't think any crews who've made it this far are worried about whether they're going to make the finish. I think the retirements that are going to happen have happened already. Okay. So you've got a level of confidence there.
But then again, after that little boost of the daylight coming through, you've then got the realization, as we said, Still 5
more hours to go. Exactly. More than that for some crews. All right. We're keeping our eyes on the bend. But I do think, you know, as you say, catching boats at this point. So Joe and Brindy, who we just saw coming through, catching up Andy Burkett and Tom Simmons, that is going to be a huge boost for them. But it's also going to be, you know, they've got them in sight. They're only, a couple hundred meters behind them, if that. Yeah. So they've been chasing them down for a long time.
At one point, when we left last night, Joe and Brindy were looking behind them.
Yeah. That's
so,
right.
I mean, obviously you can see a light.
So they were
further
worried
away,
about getting caught, and now they're more
and now
worried
we've
about
been
catching.
waiting a few minutes.
Yeah.
So,
So here is the, is this the Avery boat? So John Avery and Tracy Avery, boat 365. In the vets mixed class. Looking good.
Flying like birds.
Pretty solid. That's the kind of strip you can do.
Husband and wife team, is it?
I think we're probably safe in making that assumption. Successfully get through the night.
Your partner.
Yes.
That's brave. 125 miles, in my opinion.
I think that's pretty fair to say.
That's trust.
It's any crew who makes it through is impressive. Any crew who's in a pre-existing relationship and makes it through intact is even more impressive.
And still has a relationship at the end of it.
Yeah.
So
it's just to recap the gap between the top crews. We've seen on the course that Joe and Brindy are really close to catching up Tom and Andy. And so the gap between them now is about 3 minutes. And so that's a 3-minute gap between them. And then I believe Billy and John are, I think, right close to Tom and Andy. We'll have to double check that. So I'm not sure if we're having some connectivity issues here again. So apologies for that if we are. We can try, let me try moving back this way, maybe see if it gets a little bit better. So 6 minutes between Billy and John and Tom and Andy still. So it's a 3-minute gap, 3-minute gap, 6-minute gap.
They will literally be just behind this building here, I believe.
Okay, so we should see any moment now Anushka Freeman and Tom Sharp coming around this bend. We'll see how they're looking. They've done this race before. They've slowed down a little bit from where we saw them overnight when it looked like they were putting maybe a little bit more effort in the beginning of the race. And we're wondering how long they can hold it for. But to have a 6-minute gap between these 6 minutes between the top 3 crews, 6 minutes total, is just incredible. And, mindset wise, Brindy and Joe will be, I think, feeling pretty good right now, catching Tom and Andy. That's pretty motivational. Nushy and Tom, it's hard to say if they've lost a little bit of that gap. They are probably getting updates from their crew that they need to be, maybe putting in a little bit more effort to maintain the gap, which it's a hard time to kind of hear that from your crew. But I mean, for them to be this far into the race and have maintained that lead for so long, I think that's still a pretty good place for them to be in.
I mean, this is the first time we've seen them obviously since dark, since Reading.
About 1:30 a.m.
We're going to be looking at their body language and and as I said, Andy Burkett and his partner, they looked comfortable. They I wouldn't say they were perky. They looked confident. They looked confident.
Comfortable
Joe and Brindy, maybe it's because we know that they've picked it up.
We can see that in the numbers.
Just that sort of sitting up and come on, let's get your heads down. So it'd be interesting to see what Nushy.
Yeah, let's see how they compare to those other top 2. And Billy and John as well. We shouldn't leave them out of the top. They looked, their form, I would say, looked very good when they passed through earlier.
Yeah, I was still in bed then. So
we'll play that video. We'll play that video back so you can see it. Okay, so Anushka Freeman and Tom Sharp. Let's see. Yeah, I think they are moving. Yeah, I'm going to say they're moving really well.
Summer news!
Yeah,
Looking
that's
solid, guys. Keep it up.
pretty good. I'd say that's not.
A little bit, but you catch up.
All right, Nish asking for updates on how far ahead they are.
You're off.
I'd say that actually is similar to what we've seen. Nick and how they're feeling right now.
But that's interesting. They're asking.
Yeah,
So
they're very aware.
either one thing, they're worried that they're losing time because they're feeling tired.
Yeah.
Whereas again, I mean,
that's my guess. If their lead has gone down a little bit, they're going to be a little bit stressed.
If the crews are feeling that, it's going to affect what they're doing more, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And that mental game at this point in the race is even more important than it is. Well, I mean, your mental game is really important throughout, I guess.
How are the water sides play on their mind now? Because in Nushy's mind,
that's a great question.
They beat them by 7 seconds, and that's getting in at Newbury lock, isn't it?
So you're asking a great question here, because I talked to them, before and after those water sides. And I would say after Waterside D, so at Waterside D, the top 4 crews started together, and that was Tom and Nushy, Joe, Brindy, Tom and Andy, and Dan and David.
Yeah.
They all 4 started together. They were wash hanging through the pound, which was difficult because 4 boats in that really narrow stretch of canal. It was a bit iffy. That's part of why you did not see that happening in
also,
the
they're
DW
passing
today.
boats at that point, but they split
and
up
passing boats.
and then they all gained ground on each other again, didn't they?
So they were almost together the whole time. And then what we saw is Tom and Andy gained a bit when they ran at Waterside D, but then they lost that ground later.
Yeah.
The 2 mixed crews made it up. And then only about 6 kilometers before the end of Waterside D, Tom and Andy they went in the water. They had a little issue with,
of course.
I think Tom's CAG got caught and they fell in, lost a couple of minutes there. And that was where we saw the 2 mixed crews go on ahead together.
Yes.
And it was literally that last lock. So if you saw us at Newbury last night, it was that last lock just above where we were sitting at the finish line for that race in Newbury, where Joe Peterson and Wendy Kraft managed to just get ahead of Tom and Nushy on that portage.
Tom seems to be he's always the one that's very focused and Nushy is I think Nushy's younger.
She is,
and I think her mind might waver more of where and she was one asking where they are.
I think that's right. Yeah, that's exactly what I would expect.
We need.
So I think we're going to move on to the next location. I think we're going to get James back on the live stream, dialed in from home again, and talking through more of those overnight updates with Tim while we see if we can go catch these top crews at another location. I'll let you all put the switch over the stream.
We've got breakfast booked. Did you book breakfast at Runnymede Hotel? It's very nice there, apparently. We can sneak in. I mean, who's gonna
I hate to tell you, I've got peanut butter and jelly sandwiches in the car, but I'm happy to.
I'm peanut butter and Marmite.
It's almost as good as what you'd get at Runnymede Hotel, I'm sure.
Let's go.
So I think we're gonna move on, and do we have you all? I'm just going to double check if you all want to confirm that you've got the stream ready to go. Oops.
We're waiting for James to join us, but I can just put back, we have some more footage of some of the crews coming through where you guys were earlier this morning. So let's take a look at Billy and John coming through bright and early this morning.
Good. Thank you. See you soon.
So this was Billy and John going through that same location they were just below Old Windsor, about just over an hour ago here. So you're seeing just the start of the sunrise there. So we've been seeing some of the crews who've been going now for, 13, 14, 15 hours at this point. Let's take a look back at a couple of interviews we did with a few of these crews at the start of the day yesterday, talking a bit about why they're paddling this race this year, what they were looking forward to, what that entire experience was looking like.
Okay. So Ed and Mike, you all are in a C2.
Yeah.
It's a little bit different for you.
A little bit, yeah.
What's your motivation for being in C2 today instead of K2?
So my dad and his friend Paul did the race C2 3 times. This is their canoe. He was diagnosed with cancer in 2019. So the plan was for me and him to do the race before he passed away, basically. But funny enough, a lot went on in 2020. It never happened. So Mike stupidly made a promise to get me to Westminster, and obviously I have some unfinished business. So we thought 5 years on would be a good time to do it.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and that's trying to get down to the finish this time.
Yeah, and I think, well, we just want to enjoy it, don't we?
Yeah,
Probably.
as much as we can in the headwind.
Yeah. We won't be the fastest, but I'm sure we'll be having the most fun. So.
If you hear people laughing coming into a port,
Yeah.
it'll probably be us. Like singing badly and laughing, that'd be us.
Yeah. And you all know your partnership works well, right? You've done it before.
Yeah, we get on well, don't we?
Give each other a bit of abuse and
Well,
then get down the course, really.
Except for Mike singing. But
Yeah.
Well, good luck.
Thank
We'll,
you.
we'll be listening for your
yeah.
singing.
Cheers.
Thank
Catch
you.
later.
Joe and Kurt, you're back again. So you guys are here from Texas. You've come all the way across. This is your second DW. You raced in 2023. I remember seeing you on the course, which was really fun.
We saw you at Teddington at the very end.
Yes. What has brought you back again this year?
The beauty of this race is astounding. I mean, when you're going down the canal and you get to see the farm country that you're going through, it's so pretty. And then coming into Old Windsor and getting to see the castle, totally worth it.
Yeah,
The Swans. Definitely the Swans.
the swans.
Yeah. No.
Swans versus alligators. What do you think? I know alligators are your
Yeah,
norm in
yeah,
Texas.
Yeah.
What would you pick if you
The
had
Swans are more aggressive.
to? Wow,
are,
that is
yeah.
on camera, on record.
Yeah, the swan. My daughter is definitely afraid of swans.
She's in
'cause
good company.
They come at you from the back and want to take you out.
But yeah, I mean, the main reason I'm back, besides the beauty of the race, is the crash that we didn't get to. We got an official finish, but we did hit a barge, or it hit us a mile before the finish line. So this year in the same boat, they fixed it for us. We're back to go 125 miles of the 125-mile race instead of 124 miles of the 125-mile race. So,
That's great.
yeah, so really want to try and get that last bit in.
Yeah, and just to recap, so that was the Uber boat wave
Yeah.
in 2023.
And the safety boat also was rescuing somebody else, and yeah, it all added together. So
Went a bit wrong right at the end.
right
yeah,
at the end.
Yeah, and that wave was really, if you could give a visual of how high the,
The boat was going up like this, and it was hard to even see over the top of it.
it made the boat slip backwards.
Yes,
yeah.
because we went 300 yards backwards all along the edge of the wave as we were trying to crest it, and we just couldn't get over the top of it.
All right. Well, I'm excited to see you guys back.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck in your race. See you out there.
So there we heard from two of the Canadian canoe paddlers, or Canadian canoe crews, at the start of the race yesterday. And right now, both of those crews are battling for a podium finish in the Canadian category. It is looking like Mike Rees-Clark and Ed Dobson will finish likely second in the Canadian category, but that crew from Texas is in a tight battle for third right now in the Canadian category. And it looks like we may have just gotten a bit of additional footage. We actually just got some updated footage of that crew from Texas going through just below Old Windsor a few minutes ago. So let me pop that up here as well. This is now about 18 hours and 5 minutes for them after they started, after that interview we just took a look at. That's them going down below Old Windsor, pushing through. And in just a minute, I'm going to have James join me, and we will have a bit of a chat about some of the movement we saw overnight, what we're seeing at the top of the leaderboard, and also what we've seen in terms of retirements in the overnight section of the race. We saw, as expected, as predicted by some of the race organizers, quite a few crews, unfortunately, having to drop out of the race in that overnight section. Between the exhaustion, the wind, the cold, really a lot of factors taking their toll on a couple of the crews this year. And it will be interesting. I think, as Betsy and Brett were saying, we've probably seen the kind of retirements hit their peak for the race for this year. I think now that we're through to sunlight, we tend to see fewer crews wind up dropping out at this point. But also, as they were saying, there's quite a bit of paddling still left to go today. So even from this point where we were, it's probably 5+ hours worth of paddling to get onto. Just taking a look at the top of the leaderboard with a little bit of an update. So what you see on the screen right now is the leaderboard with all the crews having passed through Bray right now. It looks like we still have about 4 more crews to pass through Old Windsor, but the top 4 boats are now all through Old Windsor. We saw them a little while ago pass through with where Betsy and Brett were both at, and it's still neck and neck at the top. So Tom and Nushy still have the lead in just over 12 hours, or just under 12 hours and 24 minutes. So they're currently going in 12:23:56. But Joe and Brindy have really closed the gap between them in second place. They're just 2:45 back. And it'll be really interesting to see as we get down to Shepperton what that gap looks like. Is there going to be a gap at all at the top there? Or can Joe and Brindy fully pull things back? And James, we've got James now here joining. Let's see what James has to say over some of the things we've heard overnight, some of the things we've seen overnight. Good morning, James. How you doing?
Good morning. I'm very good, thank you, Tim. How are you?
I'm doing good. Just fueled on coffee right now, but making through.
Absolutely. It's the only way. So yeah, can you give me a quick rundown? I've got a few things that I've sort of noticed. Unfortunately, there's been quite a few drops. But how's the race looking?
I mean, the race, I was just saying the race is absolutely neck and neck right now. So we're seeing here, we've got the gap at the top is down to 2:45 between Tom and Nushy and Joe and Brindy through Old Windsor. And then it's only 2 minutes and 45 seconds behind them to where Billy and John were going through there. And then,
Wow.
Tom and Andy aren't out of things either. They are another maybe 6 minutes back at that point, but we've still got 5 hours, give or take, of racing still to go. So, a 10-minute gap at that point is still very doable for, I think, those top crews to close. So could see a whole sort of different podium finishes as we get in here, from what I can see.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's sort of starting to unfold, but yeah, like we've seen so many little, 15 minutes lost here and there because of a rudder in so many different years. It's still all to play for, and although it looks like we're starting to get what we expected, or what lots of people expected to see, in Tom and Nushy starting to pull away. There's so much time. Everyone's so tired. It'll just be really interesting to see unfold. Sorry, I'm just trying to find some leaderboards.
Let me get you a updated one right now.
So sorry, on the tracking website, it's because it's telling me where people dropped out, as well as what their time at drop was. I've noticed in the C2 race, Hall and Kirk have what would probably be a commanding lead, mostly because it looks like Thornton and Bowen had to drop out at Marlow.
They dropped out just after Marsh. They basically made it into Marsh last night, right as we were ending the stream. Actually, they made it into Marsh and pulled off. Be interesting to see if we can get any info on kind of what wound up happening there. But unfortunate.
I've asked a couple of people what's going on. Here we go. So I've got a leaderboard at Old Windsor. So yeah, like you said, Tom and Nushy are out with 6 minutes in front of Billy and John, which I think puts Billy and John slightly higher than even they predicted. The times here aren't completely in order. So Joe and Brindy ahead of. So
yes, sorry, I have not ordered that yet. The version
you're keeping me on my toes. I like it.
I have to test that you're awake right now. So,
yeah. Fortunately, I have had the first sip of coffee. So it's a 3-minute lead over Joe and Brindy at Old Windsor, but it's so unbelievably close. Like we said it lots yesterday, but having the racing this close right up at the front is just phenomenal to watch, and it just keeps everyone so motivated. But also you're thinking, will we ever break these guys? So when Betsy and I raced in 23, we had Joe and Dylan chasing us down in their C2, and we kind of knew they were probably going to be quicker than us over the water, but then we might take some of that back over portages. But even though, like in my head, I decided that I'd be pretty I wouldn't be happy about it, but I could deal with about a 10-minute deficit of Pusey, just because we knew they were going to be so quick on the water. And then when you find out, I think they were 6 minutes ahead of us, and I was it was still hard. I was like, right, that's within the window that I said I would be comfortable with, but it still feels like quite a lot. And it's amazing how difficult it is to actually deal with when it's sort of in front of you. You're like, well, this is it. Interestingly, I think the tide window opens, is it in about half an hour?
Yeah, it opens at 7:20. So I think it's gonna be interesting, because I think Billy and John will be the first of those really top crews to get there for the tide window, and even they are not going to get there right at the start by the look of it.
So sorry, I was just looking at the tracker, and we've got a crew 325, McCall and Charnel, who look like they're already gone through Surbiton. They look like they might be about to come under Kingston Bridge. So they might actually have gone a bit better than they thought through the night, and ended up having to be held at the lock. It'll be touchy. It depends how they're going.
I'm never sure how much stake we can put in the predicted times on the tracker, but that has them getting to Teddington about 5 minutes before that tide window opens. So they might just have to take a little enforced break there, I think.
Yeah, although to be honest, a few extra mouthfuls of food at this point will not be too bad. And they started at 10:10-ish as well on Saturday. So they've made good progress through all the other crews that would have started before them. But going back, what was that, sorry?
I was just going to say, from your perspective, somebody who's done this race a couple of times, what is it like now? We've made it through the night for all of these crews. The sun's come back up. Like, what is your perspective at this point in time in the race when you're out there? How do you think about that? Or is this something where you're suddenly like regaining motivation, or is it one of those where you start to realize how far you still have left to go, even though you've made it through the night?
So for me, I can't particularly remember. You might be able to remind me where it started getting light for Betsy and I. But when I was racing with Tim, it was sort of about Chertsey, which felt like a long way still to go. So it sort of, you think, oh, we'll paddle through the night and we'll get to Teddington and then we'll pop down the Tideway. And actually, for me, the earlier it got light, the harder it felt, because it was like, why is it light and I'm still not there yet? So much of what we talk about is how difficult it is paddling through the night, but actually you have to be prepared for what is a really long slog in sort of very poor lighting. But dawn is always amazing. To be out on the water as it gets bright is just a really nice feeling. So it's another strange thing about the DW, where there's pluses and minuses to all of it, checks and balances. And dawn is amazing, the bird song's beautiful, but then you kind of think, why am I not there yet? And so you think, well, I suppose we just better keep going. And it's something for me, particularly the first time, is everyone talks about how quick the Tideway is, and it is a massive speed boost. Even in low flow years, you still get the big speed of the tide, which is what everyone's aiming for, obviously. But everything's so much bigger, and you just don't feel like you're moving. You keep pulling as hard as you get. My main memory of the Tideway paddling in 2023 with Betsy is just slogging around that last corner, or the second to last corner, really, and just feeling like we were getting dragged across the river, or sort of between Fulham and Battersea. We just never felt like we were getting pushed in the right direction. Obviously, there's now stricter rules about having to stay around the outside of the bend, which are fairly enforced. But it does make life painful. There's no other way about that, really. So yeah, it's good to know we would have had the most drops through the night. It's a really good one. It's definitely a boost to think we made it through the night. We haven't had any accidents. But then there is the crushing realization of quite how far you still have to go, because the 18-mile Tideway is still longer than the Div 1, 2, 3 Hasler races. So although you get a massive relative speed boost, it is still 2 hours for lots of these boats. Have you been keeping tracks on Cat and Fee and how they're going relative to their veteran ladies course?
Yeah, so they were at Old Windsor. They were in 1508, 1508.47. So I'm not quite sure how it's pacing. It's going to be tight, I think, is what I can see right now. But I think you've been keeping a very close eye on this one, trying to see exactly where we're at.
If I've got a minute or two, I can talk distractedly and work that one out. If that's what we want to do, or we can just stay stuck with this for the moment.
Well, I'm about to get a full updated leaderboard that we can share with folks through Old Windsor. We now have kind of all of the crews have made their way through. So let me just grab that for you. We can take a quick look at the leaderboard, and then maybe you can dive into some of looking at how they're pacing. It's also, we're at that point of the race as well where we can start to look at some of the, let's say, the races within the races and really see what's going on there. I think the battle for third in the Canadian canoe is going to be a really interesting one.
So who have we got? Is that Peter Walker with Peter Walker and partner with Sam, the Dobson Reese Clark crew?
So the Dobson Reese Clark crew looks like they've pretty much locked up second in the Canadian category. Wow. So here's the full leaderboard updates through Old Windsor. So we take a look here. But yeah, the Dobson Reese Clark crew has about an hour plus lead. But then we have the Grandstons have kind of taken a bit of control of third right now. That crew from Texas, who we heard the interview from just a couple minutes ago, they were neck and neck for third place. They've dropped off about 5 minutes around Old Windsor, but it's still very tight, kind of between those top 3 Canadian canoes.
I think those Texans are used to racing literally twice as far, so it'll be interesting. Or they won't, although they've dropped off their pace slightly, or dropped off the pace of those around them. They'll just be able to keep going, and they're used to those longer stretches of water down near the end of the course that I know I certainly find quite difficult doing most of my training on canals. Although you can find long pounds to stay sat in the boat. At this point, it's always comfortable to just be getting out and having a little stretch, jiggling around. Yeah, who was that crew we've got currently in third then? Sorry, I didn't recognise their names.
I believe they're a crew from Canada, I think. So it's going to be Xavier Granston and Jules Granston there. Yeah, so they started out a bit on the earlier side yesterday, but they've been going strong so far.
Amazing. It's really great. It's a shame we don't see more C2, although it seems like there's quite a few of them around this year. I know Peter Walker, who I mentioned earlier, is going for his 8th senior doubles finish. I think he's already a member of the 1,000 Mile Club. It's a real shame to see that Vicky and Damon had to pull out overnight. I don't know if we heard why that was. I know Damon in particular had partnered up with Vicky in the hopes of just making it to Westminster, and that was their sort of overriding aim with the whole thing. So that's a real shame for them. We'll hopefully find out what happened.
Yeah, I don't think we have any intel so far on what happened there, but yeah, as you said, just a shame to hear, and that's the case with all these crews who've been forced to retire. Just unfortunate to hear. We know everyone wants to push through, get that finish at Westminster. So
yeah, absolutely. But it does speak to how difficult the race is. So let me. Sorry, I'm just doing this time calculation, but it's too early in the morning to do both. I'll just mute myself as well so you don't hear me saying a lot.
that is all good. It looks like we've got a little bit more. We've just gotten some more videos from our crew along the course. So let me just take a look at what they've just sent us. Pop that up on the screen. So right now we've got, as you can see, James and I obviously not out on the course right now. We have our crews are leapfrogging their way down the course. I know we've got Henry is getting set up in kind of the, around Surbiton, and then we're going to have Betsy and Brett are heading down to Teddington to try and catch all of those fast crews and really all of the crews as they get ready to hit the tide window, which is going to open up in about 18 minutes. Checking on that boat who is up at the front. Yep, it looks like we're going to have one boat get held probably right by Teddington. That's boat 325. They're going to have to wait 5-10 minutes just to hit that kind of 7:20 window. And I think everyone else should be all in the clear to kind of hit that as that opens. And the first of the top crews that we'll see coming through there is going to be Billy and John, who are through Shepperton in 1351. So they're making good progress down the course here. A little bit slower, unsurprisingly, than we saw from them last year, where they were through Shepperton in under 13 hours. But I think we're just going to see times that are, probably from these top crews about an hour slower last year through Shepperton, through Teddington, just because of the difference in the flow. James, does that sound about right to you, do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, we were talking about it last night with start times, people people underestimating the wind as well. And it is a very difficult thing to get right. We've had 2 really high flow years, which have been great fun to paddle and be around. But as Owen was saying, this is where the real challenge of completing the DW comes in. Low flow, high wind. So yeah, to get down only an hour less with, I think last year we had, I don't know what the final flow rate was, around 150 at Maidenhead, and now we're down to about 30. It's not the lowest flow year we've ever had, but the low flow and the cold as well. It got really chilly overnight, and that can catch people out, especially as your body stops generating so much heat because you're putting it under so much stress. Just quickly, sorry, I have got that time calculation. So the record pace for the veteran ladies is 15 hours 3 minutes down to Old Windsor, and Kat and Fee, I just saw that 15:08, so they're about 5 minutes behind. Obviously that's very, very close still. You would expect that gap to open up. I don't know what the flow rate was in 2007. When the record was set, but if they get a good push down the Tideway, it could still be all to play for them. So hopefully their support crew are keeping them up to date with that. If that's one of their targets, obviously there's a lot of personal goals. It might not be so. It might be something that they have in the backs of their minds, but isn't something they're going to really go for. They don't want to floor everything. And then end up running out of steam. I think we've all done a time trial at some point where you think, oh, just try and make that catch, or just try and hang on, and you just end up completely spent and not knowing what to do with yourself. So it's really managing those energy levels right the way through to the finish at this point, because it is still a long, long way to go. We were talking about sort of getting down to the bottom of the river. We're not really even in Newbury yet. Or we might be just about there, but there's still like a good quarter of the distance to go, even though mentally you feel like once you get to the Tideway, you've broken the back of the challenge and you're probably going to get to the end. And we have seen crews pull out on the Tideway, and I think that's something to remember for the guys fighting it out for the win as well, is that the Tideway is by far the most dangerous section of the course. And obviously no one wishes their compatriots any ill fate, but it is that you have to be ready to take advantage if you're in a tight race, which we are seeing. So it could still come down to one. A swim on the Tideway will cost you a long, long time. By the time you've got the boat to the bank, got figured out, decided you're all right to carry on. Obviously, you really don't wish that on anyone. It's not a nice thing to happen. Betsy and I, when we were on the Tideway, had a K2 fall in right in front of us. It didn't, for no real reason. It appeared at the time, and you just feel pretty helpless. And we just said, look, we can see. We checked if the crew are all right first. You have to do that, and they said, yeah, they're fine. Apart from obviously they've fallen in. So then we said, right, well, the best thing for us to do now is going to be to get down to the support boat that we can see, not very, a couple of 100 meters away, and send them up to you guys. And they were like, yeah, that's absolutely fine. It fortunately meant we didn't lose any time. We were able to flag down safety cover as soon as possible. If we'd have stayed with them, they might have pulled us in, and then you've got two crews in the water and no one knows about it. Whereas you had clearly a capable but tired crew in the water, and the safety crews get notified as soon as possible. So that's something you've got to bear in mind. It is really dangerous. We've just got to look after each other down the bottom there.
Definitely. And I think as you said, there's still such a long stretch of the course, even just on the Tideway. And even when it's not flowing as fast in past years, still could see a lot of movement in terms of the standings. And I guess speaking of, I just took a look, and it's hard to tell always when you're looking at the tracker at points like this, but I think that Joe and Brindy just took the lead.
Ooh. Time-wise,
not. They've obviously been kind of just positionally in front of Tom and Nushy for the entire time, but it looks like they may have just gone up 1 to 2 minutes over Tom and Nushy
So-
as they're coming down towards Shepperton.
So I don't know any of these crews personally. Obviously, we've all seen them racing. My personal prediction was that Tom and Nushy would be leading for most of the race, but Joe and Brindy would just creep back in these lower reaches of the Thames. So it's not casting it. These guys are all so much better than I am. It's just my sort of little opinion on it.
I was going to say that prediction is looking pretty good right now.
I also predicted the C2 would pull out, so I'm feeling a little bit smug about that. Really,
all right. Tell me what the lottery numbers are right now, James. It seems like you're on a pretty good streak going.
I think that is all written down in our group chat as well. So again, no ill wishes, but you do I feel like I've got a pretty good understanding of the race. So yeah, I just had a feeling and that comes from, for those of you that don't know me, I had quite a long period in canoe racing where I would be a favorite at most of the races I turned up at. And that starts to get difficult from a motivation point of view and a training point of view. And I was able to go, wow, when we had a really, really close training group that would get out sort of multiple times a week. And there was always someone just a little bit quicker than you at any given point, and you'd be able to target that and go, how am I going to be quicker than that person? Okay, now I'm quicker than them. How am I going to be quicker than the next person? And then all of a sudden, when you are the quickest, like Tom and Anushka are, it's like, well, I haven't got a target anymore. I've just got to try and keep doing what I'm doing. And it does start to get difficult. And Tom particularly has been at the top of it. This is his third year right at the top of this race. I'm by no means writing them off, but it does start to get difficult coming in as the favourite. It's the thing of the hunter and the hunted. It's easier to be chasing than it is to try and maintain the lead. And so purely from the fact that Joe and Brindy have had a clear target of Tom and Anushka, and it's like, how do we beat them? And that's sort of definable, and so is easier to train for than Tom and Anushka looking at their competition and going, well, we've just got to do the same again, because it's a bit more ambiguous. That's my, but like I say, these guys are all so much better than I will ever be, so I can't sit down and tell them what to do, but it's really impressive to look at, and the fact that they're still pushing so tight.
I mean,
do we know how?
That's the biggest thing. Is it's looking like, we're what? How are we? Not quite 100 miles in yet, but getting towards the 100-mile mark now, and you're looking at a 2-minute gap, maybe, if that, which is wild. And I guess that's basically what we saw the entire Waterside series from these two crews as well. They were neck and neck the entire time there. I think Waterside D, there was 7 seconds between them. And, this is almost exactly what you would get if you were projecting that out further down the course. It's just battling out neck and neck and neck and neck. And we'll see how that continues. And we'll also, I'm just very interested to see kind of where does Billy and John, where do they wind up time-wise? Because they're just, in such a different stretch of the course right now. They're coming towards Hampton Court right now as we're looking at it. Probably, more than an hour further ahead up on the course distance-wise. And so how are they don't have quite the same sense of being able to maybe see the crews they're competing against, or they're passing some of the slower crews. Conditions might be different. I guess it's just gonna be interesting to see how that all plays out. And they were within 5 minutes of Tom and Nushy back at Old Windsor. And so again, it's gonna be interesting to see what that gap looks like as Tom and Nushy get down to Shepperton and we get another real benchmark for them.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they've done really well through the night, and they've overtaken a lot of boats. They're risking, obviously they'll hit the tide window. That's the key. They're not going to get stopped. They're going to come through. they're risking getting there a little bit early. So they might not get the biggest push, but it's still fast. The guys that train at Richmond are probably have the best sort of data on this about when is perfect to hit the tide, but there's always so much water. Once it starts going out, you're good. There's a weird, part of my paddling is at Chiswick through OC UK, and there's a weird sort of period around high tide. Oh, actually, they might be going to get caught in this, where the tide doesn't suddenly start going out. There's always water coming downstream, because that's how rivers work. And then you've got the tide sort of starts turning, but then it's already been going out in the city before it's really turned up at Teddington. And so you have sort of the water levels dropping, but the flow hasn't really started yet because there's just nothing backing it up, and it's all just a bit strange. And then suddenly, if you're out in those particular conditions, it just all starts moving. So I think Joe and Billy might be running into it a little bit early. They will still be going down the course. So yeah, they're going to come past your living room in the next 10 minutes or so.
I know Henry is heading down into Surbiton, so hopefully he'll be actually down there streaming. Otherwise, I might have to go out for a walk with Draco and just bring my phone and start streaming from the banks of the river.
Yeah.
It's fascinating though, being down. I was walking down there last night while we were on the stream, and just thinking about back to last year, the water is moving so much slower down here. Just like you can see it, you can feel it. The conditions are going to be so different as we get into this home stretch. But I guess to some degree, it's probably good it's a bit slower, because it is going to give us an actual proper Westminster finish this year, as opposed to having to stop at Teddington. I think, though, and be interested to get your thoughts, despite how strong these top two mixed crews are going, I think probably the mixed record is going to be out of reach. What's your sense on that?
I don't know the exact timing. We can figure that one out in just a minute as well. But yeah, it doesn't. I know. I think for me, if you look at times to Newbury, you can work out if a crew's capable of taking the record, and clearly they are. But then after that, you're reliant on flow. And I just don't think... I think that the mixed record was set in 2015. And you had, I think, 70 cubic meters of flow at the... So I base all my calculations off the Maidenhead gauge, just because that's the one I've started with, and so that's the one I know the best. And that you can obviously look down at Kingston and Richmond as well. But Maidenhead gives you a good idea of what it's doing on the bottom section of the canal and that top part of the river. And it's less than half, which is significant. You're hoping, I think 80 cubic meters is a good amount of flow. Anything above 100 is a real bonus. But then you start to run into the dangers, obviously. It was amazing of the organisers to get 2023 run. Obviously, 2024 was a shame, but understandable. This year, yeah, it's a low flow year. It's going to be tough. They're still putting in really good times. We'll have to check the splits compared to the record year when we can. But it's just incredible to watch. I think it all comes back to finish first. First, you have to finish, and you should never underestimate how difficult it is just to get to the end of this. Of those top three, or the predicted top three crews, Joe and Brindy are the only ones without a DNF. Obviously, it's their first year, so they have a big advantage in that. But Keith and Tom had to pull out in 2018. And then last year, obviously, Andy and Tom had various issues. So if you're going to take on something this hard, things can go wrong. So just getting to the end of it, no matter what the conditions are, is always difficult. Particularly compared to the 2023 year, it never got really cold overnight. There was loads of water about. It was a pretty easy year to have done it if you can handle the conditions. But this year, do you know what temperature it got down to overnight? But compared for crews that started in sort of 15 plus degrees in Devizes, or even more for the crews that started early and started in the cold at 5 o'clock in the morning, then paddled through 15 degrees sunshine during the day, then had to go back down to 2 or 3 degrees.
It was
That's
about
difficult.
3 last night, definitely. And when they were streaming from Dreadnought last night, the wind kicked right back up. I think we thought that the wind had kind of died down as we got into the evening, but by the time they got to Dreadnought, it was whipping around again. We saw some crews who were there. There was one kind of the Royal Marines crews in particular who was struggling quite a bit with the cold coming out and that adjustment. And we saw all sorts of crews making different decisions with what were they doing in terms of layering up or whether or not to use pogies or spray decks. And I think battling that cold, definitely, you could see it taking its toll and probably led to some of the retirements we saw overnight.
Yeah, it's so difficult to get right. And you have to be, this is another situation where the support crew just comes in and is essential that they have the equipment in the right place when you need it. Sorry, I'm just working out what the mixed record splits were to get that back to you. But pogies, for that, did we answer the question about what are pogies? I saw that come up.
We did wind up getting that right at the tail end of the midnight stream.
Yeah, okay. Sorry, I'm just on 2015. Have we had any more questions coming in at all, or is everyone still far too sensibly tucked up in bed?
I think people are still getting their morning coffee in here. No, not as many questions as we had. I think we had quite a few in the late night stream last night, but not so many on this one right now. But just a little bit of an update on that top stretch of the leaderboard. It looks like we've got both Joe and Brindy, and then Andy and Tom are closing in pretty quickly on Shepperton. They should both be there in the next 5 minutes. And why that's probably most significant is that would mean that Joe and Brindy have actually caught Andy and Tom or are just about to catch them.
Wow.
Doing a bit of dot tracking there, bouncing back and forth, kind of neck and neck. But Joe and Brindy left 8 minutes behind Andy and Tom at the start yesterday. So looks like they are opening up a little bit of a lead over Andy and Tom, who were sitting in 4th place at Old Windsor. But I think, in the next 10 minutes, we will have a pretty good idea of who the leader is overall, and whether Joe and Brindy have caught Tom and Nushy, and if they have, what that gap is going to look like as we move into this home stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. So just looking at the mixed record, again, this is based on my not very brilliant calculations. I think Keith and Lizzie down to Old Windsor were 11 hours, 53 minutes. So Tom and Nushy are 12:23. So they're sort of nearly half an hour off that record pace, which is not at all surprising. It's still an exceptional performance. I'll have to try and check where that might put them in sort of the top 10, or where that puts them in the mixed record times. I think the record got broken by quite a long way when Keith and Lizzie took it. So sorry, just bear with me for a second. So sorry, it looks like it's probably unattainable at this point. The record is 16:40 by Keith and Lizzie. In second place, 2023, Dan Palmer and Kat Burbeck in 16:55. And third place is currently Harriet Fisher and Paul Enoch from 2010, who did a 17:30. So they could easily break into that top 3. Which is an exceptional performance in a terrible flow year.
Yeah, it really is. And especially when you look at kind of how these top crews have been pacing versus their own times last year. They were, on the canal, basically everyone was neck and neck or bettering what they did last year in a really fast year. But we have seen them just drop off, an hour plus as they've hit the river versus their own pacing last year. So you think if they had that flow, I think that mixed record would very much be under threat right now. But without that, going to make it a bit tricky to hit.
Yeah, and that's records. It's just, you have to be good enough to take them, but you have to have the conditions as well. And it's just not one of those years. Although Cat and Fee are, like we were saying earlier, 5 minutes down only, which is still so close. Who have we got coming through Shepperton next that we're looking at?
So we should have Joe and Brindy and Tom and Andy coming through, but we also should, it looks like Dylan and Andy should also be right about there. So we just had boat 351, Simmons and Edwards just passed through Shepperton in 1826-47. But then it looks like in the next minute or two, we're going to have the kind of Joe and Brindy and Andy and Tom battle through Shepperton. And then Dylan and Andy should be close behind that as well. So we'll hopefully be able to get you an updated view of the leaderboard in the next, handful of minutes. Although we do have quite a few other crews who are still up above Shepperton, so it might take a little while to get updates on everybody. But looking at the other end of the course, the tide window is now open, and we've got our first couple of boats who are getting into Teddington, kind of just hitting Teddington Lock right now.
Yeah, so it looks like they've had a quick stop with their support crew, which is no bad thing, really. Obviously, it'll feel, there's two of them sat there at the lock. It looks like ready to go through. It's one of those things, unfortunately. It's nice to have had a better run down the river than you predicted. It's unfortunate to have had to give up a few minutes, but that gives you a bit of time to just take a breath, have a Kit Kat, and stock the boat up with some food. Make sure you've got plenty of drinks for that trip down the Tideway, because it's so long.
Yeah, and we've obviously been talking about, you and I have been chatting a bunch about the early side of the tide window and these boats potentially having to wait there. But I guess we're also now starting to hit the point of some of those crews who aren't yet through Shepperton, maybe having to get a little bit worried about whether or not they're going to be able to catch the back end there.
So I think 3.5 hours is the window this year. So Fernell Walker looks like they've been stopped for a little while somewhere near Old Windsor. We'll have to keep track of them. That's going to be, their start photo is dark, so they've been out on the course for 25 hours, or the best part of 26 hours. ETA at Shepperton is 10:30, so it looks like they might be going to miss the tide, which is a real shame. Kelly Passmore, who are mixed K2 crew, these guys are pushing on strongly. Their ETA at Shepperton is 5 to 9, which might creep them through Teddington, but they're going to have to push. And that's one of those things. In both my DWs, I've completely, even looking back, I don't really remember if I hit the tide at the right time or not. I just remember getting through Teddington and thinking, oh my God, I hope the draw lock's still up. And not really having any good reference on whether I was going to have to do that or not. Fortunately, we've made it through both times. But it's just sort of an overwhelming panic of, particularly when we were paddling with Betsy, or when I was paddling with Betsy and you guys were supporting. I knew the race hadn't gone quite as well as we'd hoped. We'd sort of planned for the best, but given ourselves the best chance of getting to the end. And we knew we'd come off, so we were sort of allowing it. If we'd have been on record pace, we would have just crept through Teddington, which we wanted that option. And I know we had plenty of time to make it through Teddington, but making sure I didn't know how much we dropped off and how far behind schedule we were. So it will start to be, these crews that are still up around Staines, sort of anywhere before Chertsey, really. You're kind of looking at it going, come on, let's get going. Particularly, a lot of boats don't paddle this section of the course so much because it's going to be light again. You do things like the Frank Lusmore race, but the section between sort of Longridge and Elmbridge, there's not really any races on that section anymore. It would be really good if we can get the Elmbridge Winter Marathon going again. So that was Longridge down to Elmbridge. Longridge to Elmbridge. Obviously, it wouldn't start at Longridge anymore, but the boats that know that section of river, I feel like, really make up good time. So really, Devizes all the way down to Marlow, you're covering in your warm-up races. Then you have the Frank Lusmore down at the bottom of the course. That isn't really the bottom of the course. It's only down to Richmond. So you've still got another 15 or so miles to go that no one ever really paddles. I know a couple of our quick boats have been out practicing the Tideway, but they haven't. The Tideway for me, like I say, I train at Chiswick with OC UK quite often, and the difference between paddling upstream from Chiswick to Richmond and downstream from Chiswick to Putney, and even Putney down, the river changes a lot from Putney down. It turns into a really big industrial place, and I don't think anyone's paddled that bottom section of Tideway, and it is definitely properly dangerous. Today we've got really good safety cover. We'll be out. Hopefully we'll have absolutely no incidents with the Kleppers, but that's another factor with the tide window being later, is that there will be more boat traffic out and about. A real bonus of an early tide is that although you're getting down there very early in the morning, there's less people out. There's always rowers out for some reason, but it all helps. The quieter the river, the more flat the river is. It's a nicer place to be. But paddling really from Putney down, it just gets so big, particularly under Wandsworth Bridge. It's just huge. And then round Battersea, unless you paddle there all the time, it just feels so unfamiliar compared to anything else we really race on. And you add that to having been in the boat for 13, 14 hours minimum. Lots of these people have been in the boat for 20 hours at this point, some even more than that. So although there's two sides to that, you're absolutely exhausted, but the boat feels like it's part of your body. You and your partner should be so in sync by that point. Like, you're both suffering from exhaustion, but you're just rocking and rolling with it. You've put in the training, so you're not having any troubles. But like I said, it's so far removed from what we paddle on a daily basis that you do get those big waves for no real reason. And it's a really hostile environment. And like I say, if you do make a mistake, it's a difficult one to sort out at that point. It's a big advantage of the C2s is that there's less to go wrong. As long as you don't get injured, there's less to go wrong.
Yeah, and we've had a couple of comments and questions in the chat. So we've had a question of which boat is the fastest international boat, and it looks like boat 328 right now. The Dutch crew is still the fastest international crew we've got. They are through. We're kind of using Shepperton as our main checkpoint right now for the overall standings, because we're starting to see most of the crews passing through there. They were through Shepperton in 15:28, and I believe that gives them about a 42-minute lead over the next closest international crew right now, which interestingly is the Canadian canoe crew. That is Dylan and Andy as the second place international boat right now as well. We also just had another comment saying that they thought Billy would hit the tide window in Teddington just as it opens, and I think Billy should be getting there not just as the tide window opens, but just as we're hitting, really as we've hit high tide as well. Just taking a look, he's coming through my home stretch of the river here. He's just passing through Surbiton, just about to come into Kingston. And Betsy is actually now at Teddington, so she should be setting up on the stream there. So we should hopefully be able to catch Billy as he goes through. And just looking at the numbers, it looks like there's a chance Billy and John are actually going to be the overall leaders as of Shepperton. So they have about just under a 1 minute lead over Joe and Brindy, or just over. They have a 1 minute and 10 second lead over Joe and Brindy as Joe and Brindy pass through Shepperton. And it looks like they may have about a minute lead over Tom and Nushy as well, although we'll get a better sense of their time in the next 2 or 3 minutes when they pass through Shepperton as well.
I do think boats coming into Teddington at the moment, particularly John and Billy, as a prime example, are going to run into that slack water on the Tideway that we were just talking about. So that it probably means for everyone hitting Teddington now, they have probably performed. No one plans to get there as it opens, really. So they've all probably gone a bit better through the night than they had planned, which is a nice position to be in. But unfortunately, it does mean that they will hit that weird, messy. So I believe high tide puts high tide in half an hour's time. Is that how they calculate the window now? I know they've shortened it, but I think they chopped half an hour off the end
so
of it.
High tide should be in about 15 minutes. It should be about 7:48, I believe, this morning.
Yeah, so then you get their crews coming through now are going to hit that weird, messy water where nothing's really going on, sort of all the way down to Richmond, really. But it's nice to have gone quicker overnight than you thought you were going to, for sure. Sorry, I'm not trying to be negative about this or anything. It's just one of those things that you start to pick up when you're on that bit of water a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, even when Betsy and Henry were talking to Billy and John at the start yesterday, given how they were describing how they were feeling going into the race, and maybe they were underselling themselves a little bit there, but I actually think they've been moving down the course a little bit faster than they expected. So to your point, maybe they would have liked to hit the tide window 45 minutes from now, as opposed to, in the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So I can't work out how to work the open tracking leaderboard anymore. Because it's saying that time-wise to Old Windsor, Paul and Tebbit were in the lead, but I know that isn't right.
No, that's because we now have the other kind of faster crews have just hit Shepperton. So just waiting on we're at the point where Tom and Nushy are at that kind of front end of the tracking of Shepperton. So we're waiting for that final time check. It looks like they still probably are going to hold the lead very narrowly. But it's going to be close.
Yeah, I've got about a minute gap there. And then, so I've got a minute up on Kreft and Peterson, who are only 2 seconds ahead of Butler and O'Grady. And then you've got Burkett Simmons right in there as well. So, oh no, I'm looking at the wrong thing again. Sorry. So it's about a 2 minute lead. Is that what you're getting? Sort of 2 minutes, and then another 2 minutes, and then another few minutes.
I think I may be seeing even less than 2 minutes between them right now. It's looking like
13:44 and 13:48.
So I've just gotten it to update. It's looking 13:45, 13:48. Oh, it looks like we have Betsy here. I'm going to add her to the stage as she's walking down to Teddington.
All right. Brett and I have just got to Teddington. I'm out of breath because we just ran to make sure we can catch Billy and John as they come through here in a few minutes. Tim, you said they just went through Kingston, right?
Yeah, so it looks like they are just coming through Kingston now. Let me get you an update on exactly where they're not. They have not hit Kingston Bridge yet. They're just getting into Kingston. So kind of just on the point where the Hogs Mill comes out.
Oh, okay. So we've got a couple of minutes. Sorry, Brett. I made Brett run. So we're gonna sneak through here and see if we can find a good tripod setup spot. Morning. See if we can get a good angle for everyone. So you can see in front of me. Sorry, I'll turn the camera. That's Teddington Lock, and support crews are not allowed to be on the rollers here. That's why you're seeing a lot of support crews under the bridge. You're seeing another support crew on the island there across the bridge. So, all right, give us a minute to get set up here. James, what have we missed while we were in transit?
It's just moving and shaking, really. We were talking about the tide window and how I know you spent a little bit of time training down at OCUK a couple of years ago, and how you get that weird, messy water around high tide. That the boats coming through now are, unfortunately, we were saying they've probably gone a little bit better overnight than they were perhaps expecting. But they are going to run into that messy water.
Yeah. I don't think Billy anticipated being so quick. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left quite so early.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying. Was that it's sort of nice to get to Teddington earlier than you thought you were going to, because it shows that you've got through the night better than you thought you were going to. But if you know the river really well, you're it's a double-edged sword in that you're down there quicker, but you are. I think anything, I don't know what the optimum is. I think anything half an hour after high tide is fine.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't really want to be getting there now.
Because we've not even hit high tide yet, right?
No, it's about another 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you really want a good 15 to 30 minutes after high tide to be getting solid sort of downstream flow. What would the view be like if you guys were on the bridge? Or
I was thinking about that. I'm not sure, because there's a lot of foot traffic that goes across the bridge. And I can see there's a couple of marshals up there, it looks like.
Yeah,
but maybe we could get a good view from over the bridge. Maybe I'll go and try and do that for Billy and John, and then we'll come back and set up the camera down here when we get.
It's kind of up to you, just sort of from a camera angle. We're mostly getting a really great view of the back of that barge.
Yeah, I know. This is not ideal, is it?
And then up on the bridge, you'll be a bit further away, so maybe we won't be able to see anything brilliant.
Yeah, we're live. I think I might try.
Who was that? Who was that?
So
see which crew this is. Yeah.
From Tymons to Shepperton, the gap is 2 minutes between Sharp and Freeman and Peterson and Creft.
Okay, so Joe and Brindy are really closing in.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then that's only 5 minutes, less than that.
Yeah.
Between the lead and O'Grady and Butler.
John.
Yeah.
But this could be.
And then 6 minutes from Billy and John is Burkett and Simmons.
Yep. Wow.
So Tim and I were talking about it earlier, and I did say I think my prediction was that Joe and Brindy would come from behind at the back of the race.
Oh, when did you predict that, James? Do we have that on record?
Sure. I'm sure it was in our group chat.
Yeah,
okay.
I agreed with him as well.
Okay. Oh, you did. Wow. Funny 11 predictions that I don't remember coming true.
But I think none of us would have thought that the gap would be less than 15.
Between 1, 2, and 3, that's still
10 minutes. 10 minutes between the first 4 crews.
Yeah. 5 minutes between the first 3,
11
11 between the first 4.
46 and 57.
That's amazing. And they started out with an 8-minute gap. Now it's an 11-minute gap. Like, this is really,
that's
really
tight.
Time. Yeah.
And
so let's see.
Betsy,
I'm going to try and move up to the bridge. Yeah.
In case you missed it, so Joe and Brindy have caught up to Tom and Andy in terms of like actual physical position as well.
I'm going to follow you.
Okay. So they've passed them then, right? I'm not surprised because we saw them earlier and it looked like they were going to get past. We've got a crew coming through here. It is 355, I think. I'm not sure if that's 355.
Yeah, it's 355 Jackson and Forrest.
Okay, that's
Forrest. Sorry, wearing orange buoyancy aids in their photo.
Yep, that is correct. And we've got some canoeists here as well who I missed. Let me get the canoeists on camera for a second.
So I have just taken a screenshot of the message I sent saying I think Joe and Brindy will be behind at Reading, but come through and take the win on the Thames. Oh, who's in the canoe? Sorry, I think the stream has gone dead from Teddington.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, there we go. We're back. I think it was just the running. So that was probably Pike and Howe.
Yes, Pike and Howe. That sounds right to me.
Yeah,
Can you get a view of
Oh, it's quite pixely. I don't know if you're getting interference from those lines.
Well, we're up on the bridge now, where we thought we might get a good view, but if the connection's not as good here, that's not gonna.
Yeah, I guess you're getting a bit of interference from those power lines going across the river behind you.
Okay.
So Pike and Howe actually left devices at 3 minutes to 7 yesterday morning.
Wow.
So they're
more than 24 hours.
Yeah, 24 and a half hours.
Wow. I can see a crew in the distance here, but I kind of think it's a canoe. Do we have a canoe coming down?
Dobson and Rees Clark approaching.
Oh. Now, how are they doing compared to the Texans?
So I think Tim just gave us all an update on this that I've forgotten already. I think they're in a solid second place.
Wow.
Which I think is really surprising, or not really
Dobson
surprising.
And Rees Clark. Yeah.
It's not really surprising. They're very good paddlers. I'm surprised by that because I thought they'd be pro boats, for those of you that don't know, are slower than the ICF boats.
Yeah.
This is just a rule specification. So we work it out as they're 3 minutes an hour slower. So if you paddle a pro boat for an hour, you would cover the same distance in an ICF boat in 57 minutes. So this is a really strong performance for them.
That's amazing. And I mean, they're not doing this as much for the race as they are to, fundraise and honor Ed Dobson's father, Kevin, who passed away, who wanted to do one more DW. And that's why they're out there. But I mean, they're top athletes. They had a 3rd place finish in K2 last year. And Mike actually has a background in C1 Wilder racing, and he's done a number of international races and done well in that. So not completely surprising to see them doing so well. But yeah, I mean, that was I think they were close with the Texans off the start. So
yeah, it would be really great to see. I think we shouldn't tell everyone, but canoe is actually much nicer than kayak over a race this long.
It really is. It really is. I think we were talking about earlier. Yeah.
So the next kayak through will probably be Billy Butler and
Billy and John. Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you've got the binoculars out.
They're annoyingly they're 372 and they're next to 327. So so one of those.
Are we pixelated here, or can you hear and see from the bridge, or should we?
The audio is perfect.
Okay.
The visuals sort of a tiny bit foggy, but I think it's a really great view.
Okay.
That's really cool. You
Yeah.
can clearly see there's a boat on the way down.
All right. I'll keep it like this.
My preference would be for that, but we should probably let Director Tim decide.
Yeah. And if anyone has an opinion in the comments, bridge versus a view that's slightly obstructed by the barge, you can let us know.
Yeah. Also, would you be able to see the get in on the portage from where you are, or are you a bit far away?
James, yes, we can.
Well,
we'll have to be careful with the foot traffic up here because we've got a lot of pedestrians coming through. But you can see I've just crossed to the other side of the bridge. We'll be able to see how the crews are portaging from here.
I think that would be a really interesting shot to get, particularly getting out, because you can tell a lot about how people are getting on and sort of how motivated they're feeling by what goes on at that portage.
And this was actually something I was speaking with Billy about on Paddlecast the other day, because he is such a proponent of running. You've probably heard on the stream a few times that John O'Grady joined a run club over the winter. And oh, okay, we've got them in sight on the binoculars, so you can't see Billy and John on camera. But what Billy was saying was that if you do a lot more running mileage, then when you get to this point of the race, he said his legs have always felt significantly better at this stage of the race. And so I'm expecting that if what Billy has said is true, that he and John should have a very quick portage here at Teddington. So we're going to see if it's true or not.
I think you've got to be slightly balanced and make sure you don't fall over.
Yes.
But
yeah.
if we just look at the C2 coming through, these guys are doing incredibly well. You kind of know that you're going to make it to Westminster.
Yeah. I think those smiles down there, they look happy.
Yeah, they're tapping away nicely. There's a little bit of bounce, but they're going to be tired, boys. Interesting. It looks like they're going straight through.
Are they? No, they're not stopping. You're right. Oh, hang on. That might be their support crew on the island right there.
No, they're going straight through.
No?
Straight through.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's slightly unusual for me, but I'm sure they've thought it out.
Yeah, I wonder.
They must be feeling good. Maybe they took on a bit of extra food in the boat at Sunbury.
Yeah, because there's not really many
options
Molesey, from this point on to take on food. So.
Oh no, that's it. You're done. You're on your own.
Yeah.
I think there was someone suggesting you could dangle food down on a fishing line, but I don't think that's a good idea.
If anyone saw the donut video that I posted, sadly we did not. We'll see if Henry comes back with donuts to dangle from this bridge. This would be the place to do it, I think.
So Billy and John, I think their stroke rate is nice. It's high.
Is it looking good?
It's positive. Yeah.
That's what it looked like when I saw them at. Sorry, we're gonna have a little bit of a change in the camera for a second.
But the canoe there, getting out. They look to be out of their boat pretty quickly. No hanging about.
They are actually hanging about right now, which you can.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're. I'm just swapping around the camera a bit so we can sort this. So I'll go back to them for a second. If you can see them, they just crossed through there. So it looked like they just took a minute, maybe 1 to 2 minutes, kind of short break there. They are not running the portages.
No, but like I said, that portage, don't forget, as you know, gets covered in water, and so they would have done their best to clean it off, but you don't want to be, you're not going to gain any time by running down there. And you could, if you fall and crack your boat, it's game over.
Yeah, absolutely. So you want to be careful.
But for me, the way they got out of the boat, they didn't sort of sit in the boat looking really tired.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
So I think that's positive.
All right, so this is Billy and John coming through. So Brett, you think Brett's got the binoculars out. Their stroke looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks comfortable. It looks comfortable.
Nice and comfortable.
I mean, I wouldn't have said that's a crew that's paddled 100 miles. Yeah,
100 miles. Yeah.
Is it 100? Just
over
over
100 to here, I think, right?
Yeah, you've got 18 to go.
18 to go. Okay. Yeah, they're looking really strong. They look just about what they looked like when I saw them at about 6 a.m, passing through between Old Windsor and Belweir Lock.
Yeah, they're still pushing.
I mean, you compare them to this time last year, and Billy would have been suffering with his eyes and everything.
It was 2 years ago that I think Billy was having a harder time. I would say John was suffering at this point last year.
Let's see if they call back to us.
I do think it is still a long way to go. I was talking about the Tideway. It's still the best part of 2 hours for most people. That's a long time to be in the boat. The first time, so back in 2014, which was my first trip down the Tideway, you kind of go through Teddington, you think, oh yeah, we're nearly there. And then I picked up a really nasty shoulder injury at Kew Bridge. And I could only, obviously in the canoe is slightly different as opposed to the kayak. So then from Kew Bridge all the way down to Westminster, I was only able to paddle on one side of the boat. We lost about 40 minutes.
That is brutal.
So it's not.
Oh, are they going to do a kit change? Look at that. We've just seen Billy and John
Oh,
hop out of the boat.
They'll be getting their zipless spray decks on for the Tideway.
Yep.
So you have to carry decks in the boat the whole way down the course. That's one of the rules. But you don't actually have to have them on the boat.
Okay. And I believe they've just taken their Tango Charlie light off. So I think they had a Tango Charlie light on the boat through the night. I think they might have actually put that on after they left. It goes on with suction cups, so it's pretty easy to put on and take off. So they would have maybe waited on that so that they didn't have the extra weight, just put it on when they needed it through the night, taking off the Tango Charlie light now, which they won't need in the daylight. And
well, it is a rule. You do have to have the white lights on going down the Tideway.
Yes, so they definitely had that going on down the. Oh,
No,
they
no,
still
but
have to have the lights on now,
Yeah,
even though it's daylight.
I believe so.
Interesting. Maybe they've got some backup lights then that are more
Obviously,
kind of, just to
you're
tick
not
that box.
You're not using it for visibility anymore, so you just
Yeah,
need something
yeah.
super lightweight just to tick the box.
Yeah, so maybe that's what they've got on now. Yeah, spray decks are on. That's been a couple of minutes for that last bit. And then, we could see, so what is it? High tide in 4 minutes, is that right?
I think we've probably 4 minutes past high tide. So I think the tide window opened at 7:20.
Yeah.
And that's half an hour before high tide.
Okay.
But they are going to be getting on to slack water.
Yep. Yeah, so they're not going to have as much of a push as they want. Let's see.
But it's still.
Oh,
good.
we got a little jog.
Yeah, very good.
That's not going to be the fastest portage they've done, but that vaguely resembled a jog for a few seconds there.
I think that's about as good as you can possibly hope for, and as quick as is sensible as well. We had a quick update in the comments saying that the C2 Dobson and Breeze Clark might have stopped at Royal for a kit top up.
Oh, that makes sense.
But that's another one of those, like we were talking about at Newbury and stopping below the lock. I don't really understand why some crews will pull in at Richmond as well, and that's one of those things I just don't really get.
Yeah, I mean, it's home turf, and we saw earlier in Newbury that Rebecca and Al pulled in at Newbury. Okay, so there's a K2 that's just taken a stop, which is 364. So the 364 K2 has just gone through.
So that's Parry and Devereaux.
Okay. They're looking like they're ticking along pretty well. And then this is the Texans now, right? In the C2?
The only other boat on the tracker is 327 Turner and Spreadbury.
That should be the C2. Should be the Grandstands, I believe.
Oh, that's the Grandstands. Okay, that makes sense. So they're taking a little bit here, the Grandstands, and let's see, maybe taking on a bit of food.
So
water.
Have we got their boat number?
So their 316 would be the Grandstands.
So I'm not seeing them on the tracker anywhere.
On the tracker, they're just.
Oh, they're still up in Kingston.
Or they're just on this side of Kingston Bridge. It might just be a delay in the tracker.
Yeah, it must be. Well, we can clearly see them in front of you.
C2, and I think it's not the Texans. I thought it was, but looking at that a little closer, I think it's not.
That's showing this last update.
Billy and John have timed this Tideway really well, I think, haven't they?
No, I think they haven't, because you want to catch it. They're too early. Right. And Billy will be a little bit annoyed that they've caught the tide earlier than is ideal, because he's all about getting this precisely right. He'll be really chuffed that he's going a lot faster than expected. But
hello, Betsy.
Hello. Hello, Henry.
Hello.
What do you have in sight?
I have in sight here the C2.
Now, which C2 is that?
316, I think.
We've just been trying to figure it out. There's a few C2s. And I've got one in front
Yes.
of me here that we think might be the grandstands.
No, that's who I've got here. That's who I've got here. I couldn't tell.
Okay,
So yeah, that's
So-
316.
you've got the
I-
grandstands then. I think Brett's
So
just
the-
gone down.
Well
to
done,
check which number is
grandstand!
here.
So the picture coming in from you, Henry, is very blurry. We can't really see anything.
Let me just see if I can. Oh, there we go. I'll
Oh
just
my
clean
God, what's
my-
that? Oh, it's Henry. Oh.
There you go. Is that slightly
I-
better?
That was like War of the Worlds for a minute there.
Well, yeah. I'm afraid I've switched to more efficient means of travel. But yeah,
so-
we've also got a K2 there. I didn't quite catch what their number was. But yeah, we're just that's Royal Canoe Club here. So they should be in sight of you guys in about 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
So I think
We'll
the
keep an eye
C2
out.
that we've got at Teddington must be Turner and Spreadbury.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've got two. Is it
That's got to
Grand's?
be it. The C2 here is taking a really long break, I would say. So they're probably.
Yeah,
just
these
going
guys set
there.
off. They started in devices at 5:15 yesterday morning. So
5:15. Oh my
yeah,
god.
they're 26 hours and 40 minutes.
Yeah, that's a really
Lesser.
long time.
Lesser hair. We've been asked in the comments for, morning all, has there been much drama through the night? I think the
So
best way to sum that
offended.
up would be your best Amanda Seyfried from Mamma Mia saying, sort of, the 19th of April, what a night. So we've had, I think, a 25% dropout.
Yep.
So, which is a real shame, but it does really go to show people are pushing themselves to the limit here, and unfortunately, sometimes you find the limit for whatever
Yeah.
reason. There's
Well,
been some
there's
really,
been that headwind, right?
yeah, absolutely. We were talking about, Tim and I were catching up on this earlier. We were saying it was pretty warm through the day. It then will have got but windy. Then it got cold. And for some of those boats, you're going starting in the freezing cold morning, then juggling that up to 15, 16 degrees in the sunshine during the day, then back down to sort of 3 degrees at night with a headwind the whole time, no flow on the river, so you don't get perked up. And now it's just freezing cold, and it looks like it's quite a nice morning down where you guys are. Henry's got some blue sky, but it looks fairly grey at Teddington. You've still got 2 hours at least to go, or average of about 2 hours left to go down the Tideway. We were also talking about getting to the tide. Brett talks about that. When we're paddling out of Chiswick, you get this really weird time around high tide where there's always water coming in from upstream. Sorry, Henry, have you got someone in sight there?
I've not. They're not quite in sight yet. I've got Walsh and Austin. I can see them with the naked eye, but yeah, the phone camera won't pick them up just yet.
Yeah. So just back to the Tideway. I train out of Chiswick with OCUK, not as regularly as I should, but you get that weird time around high tide where you know the time at high tide. So you've got water coming down from upstream. The water downstream of you has already started flowing out, but it takes quite a long. That's a huge mass of water that's going from moving upstream to then moving downstream. So you have a sort of weird time where the height of the water is going down, but it's not really moving because all the flow is going along the bottom of the river. So really you're looking at about half an hour after high tide until you've got good outgoing flow. I was saying the guys at Richmond are probably best to talk about this because they're the ones that are out on it and will know it best sort of on a daily basis. But that's my take on it. And then we were also talking about paddling on the Tideway, how much it changes. Although we've seen a few training runs sort of down to about Putney, for me, the river below Putney, particularly around Battersea, is just a completely different beast to anything we usually paddle. Like, I paddle on a canal, so coming down to Royal feels quite big and scary to me. But then going down that bit of river from Putney down, it gets big and industrial, and it is a scary place to be if it's not going well.
Yeah, I find it
So
a pretty unpleasant stretch. Henry, you like it more than I do, I think.
What's that, sorry?
The Tideway below Richmond. You've got the
Well, but
flow
below
going down.
Putney, really.
Or below
Yeah,
Putney.
sorry, it's cutting out a little bit. I was going to ask, I've just been on the motorbike for the last half hour. Can someone update me as to what's going on? What's the standings? What's that?
So it's so close through. I think we're all through Shepperton now. Kat Burbeck and Fiona. Kat and Fiona, are about 5 minutes down on the ladies' veteran record at Old Windsor, but that's still really close. And if they get a good push through the tide, they could make that up. Obviously, they're through all the portaging now, so they can rely on
Rubber duck theory.
Exceptional fitness and stamina, indeedy. So that's still going well. Obviously, you guys saw the C2 of Thornton and Bowen drop.
Yeah, they dropped
night.
out at Marsh, which I think is going to be really gutting for them. I don't have an update from that crew yet on what went on there, so we'll ask about it. But Dylan and Andy are doing really well. Oh, James, have you been asking for an update?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say I've been trying a few people, but I think they've been marshalling overnight and they may well be asleep.
Okay.
How dare they?
Yeah. And in terms of the top crews, I've got the times as of Shepperton now. So Tom Sharp and Anushka Freeman are still in the lead, but that lead has been shrinking over the last few hours. I think that lead peaked at about 8 minutes overnight. It's now a 2-minute lead over Joe Peterson and Brindy Kraft. And Billy Butler and John O'Grady are in third with, so those times are 13 hours, 46 minutes for Tom and Nushy, 13 hours, 48 minutes for Joe and Brindy, 13 hours, 51 minutes for Billy and John. So they are all still within 5 minutes. And then only 6 minutes behind Billy and John is Andy Burkett and Tom Simmons. So we still have those top 4 crews really tight with each other. I think Billy and John
Absolutely
are
not in the order we expected.
Well, speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. James has gotten a receipt confirming that he predicted Joe and Brindy were going to come from behind
And
overnight.
I agreed with him.
Brett's claiming to agree with. Everything. So apparently some of us predicted this.
I think Joe and Billy are doing exceptionally well. Not Billy, exceptionally well. They're great paddlers. They're doing better than even they predicted, is all that I mean.
They are. I told Billy he underrated himself, but I didn't even think it was by this much. So we're super impressed.
They were late entry, weren't they, as well?
Yeah, late entry. They've been really relaxed.
But I think that comes with a lot less mental pressure as well. If you sort of decide at the last minute, yes, you're less prepared, but they already figured everything out last year. I mean, this is John's first trip down the Tideway in a K2.
That's true. This is unknown to him, so he got to Teddington last year. This will be new.
Who do we think has managed to time it to the Tideway properly?
Not Billy and John.
Yeah. We've got a few crews out the back of the race geographically who are going to struggle to make the tide window, which is a real shame. That's not the reason you want to have to stop.
No.
But it is part of the race, unfortunately.
Will they have to sit it out? Or?
Yeah, that's it. There used to be a few options, but that's it now. Mostly due to safety. So you used to be able to wait for the Sunday afternoon tide. Obviously, the clock still keeps ticking for the senior doubles. Who have we got coming in there, Betsy? That looks like a pair of K2s.
Yeah, we've got a K2 and a C2 coming through here. I think that C2 is the Grandsons that Henry saw passing through Kingston a few minutes ago.
Do you know anything about that pair?
So they are Canadian, and I believe I think both of them moved to the UK, or at least one of them moved to the UK a few months ago. And I know they were connected with the canoeing community here, including Mike Thornton, who was in that canoe that had to pull out, and Richard Parrott, who I think has probably given them some tips.
What is that Ed Jensen 18 they're paddling?
That sounds right to me. It's definitely not a pro boat. It
Smith.
looks like a
Sorry.
sort of Kevlar.
Something slightly more
and it
touring.
says Jensen on the front. Yeah, I think you're right, James. Jensen 18. So
Yeah,
a little
so that-
bit more of a touring boat, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It still runs nicely, but it'll go up to about 6 miles an hour, and you will kill yourself trying to make it go 6.1.
Yeah. And then what about do you know which K2 it is, Brett? We'll see if we can confirm. It's a red boat, and they've both got yellow hats on
So
still.
Smith and DeRouge.
Yes, John T. Smith and Archie DeRouge in that K2 there, boat 331.
In my mind, I can't understand why there's so many people running on a Sunday morning in Teddington. I'm thinking
we've got a lot of foot traffic here today.
I'm thinking they must be crazy, and then I'm thinking, well, we've been
No,
up all night.
we're probably the crazy ones, aren't we? Yeah.
I am going to have to interject at this point that Teddington is one of the meccas of running. So they're probably going, what on earth is this spectacle going on in our patch?
Yeah.
So I think of the team here, Tim, well, I think I've probably got the best deal this year, but Tim looks like the sensible one, but he voluntarily drinks pickle juice.
You're right.
Well,
You're right. I'm not sure. I think, James, you've got the best position. You get to commentate from home, and I think you got, well, I don't know how much sleep you got, but I feel
probably a lot more than anyone else.
I've just got this image of Tim dipping like pineapple in cream and then drinking some pickle juice now.
I still think
I'm just pleased to be where I'm a Monty Python fan, so I'm just pleased to be on Ted. Michael Palin got hit with a fish into the lock.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I did one take.
We're in an iconic location here. And we've got some rowing boats out too. So if you're seeing some craft in the distance, go ahead, Henry. Sorry.
So I've got Walsh and Austin in sight. I'm going to point to them on they're there, so they're not visible to the camera yet. They are making very, very slow progress. They have been here ever since they've been at Kingston Bridge since I've been here. So I don't know whether they've capsized or they pulled in for a break or what. But they've taken a good 10 minutes to do this 500 meters. So I'm hoping they just had a break. But they are making quite slow progress.
I mean, you could pull over there, but that would be a very odd.
Like Canterbury Gardens, yeah, it would not make sense at all.
It's not a great spot.
But I will point out the wind here. I'm not going to say I'm feeling it, but there is definitely a breeze, and the water is being pushed upstream. And they're just going to come round into this. And they've got a bit it's not quite a straight. It's a very, very gentle bend around here, but there's no shelter. You can't tuck out of the wind here.
Okay, so here's our top 5 that we're looking at.
Yeah, it's not as windy here at Teddington Lock as it is where you are, Henry, and I think that's just because it's a bit more sheltered. All right, let's check on the top.
So we've got Walsh and Austin have just so Walsh and Austin they keep bracing and dragging and brace it, paddle brace drag, paddle brace drag. I think there may be a conversation when they get to you at Teddington.
Yeah.
Does
it look like they're off balance, or has something gone wrong with the boat, or is it an injury, if you can tell?
I can't tell at the moment. I'm just seeing like 4 strokes brace, 4 strokes
These guys have just gone
drag.
Lock.
So they're quite cooked, I think. They're quite cooked.
So just looking at the tracker,
Yep.
Billy and John could easily end up being the first boat over the finish line, or not easily, but
they will, right?
Well, there's 2 boats quite a long way ahead of them on the Tideway.
Okay, who started earlier?
Yeah, so there was
1.5k. 1.5k.
Wow, you can really see the wind on the water there pushing.
Yeah,
Well,
but you
the
can also
headwind
see
where
the
you
back
are.
man's dragging every second stroke.
Yeah.
They're asking how far to Teddington. I do wonder if they're about to have a conversation.
Oh, is this Walsh and Austin you've got in front of you?
Yeah, that's Walsh and Austin right there.
Yeah, so they started at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, so they're 23
But
hours.
they're feeling it now. They're feeling it. But at the same time, if you started at 9 o'clock yesterday morning, you know you're in for the long slog. So yeah, I don't see why this would be any surprise to them now that it's really getting tough when you've been paddling for 23 hours straight.
Yeah. So looking at the tracker again, so we've got John and Billy are just about at Richmond Canoe Club. The first boats on the Tideway are just coming down. For those of you that know it, there's the long straight section before Kew Bridge. They're about halfway down that, so they're a good 2 or 3k behind. But what's the Tideway in Colombia? I'm an old money person, so I can't work that out. But what, 15k to go for those lead pair? But it's not a position. It's not something you want. You know, if you end up first boat across the line, it's because you've exceeded your own expectations of your schedule. So it's not great. It is quite fun. I supported a crew in 2012 that were the first boat across the line. And it was a fun feeling, but at the same time, you go, well, you could have got a bit better. Who have we got going off at Teddington, Betsy?
So this is, I think this is the Grandsons 316, who
Nice.
they had a nice little stop there. I would also say the paddles that they're using are definitely much more touring paddle styles. If you can see, those are heavy wooden blades. Their shoulders are going to be exhausted from using those wooden blades this whole time, I think.
I don't think there's a particularly easy way to do these.
Yeah.
The paddle strokes. Yeah. But then maybe in the headwind, it might be slightly. They probably won't have had any problems with the wind catching their paddles.
That's true.
When we're racing out on the sea, I've tried using an ultralight paddle before, and doing in the outrigger canoes where you're changing sides. I've had a couple of close calls where the strong wind has caught the paddle and you sort of nearly lose it.
Yeah, and the canoe blades are significantly lighter than the kayak blades, which is why, you know, if someone's mostly been using kayak blades, that might sound a bit unrealistic, but those canoe blades are maybe less than, I think, because they're thinner and lighter and weight, right?
A lightweight or a common lightweight canoe paddle is about 230 grams.
Yeah, that's
you can get slightly lighter than that as well.
Yeah. So the Grandsons will definitely, that is not what they've got today.
No. So
but they're getting on the Tideway now, and I think they're going to be taking advantage of rubber duck theory and floating down the Tideway a bit at this point.
Yeah, so paddle weights there, a lightweight canoe paddle, 230 grams. I think from the back of my mind, a lightweight kayak wing is about 700-800 grams. So yeah, the canoe paddles are really light. You can get some ultralight canoe paddles as well, but they start getting very fragile. When we went to Florida, you paddled with some of these paddles, and it's like I can see that I am holding a paddle.
Yeah.
But I can't actually feel the weight of it.
Yeah. I can see another boat far off in the distance here. So there'll still be a few minutes out.
So that looks like 322 Walsh and Austin.
Oh, that's Walsh and Austin. Okay. Well, we'll see what kind of shape they're in when they get here. I think Henry just said they're not looking too bad. followed
Just
by
taking-
317 Hammond and Hammond.
Taking a quick look back at Shepperton, we're having the last couple of crews still coming through there, and we've just had Poole and Tebbit are just getting to Shepperton now. I think it seems like they're going to have a tight window to make or a tight time making the tide window here, because the window closes at 9:50. It took Billy and John an hour and 26 to get to you all at Teddington. So that would put it right on the border. I don't know if you guys think that's going to be possible for them to make. And then unfortunately, we still have behind them.
Have they been slowing down when we look at Poole and Tebbit's times? Because they're the last boat. Well, they're the last fast boat on the course at this point, aren't they?
So just in shot now is Alex Morgan, who I think you'll recall did some pretty good times at the Waterside Series.
Yeah.
Is this
so hopefully,
go now.
hopefully, you know, he's a few. Sorry.
Alex Morgan is out training.
That's Alex Morgan, DV. I can't remember. Edie King, and I'm afraid I don't know the fourth. So they're just training out for Royal. But Alex Morgan is one of those. Alex Morgan is certainly one of the ones to watch in future DW years.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that's a rowboat.
The senior DW.
Are those?
Yeah, we've got a rowing boat, but then to the left of the rowing boat is a K2.
Fun fact for you, I've just had a message in that about 10 to 12 mice weigh about the same as a canoe paddle. So there you go. Thank you, Isaac Blackman, for that interesting nugget.
Good to know. How much does a K2 weigh in mice?
Isaac, if you're listening, how much does a K2 weigh in mice?
And can we have the different layups as well, please?
A lot more, yeah.
Is African or European mouse as well? That's
what's running through my mind.
Yeah. You guys are on the same wavelength.
Yeah.
Oh,
Lots
God.
of Monty Python fans here. That figures for a Sunday morning, Easter Sunday morning in England.
All the Monty Python fans would have appreciated that. I hope.
Yes, yes. Or rolled their eyes, maybe. Which K2 is this? Was this this is the one that was just in struggling a bit? Oh, yeah, okay. That was a brace strip that we just saw.
Oh, you got Walsh and
Yep.
You see, if they've made a decision to quit here, they will start paddling nicely, and then you'll get to this point and think, oh, we're paddling all right now.
Yeah.
Do we carry on?
Yeah.
And it's like we talked about when we saw that crew at Reading. In our minds, we're going, oh, is it safe to put them back on the water? And you got that same thing.
We should check if that was one of the crews that ended up retiring or not. Actually.
I don't think there is any way these guys in this boat are going to pull themselves out. I think they are. If they're not going to carry on, they're going to be forced off the river.
Yeah, they don't look.
There's no way you get down to Teddington and go, oh, well, it's probably not safe to carry on. You're just not in that state of mind. You're only thinking about getting to the end.
Yeah.
I've got a crew here just going the wrong side of. I say wrong side. There isn't such a thing as a wrong side. I've got a crew here just going on the less advantageous side of St. Stephen's 8. Oh, yeah.
Really? They came down river right of Teapot.
So they come down river right, and I think they're going to pop out just here. That will certainly upset.
Interesting choice. Maybe a crew who doesn't know this section of river very well.
Well, it will certainly upset the rowing club that's there.
Doesn't most of the flow go around the outside of the bend there, though?
No, not here. No, they've changed. You can just see their light there. But they do have a 4 in front of them, so
how long is it going to take someone to get down to Westminster?
That's the whole point of the race.
I
mean you two.
mean from Teddington, James, right?
I mean one of you two. Either Henry on the bike or the guys in the car.
Just looking at this boat.
It's about 40 minutes.
You can see a massive lean right hand side down.
Look at that. Oh,
Can't be comfortable.
Oh, so William Lawrenson wants to know if we're talking about house mice or field mice.
Oh, house mice or field mice?
House mice or field.
Oh,
we're gonna leave that to Isaac Blackman to answer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm going to stick to grams going forward.
How many mice that's worth? All right, Joe and Brindy's support crew has just arrived here at Teddington.
Well, they're a bit early because I haven't seen them through here yet. So.
Oh! Spoilers! I'm getting in trouble for outing them for their early arrival. They'll have two cars, so well, maybe three if we've got one of their crews down here already.
I think if you're getting support at every lock, and you've got 2 or 3 crews, someone might have come straight from Sunbury down to Teddington.
They've still got a little ways to go until you see them, Henry. They're just at Teddington.
Right, yeah. So I've got one boat in sight here, and then I've got another just on the horizon. But my dot watching app is not my live stream isn't my live tracking isn't working at the moment, so I can't work out who it is. But this is
Whereabouts on the Royal? Oh, you're down near Royal.
I am outside Albany Albany Outdoors Canoe and Sailing Centre, opposite Royal Canoe Club. So here we go.
It looks like Joe and Brindy are downstream of Ravens 8, maybe.
Okay.
Joe and Brindy are
they'll be in sight soon
Ravens
then.
8? Oh my God! Yeah, that's why their crew's here.
Okay, so this is 317.
Hey, okay, we've got the Tom and Andy support crew just arriving here as well. We've got Mike Lambert here, who's circumnavigated the UK. Check out, we're live on the live stream. You can Billy and John come through yet? Billy and John have already come through. Oh, wow. They've hit the tide. I think they're running a lot faster than they expected, and they've arrived, I'm guessing, earlier than they anticipated.
So Billy and John are actually currently downstream of Ilsworth 8.
They're downstream. James, say that again. They're downstream of.
They're just downstream of Ilsworth 8.
Ilsworth Gates.
8, the island.
Ilsworth 8. I'm sorry. Between here and Richmond still? Oh.
No, downstream of Richmond.
No, downstream of Richmond. Yeah. They came through. We're about to try and race to catch them at the finish in Westminster. That's how.
Yeah, they came through about 10 minutes before high tide.
Yeah. So they've been, I think, faster than they anticipated.
They've flown down.
Yeah. Are you with Tom and Andy today? Yeah. Any word on how they're feeling?
I think everyone's suffering.
Everyone is suffering. That's what the king of suffering. If you've watched Mike's documentary, you got to check it out. Yeah.
The arms are looking like as soon as they get here, should have a little bit more flow with them. So
a little better, yeah. And they'll have more of an advantage compared to Billy and John, who went a bit early. So
I've just got another crew coming through,
like a mill,
and I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike.
I'm pretty sure I've got eyes on a fast crew because their technique is vastly different to everyone else's.
Could it be Joe and Brindy already?
No, I think this is the Dutch crew.
No. Oh, the Dutch crew.
Oh, right, yeah.
They've been having a good race this year.
So we got a crew there.
To be honest, it's really hard to see what's actually going. Oh,
yeah, sorry.
It's very hard to. Earlier on, I couldn't tell if it was a rowing boat or a K2.
Yeah, I'm afraid my camera is pretty grainy. I'm filming on a potato. I can't work out who that is. But up here we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crews all coming through.
So yeah, we have a full leaderboard update at Shepperton, which puts Tom and Anushka in the lead at 13:46. Joe and Brindley second in 13:48, so only 2 minutes behind. And 3 minutes behind them, Butler and O'Grady, 13:51. 6 minutes behind them, Andy Burkett and Tom Simmons at 13:57. Then you've got quite a big gap down to David Hawken and Dan Palmer running at 14:31. So at that point, they're probably out of contention now. As we were talking earlier, that's only 11 minutes between the top 4 crews at Shepperton, which is super, super tight. If anyone goes for a swim, that's the
Can
end
we
of it.
scroll through that leaderboard very, very slowly? I barely had enough time to even clock the names in what order.
So I can read it out for you again if you like.
Well, yeah. But as in the graphic, it's quite quick. It's quite quick.
Wow, there's a lot going on.
The crews, the graphic times are actually the ones that I read out earlier through Shepperton as well. So it's what James just said. The top 3 crews are within 4 minutes of each other, and Andy Burkett and Tom Simmons are 6 minutes behind Billy and John. That's as of Shepperton, which is quite a ways upriver from where we are now. So that's the latest GPS tracking data that we've got. So yeah, you can see us now going a little bit slower, but that's still really tight from those top crews.
Right, I'm pretty sure this is the Dutch International crew that I've got in the middle. They're looking pretty solid compared to some of the other crews that have come through here. They're in time. Their hands are still actually reaching up to their shoulders, whereas a lot of other crews, they're down by the waist and they're really sort of floundering around.
Yep. That was, and that's what we just heard from Mike Lambert, who's supporting Tom and Andy at this stage. He said everyone's suffering. Those arms have come down. We talked about that a little bit earlier in this morning's live stream when we were watching from Raysbury.
Sorry, this is 317. 317. It's not the Dutch crew, I'm afraid.
317.
317.
That's Hammond and Hammond.
Oh, Hammond and Hammond. Okay.
So they started at 8:20 yesterday morning.
Live stream.
But they look to be further down the course, 317, than you are, Henry.
Yeah, well, that is definitely them. And then here, I think I can't quite see. I think it's 313. I think 323. And then over the far side, you might just be.
Sorry, you just had 371 definitely go past.
Yep.
317 are quite a long way further down the river. So it's 371, which is Al Shickley and Evans.
We've got C2 here as well.
Oh, do we know who that is?
I can't see a number.
Oh, is that Walker and Whitehead? Pete Walker in the back? So Pete, I think that must be. Pete is going for his 8th senior doubles finish, so he's already a member of the 1,000-mile club.
312 maybe 310.
Definitely not 349.
Yeah, could be 3149. Yeah. It's really difficult to read these numbers when they're on the top deck and you're standing from the side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, we've got a crew here. Their timing is good. Their blades are high. They look fresh.
So this could be Hawken and Palmer.
Yeah, that looks about right. Yeah, the back end is snaking around a little bit.
Oh, that sounds right. From the rudder issues we've seen, that was really, I think, disappointing for that crew to have the rudder issues that we've seen really slow them down during this race. It looks like it's not going to stop them from finishing, which is good, but definitely a challenging time for them.
I can definitely confirm that is Blacktop Zach Steerer. That is David and Dan. I'll give it a shout out. Good Dan! Good Dan! Woo!
Our geographic lead boat is coming up to Chiswick Bridge. John and Billy are just going past Kew Gardens. So they are gaining on those first two boats. It'll be...
Give us an update?
Not right now.
No.
Okay.
But
It'll be interesting.
Timmy did Joe Peterson's support
Yeah.
crew. So
We're just
I do have
stalking
an update,
Joe and Brindy's support crew. What'd they say, Brett?
I'm not gonna share, because if the other crews are listening to this, it's not fair. But I think all's wellish. But they have been updated on.
Here's Nushy and Tom's support crew.
Yeah, they have been updated on their splits, which they weren't being updated at Reading. They didn't want to know, but they have now been updated.
Yeah.
And I think at this stage, that's good for them. That's what they want.
I think you've just got to be so careful. It's still all about getting to the finish. Be aware of what's going on around you, but the last thing you need to do is think, this is tight, I'm going to push, and then your body is so stressed that even if you just try and squeeze it a little bit, you can just go pop.
It's really true. And I remember, in our race, James, hitting the Tideway section, it was really, really difficult. My body temperature started dropping, even though it was probably similar weather conditions as it is out there today. And you don't get support stops there, right? And so if you've not taken on enough fuel to get you through that Tideway section, that can be a nutritional error that can really create issues down the line. And it's hard to push. It's hard to push at this stage.
Yeah.
Who's that, Henry?
Boat going through. Folding boat going through on the far side there.
Folding boat. Wow.
That'll be one of the Marine crews, Royal Marine crews, I think.
Is that Borden Earl, maybe?
We got a.
Are they bright yellow buoyancy aids, Henry?
Yes, very.
Yeah, so I think that might be Borden Earl, who are 359. Henry, are you going to maybe pop down to Teddington?
Yeah, I'm just reading the prompts now.
Yeah, sorry.
I can't see what I'm being instructed to do whilst filming. So
that's all right.
Sorry,
so if you
Billy and John have come through earlier than we were expecting. We were hoping that all of the crews would be a little tighter through here, making our streaming strategy a bit easier. But we've got to make a call on who's going to try and run to Westminster to catch Billy and John's finish versus who's going to stick around at Teddington and wait for the other crews to come through. I mean, they are coming through pretty soon, but...
I've just got the, I think that's the Dutch crew just coming in here.
So Billy and John have managed, last year they were the last boat on the water for most of the race. And this year they're looking like they could easily be the first boat to finish.
It's a real turnaround. And I feel a little almost like whiplash from it, because I was expecting them to have a more similar strategy this year, and it's just totally different. But I mean, it's gone better for them, I would say, to have taken a more chilled approach and maybe underestimate themselves. It seems that could result in them having a quicker time and better performance overall. We'll see based on how the Tideway section goes, where I think they're still going to get penalized for hitting that a bit too early. Oh, here's Dylan and Wendy's support crew.
So we've had a request. This is mostly for Tim doing the production, from Bill Sharp saying, could we have slightly slower leaderboards when they come up, which I think is something we've already started doing.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I was trying to tactically point out earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not all of us read at a high level.
But any comments or any information you'd like to know, we'll try and get it to you. Just let us know.
I've just gotten an update from Dylan, Kirk, and Andy Hall, the likely C2 winners today. So I was asking their support crew how they're going and what happened to Mike Thornton and Sam Bowen. So it sounds like Dylan and Andy are going really well. They're really happy, which is great. So their support crew is really pleased. And it is Sam and Mike. So we saw them at Dreadnought
think it
Reach last night or very, very early this morning, and they looked good. And then they ended up pulling out at Marsh. So they took a swim just above Marsh, and Mike got really, really cold, and they had to pull out, which is really, really gutting for them. And I would actually say, when we spoke to Dylan and Andy, you can go back and rewatch this on yesterday's live stream from Devises. I asked them about sort of what they thought their advantages were, and Dylan said, that stability when the conditions get tough, and it sounds like that could have actually played a role in how the race played out, given that Mike and Sam took a swim. So that's,
I think.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think, James?
Well, did you say they took a swim?
Yeah, they took a swim. I mean, that's pretty.
Oh, no. So I don't know
I
if you
can't even
remember this
imagine the
one.
last time Mike Thornton would have taken a swim. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I did in our pre-race chatting. I did say I think Sam and I don't know if they were in the lead, but I said I thought they'd be there or thereabouts, but I didn't know if they'd make it to the end.
Yeah.
Just because of the level
right,
they
James,
would expect.
You're with it with the predictions. You've been keeping receipts this whole time.
I have. So I don't know. I had a funny feeling.
Yeah. Well,
But
they came together really late as a crew.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was it really. We've had a question in the comments about what was that about a penalty for 328? Maybe I don't think we said anything about that. Have we got a list? Yeah, I'm judging by the name that it's a Dutch fan. Seems to have Jouke's surname.
Oh, okay. So the Dutch crew has just gone past you, Henry, right, in Kingston?
I think Henry might be coming down to you in Teddington, so I don't think he's online at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so, but it looks like it's all...
Oh, I bet this is Dylan and Andy.
Yeah.
Sorry, James, say again?
I was going to say, it looks like it's all go where you are. We've got 3 boats in the shot, which is really amazing. Maybe 4, actually. Is there one on the bank?
There's actually 6 boats in shot here right now. We have Royal Marine 371, 319, I believe, who is looking a little bit worse for wear. Another boat behind them I can't see. Those are the 3 that have pulled into Teddington for some longer rest stops right now. And then if you look further out, there's 3 more boats pulling into Teddington. There's 2 K2s and 1 C2. I believe that C2 is Dylan and Andy, who we were just speaking about. Is that Kate? That K2 is not Joe and Brindy, is it? Oh, Horkin. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
yeah, go ahead.
So this is Jouke's brother, and I think it was just a slight miscommunication between us, and maybe we were jumping around on topics. Believe it or not, there isn't a script. We're just winging it. But no, how did Dan and David look like they're going? I mean, they're really motoring by the look of it.
Yeah, that's them in the front there, Brett? You've got the binoculars.
Yeah. I
So
mean, it looks like their K2
good.
hasn't been. I don't know if their rudder's been fixed, but it's.
No, I think that
it's moving. A bit funny.
It does look better.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move the camera.
Can we see them getting out at the portage?
Get there. Yep.
So, and I feel like this is a really great example of the time that it can cost you. Like all these guys that are out, it's really hard, but they just need to get back in their boats and get moving. You're not going to be able to rejuvenate yourself at this point. You've just got to have enough sugar to get yourself to the line.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
All right, so this is David Horkin and Dan Palmer. They are getting a support stop on the island just in front of us, and you can see Teddington Lock right next to them. The C2 here is not Dylan and Andy. Apologies for getting that wrong. This is Pete Walker in boat 349.
Amazing. So I've said it a few times now. This is going to be Pete's going for his 8th straight through finish. So he's already a member of the 1,000 Mile Club, but he wanted 8 straight throughs.
That is really impressive. I'm sure he'll be pretty comfortable at this point, having that much experience under his belt.
Yeah, I think most of those are in K2, I think. He's only recently come to C2. These guys took the win for the series, Waterside series in C2. And the fastest boat to finish all 4 races, which is really great going for them.
Yeah.
So we've just had in our comments, William Lawrenson has clarified what we were talking. We were talking about the Dutch crew, and then we were talking about time lost on the Tideway, I think, and how the lack of flow can cost time. So that, yeah, as far as we know, there haven't been any time penalties given out.
No, there might have been a few stops. I thought I saw something about maybe Dylan and Andy were stopped at some point due to an ambulance going through. So they could get, the crews could get a couple minutes back here and there.
That rudder's
I
still
haven't
broke.
heard.
That rudder's
Yeah, the
still
rudder's
broke.
still broken, isn't it? All right.
Yeah.
What
So
sort of broken are we talking about?
It was flopping around. So they've made it down the
wow.
entire course, but it was really floppy.
It's still the same.
So we've got you can't see it on camera, but we've got the binoculars out, and that is a floppy rudder. So Dan and David are at Teddington Lock. They've just stretched their legs, and they are walking the portage. But I think their stop was a little bit shorter than Billy and John, so it's they're still probably going to keep making pretty good time. Oh, almost a jog coming from.
We will probably be seeing Brindy and Joe.
Yeah, we're going to get Brindy and Joe here real soon. And there's another K2. That's the Dutch crew. All right, we've got our Dutch fans in the chat. So Jouke and Floor, you can see them in the yellow hats coming in right here. They're easily recognizable, and I think because I tracked them last year as well, it makes it easy to recognize them coming down the course.
The Dutch crew somewhere.
Yep, they're in the bushes. I'm going to go back to my other spot so you can get a wider view of this bit of course. But the Dutch crew are just if I say in the bushes, it probably sounds worse than it is.
Dutchmen hiding in the bushes.
Yes. The Dutch crew is getting a little support stop right at the beginning of the island here. So there's not that many options for support on the island side. The island side is a bit lower, so it's easier if you want to get out your boat compared to the regular land side. You can see how high that get out is versus on the right. So the island is a bit
Joe and
preferable.
Brindy's crew there, so I think they'll get support there as well.
Yes, I think that's right. That's is that Timmy leaning out over?
No, it's,
that's one of Joe and Brindy's support crew.
Yeah.
There's a folding boat coming in ahead of us, so we can check which boat that is in the tracker. But they might be one of those folding boats that left about 5 a.m. yesterday.
Joe and Brindy should be off in the distance for you. It looks like a group of 3 boats coming around the corner
towards you.
Boats.
Okay. Jouke and Floor have just taken their K2 out of the water.
Okay, that might. Hopefully, that's just to give it a tip or get some decks on it or something. There's really not that much space on that side of the island.
No, there's really not much space. So I'm not sure. Brett, you're gonna have to take your binoculars. Well, it's hard to see through the bushes, isn't it? Maybe they've just done that to take a longer break and get out the way of Joe and Brindy.
Yeah,
I wonder if that's what it is. We're hoping there's nothing wrong with them and they're just taking a slightly longer break here.
There's a fast crew coming, so that has to be.
Yep, I can see
This is going to be
the,
Joe and Brindy coming in.
Okay.
They're
oh my God.
Can we get a time check as they come under the bridge?
Yes, we can. Let me do. Should I do stopwatch again?
Oh yeah, we love stopwatch.
Newbury, and that was great. Okay, so I'm gonna get my stopwatch ready.
Can you see them from the point at which they push off the bottom of Teddington Lock?
Oh, good point. Because we want to time it from when they're going. When they actually go through the lock.
Because otherwise, depending on who stops where, it might be completely irrelevant.
Yep. No, you're right. We'll have to see.
But it's all coming together. It's amazing watching. This is really great having you guys on the screen and then looking at the tracker. I mean, the tracker is a real game changer. So my first EW was the first year that they trialed trackers, and because we were in contention for the C2 win, which we managed to pull off. We got given a tracker. It just makes life so much easier for the support crews, rather than thinking, oh, have we missed them? Have we not? Where are they? Are our calculations right? You just have an answer. And also watching the concertina effect. We had boats. I think when our last boat came through Newbury, the first boat had already finished going down the Henley Strait, and now the spread is really tightening up. That first boat is under Barnes Bridge. John and Billy are still slowly closing in on first boat geographically. Unfortunately, our last boat on the water looks like it's Tilbury, Clark and Westall.
Oh, okay.
So they're at Chertsey now. Incidentally, it looks like I think they might have pulled out just because of the way their tracker looks like it's on the way down the road, which is a real shame.
That's too bad. How are Poole and Tebbit doing? Because we're a little bit worried about them making the cutoff, aren't we?
I'm just finding. Do you know what their rates now? Oh, I found them now. So they are just coming through Sunbury.
Okay.
I think they're at Sunbury Rollers.
They've got 1 hour. I think the tide window closes at 9:50, which is almost exactly 1 hour.
So
it's doable from Sunbury. Yeah.
I think it's about 8 miles. I think.
Okay.
So on a low.
Okay. So they should.
I'm basing that on. It's about 5 miles from that last pound, Hampton Court down to Teddington. Is that about 5 miles? And I think it's about another 3 miles up to Sunbury. You probably know that better than.
Don't you hit Molesey before Sunbury?
Yeah. Sorry, I was calling that Hampton Court.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
That's the big thing on the map.
Same place, multiple names.
Yeah.
So this is Joe and Brindy coming in now. Yeah, no, I think, James, I think you're right. And I think they could do that within an hour. And I have to imagine that the marshals at the lock here will probably try and, if they see that it's a difference of 2 minutes, I'd have to imagine they'd try and keep that open for
Unfortunately, I don't think that's how it will work.
Okay.
I think the time is the time.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
Which it's tough, but so we've had a question in the comment just quickly before Joe and Brindy come in. We've had which boat had rudder issues? That was David Hawkin and Dan Palmer, which I think they picked up at Hungerford.
But they've made it through, all the way from Hungerford with a floppy rudder, and they are still going strong. That's a really impressive crew. Okay, absolutely. I think Joe and Brindy are looking pretty good here. They're pulling in right where the Dutch crew, Jouke and Floor, just pulled in. We haven't seen Jouke and Floor in a few minutes, but they might just be, I think they may have just taken their boat out to take a longer break here before heading down the Tideway. Hopefully nothing has gone wrong for them. We haven't seen anyone come back through. Joe and Brindy are moving really fast here.
Are they still up on the island there, the Dutch crew?
The Dutch crew are continuing.
Oh, they are continuing. Okay, great.
Yeah,
Good. They're just taking a longer break. All right. Well, that'll be a good update for our Dutch friends on the stream. Joe and Brindy are moving pretty quick here, putting on spray decks, getting water.
Getting out of the boat. They're still in the boat.
They're still in the boat.
This is exactly what you should be doing. You stay in the boat, take everything on that you need, and just get moving.
Yep.
This is a perfect example of it. They might yet stop and get out, but I'm imagining this is exactly what everyone should be trying to do at this point.
Yep. And actually, there's no point in really, well, I guess you want to, because you put your spray deck on right before Portaging, which is slightly suboptimal, but they'll have the zip ones that make it easier to do that, I think.
Yeah, and as we found, some crews do even double deck on this, just to really try and keep as much water out as possible. So you've got them with you, so you might as well use them. It also helps with any potential deck implosion if you end up with a wave landing in your lap, which is possible. So it's so tight. But like we were saying earlier, Tim and I were chatting before you guys picked it up. The Tideway it's the most dangerous part of the race by far.
Yeah.
And a swim will change everything for any one of these crews. Like we were talking about back at Newbury, these are top level boats. They are difficult to paddle at the best of times. Yep. Just because you're comfortable in it doesn't mean it's any better. It can all go wrong in the blink of an eye. So although it's so tight, but
Yeah.
a mistake will cost you the race still, which is an
Well, and
amazing
that's-
position for us to be in.
Yeah. And I mean, that was what we saw from the C2 race, which was, you know, trading basically 3-minute difference here and there between the C2s earlier. And then Mike and Sam took a swim, and that changed the race, and it took them out. So as you say, James, like we don't know. These are
what
great.
have we got going on down with Joe and Brindy? It looks like they just pushed off, but now they're back on the bank.
They're
Joe,
taking
Joe was
longer.
missing something.
Joe was missing something. Okay. They're taking a little longer than I expected there. To be honest, I think that might have been slightly slower than Billy and John.
Are you ready with your time?
I'm waiting until they go. When do we want to time them? We want
Oh,
to time
yeah,
them
like
from-
ideally at the get-in for the portage.
at the
Like, where
get in
they're
for the
getting back
portage.
in the
Okay.
boat.
And I think this is Tom and Andy. So you can see Tom and Andy on the video there. I'm going to switch the video to Joe and Brindy so we can stopwatch them from when they arrive.
Brindy looked more smiley than Joe.
Oh, okay. Well, I would say that's pretty par for the course for them.
Is it?
This has been caught on recording now, but yeah, Brindy's a little bit smilier than Joe on an average moment.
Well, I'd say it would have been Joe.
All right, I'm gonna get. Okay, we've got the stopwatch ready. So.
Oh, I guess when they're out of the boat. Just 'cause
How
that's
about we'll
easy
just
to
do
see.
pulling into the. I'm just gonna do pulling into the portage because I've started the stopwatch. Okay, now here's Tom and Andy. Can you see them here? And we're gonna try and get a view of them doing their support stop. Okay, so Joe and Brindy are out of the boat. I've got the stop. They're running. Joe and Brindy are running. All right.
Don't slip. Don't slip.
I know. No, they look solid. On Paddlecast, when Billy and I were doing our pre-DW chat, definitely check out Paddlecast if you haven't already. And please do subscribe to Paddler Media on YouTube as well. We do a lot of really cool Paddler Media content about not just DW, but lots of other awesome paddling news around the world. So subscribe to make sure you can follow along with that. But on Paddlecast, Joe was kind of knocking Brindy for maybe not doing enough running because he thought her legs could be hurting more at this stage of the race. Brindy's a very, very good runner, but she hasn't put in the volume that some of these top paddlers have. But she was just jogging there with Joe. So I think we'll find out if she's maybe proved Billy wrong and pulled it off with a bit less running. Okay. Andy and Tom are out of the boat. So that's that black K2 that you can see towards the left of the screen. It's the folding boat. And then it is Andy and Tom. I mean, James, you were just saying what you want to do here is stay in the boat, right? And here we see Tom and Andy out of the boat, kind of.
It's just if you really have to, then maybe do it. Like if you're going to tip the boat just to get the water out of it before the tideway, it might be worth doing. But for me, it's you just want to take on. So like when we did our race, we pulled in at Teddington, we stayed in the boat. We had a Velcro spray deck to go on the front of the C2, so our support crew put that on for us. But it's just extra time, and it's an extra. Why you're already having to get in and out 77 times? Why are you going to turn that into 78 times?
Yeah.
So just in the comments, we've had a shout out from Glyn Davis asking us to cheer on Emily King. Unfortunately, because she's doing the stages race, this is the non-stop race, so we won't be around to see Emily.
But I bet she's already started today. She's done great for the last couple of days. So we're going to be tracking her progress on the stages race tracker. How are Joe and Brindy doing?
Well, actually, yeah.
Yeah? Are they feeling pretty good? High spirits? High, that's what we were just saying. Brindy was smiley at least. We were less sure about Joe, but I said that's okay. Joe was also smiley.
On the inside
Okay. That was kind of how I felt. I was like, I'm not sure that's I think they're about average.
We will see you at the finish.
Awesome. See you at the finish. Good luck. All right. So that is Joe and Brindy's support crew. I've got the Dutch crew back on camera here. Jouke and Floor, they have put back in, and they are going to be pushing through to Westminster.
So it looks like Sharp and Freeman look like they're just approaching Royal Canoe Club. So they'll be with you within 5 minutes.
I've just seen Nushy and Tom's support crew here. And they just walked away. I think they were scouting the competition. I think they were literally here scouting Joe and Brindy to see how they're doing, so they can update Tom and Nushy on it.
I think
just crossed back across the bridge, and I'm not sure where they're going to catch Tom and Nushy. And
I would guess that they were doing exactly what we did and just getting a stopwatch on them so that they can say this is where you're at.
Yeah.
But again, I come back to it. Even though these guys are at such a high level, they've put themselves through so much already. If you start, you've just got to get to the end and hope that it was enough. If you start trying to race it at this point, you're still looking at an hour and a half. It's a long, long way to go. If you push too hard in that first half an hour, the last hour is going to be dreadful, and you risk injury or a swim, or you've just got to take. It sounds so counterintuitive. You've just got to take it easy and get to the finish.
Take it steady. Yep.
It's all you can hope. We saw Danny Beasley and James Smythe a few years ago went all out for the win. That was just their sole goal, as far as I'm aware, was go all out for the win, and they ended up pulling out on the Tideway. So they gave up a solid second place because they were going to win. That was their goal for the year. So
I've got Scott LeBlanche and Almir Bala in front of us now at Teddington. So I think they've done. I'm not actually sure if they've done a stop at all. If they did, it was really, really quick. They might have done it further upriver potentially, because they look pretty kitted out and happy how they are. So I think this will be a pretty good race for them. I think they might be in the top 10. We'll have to double check the leaderboard, but that's the Barking and Dagenham crew. The bad boys, BAD.
Coming into you now, you've got boat 375, which is Stevens and King. But then behind them, it looks like there's a group of maybe 4 to 6 boats. And coming steaming through will be Sharp and Freeman.
Okay. I'm
So
going to catch. Okay, so Tom and Andy have just pushed off, and I've got that stopwatch going. So, James, you can write it down. So, Tom and Andy have gotten to Teddington Lock at 5 minutes and 47 seconds behind Joe and Brindy. And that is a much bigger difference in terms of their actual times, because Tom and Andy started ahead of Joe and Brindy. So I would say that's a pretty solid lead for Joe and Brindy at this stage. Sorry about that camera angle. There you go. You can see them. They are looking a little bit slow. Tom and Andy are not running. Despite being the strongest runners, arguably the strongest runners out there, who I saw run through the entirety of Froxfield at Waterside D. That was a slow portage.
This is exactly what I was talking about yesterday, which is that although I don't know what their plan was for the DW, but although you can cover those sections of canal quicker by running the locks, it can take it out of you.
Yeah.
Further down the course, this whole thing is a game of, we talk about in marathon canoe racing in the US, you talk about how many matches you've got to burn, and if you burn all your matches early to make up time, and suddenly you've run out and someone else still has a pocket full of them, it's difficult. Adrian in the comment, Adrian Hall, is that Andy's brother maybe?
That's Andy's brother. Adrian and Andy still hold the junior C2 record from, I think, 1989. The DW junior C2 record has not been broken since they set it in 1989. Can you see Tom and Nushy? What was Adrian saying, James?
So he was just saying he can remember waves breaking over his head in the front of the C2 in 1989. He was also reminding us that Crew 309 is going to be coming into Teddington pretty soon. They are one of the boats that are around Tom and Nushy.
We think we've got eyes on which one. So there's 3 boats on screen right now. I think you can actually see that at a distance. Brett, which one is Tom and Nushy? The last one?
It's, as you're looking at it, the 3 boats is the one
the right
furthest
most.
to the right hand.
That checks out, because I can even see from this far away. I can recognize their technique actually, and I can see that they're looking really strong. They've got nice high hands. It looks like from here.
So the group of boats, but it looks like there are a few people stopped at Royal Canoe Club. So you're going to have Tom and Nushy coming through, then a gap, and then that will be the C2 of Hall and Kirk.
And let's give an update about Emily King. So Emily is on day 3 of the stages race. So we're not able to see her here because she's at a different location. But she started off day 3 already earlier this morning, and she has made it through Bray Lock in 1 hour and 42 minutes. Emily has been finishing near the end of the pack each day, but she's been making the time cutoffs. And I think she's probably hitting her goal, which was really to, go out there and prove that this race is doable for stand-up paddleboarders. She and Paddy McCormack have been doing great. Paddy's been going really, really well. He's a pretty top-end stand-up paddleboard athlete from Ireland. And he's been finishing actually ahead of a good number of the K1s and the junior doubles, which is really impressive. So what we'll see this year is hopefully another strong day of stand-up paddleboarding and hopefully more in the future. You can go back to yesterday's live stream from Devises to hear from Paul Fielden, who's the DW race director, to hear more from him about sort of why they've added SUPs to the race, what they're thinking about this year's trial class, how they're approaching it, and what the future might hold. So that was a great chat with Paul. I think basically the race has understood if they don't evolve and get more SUPs involved, then the race will not thrive.
So
yeah, go ahead,
just
James.
Jumping back to what's in front of us now, you can get a sort of clear picture of the crew at the front here, who have just given absolutely everything.
This one down here.
Tom and Nushy. Oh no, sorry, the boat that's just coming under the bridge. And then you compare that to, I think that's Tom and Nushy behind. You see their paddles are still nice and high.
Yeah, so that's 375 down there. They look really tired. And
but doing it for different reasons.
Yeah.
So that's Stevens and King. So they set off 10:30 yesterday morning. So they're 22 and a half hours in.
We've got, I don't know if you can hear it on the stream, but we have a lot of cheering happening for Tom and Nushy. This is a crew that, I think a lot of people are rooting for, especially after their win last year. To see a mixed crew win 2 years in a row as well, which is what we might, it could still all change on the Tideway, right? But it's the 2 mixed crews in the lead right now. In a history of DW that's been almost entirely dominated, with a few notable exceptions, by men's crews. And maybe we're starting to see a new era where it's actually mixed crews that begin to dominate this race. I would certainly be really excited about that. They look amazing, don't they? What do you think, James? Not perfect.
Yeah.
Timing,
but if it was perfect timing at this point, you'd kind of go, well, could you have pushed a little bit harder?
That's true.
You've got to find,
I'm going to give a shout out to the crew of Sam Reese-Clark and Mike Reese-Clark, who raced the Thames 200 Ultra, which is the same distance as DW, but all on the Thames River. And when they got to the finish, they still had perfect technique. And I have never, to be fair, they were not really pushed that hard. They were dominating that doubles race by a long way. But they really set a standard. Okay, Tom and Nushy are still in the boat. They've not got out of the boat. So, James, they're following your recommended approach.
Absolutely. They've clearly been listening. I think I taught them everything they know. Something like that. Maybe they taught me everything I know. It's one of those.
Yeah. They look good, though. I'm not seeing any... There's nothing frantic happening, right? I think,
Mm-hmm.
If something was going wrong, we'd maybe see someone running around for something they've forgotten or...
Yeah, could you just keep an eye out for Dylan and Andy coming in behind you? Yeah. Obviously, we want to keep an eye on that front of the race. I think it's really interesting what you're saying. We've had a shout out from Bill Sharp saying, please cheer Tom and Nushy from Isla and Poppy.
Okay. Look at that.
Off now.
That was the fastest of any stop that we have seen at Teddington from those top teams.
So, are you ready on your stopwatch?
13 minutes. Hang on. Wait. It is 13 minutes, 16 seconds. And
so
I
that's
bet
like
they're
less
gonna
than a
run.
minute in it, I think. They started about 14 minutes apart.
That's just incredible.
Yeah.
Little stop here. Maybe that's adjusting the spray deck. There they go. And they are, yep, that's a little jog. That's what I'm expecting from this crew. They've still got the legs. All right, I'm going to switch over to the C2. Go ahead, James.
Yeah. So sorry, I think it's so true what you're saying about mixed crews. I'm by no means an expert on this, but I think there's some significant research that shows that the difference between men and women just falls away over these really long endurance races, and that actually, again, sweeping generalizations, women can perform better than men over these really long races. So the mixed, absolutely. So the mixed crew really is. It's only a matter of time before we have an all women's pair that wins this race.
I think you're right, James, but there's not many ladies teams this year, and I was pretty disappointed to see that. So I'm really excited about the phenomenal success of the mixed crews, but maybe that'll be the next evolution, is that we see more women's crews starting to enter. I think Kat Burbeck is really she's got such a huge influence. She's out there with Fee today in a women's crew. Not sure they're going to make that veteran ladies record if we have any updates on that.
Well, so at Old Windsor, they were only 5 minutes down on the pace, which is still it was still in touch. We'll try and figure the time gap out. I'll probably wait until they come through Teddington to get an update on that.
Well, and there's a lot less portages at this section of the race, so
absolutely.
With Kat's knee being one of their biggest. Now, I will say, when we saw Kat and Fee at Raysbury, they looked a little bit less happy than I might have expected or hoped for. Kat was smiling, but Kat's, you've got to compare everyone to baseline, right? Kat's always smiling, and she was not as effusive as I might have.
Yeah. So just to update on Joe and Nushy's portage there.
Tom and Nushy,
Tom and Nushy. I timed that as 90 seconds. We got some video.
90-second portage.
90-second stop.
Oh, the 90-second stop.
That's
a
90-second stop, and Joe's was much longer
Joe and
than
Brady
that. We didn't time it, but
it was definitely
because
a lot longer.
They went back, which took an extra little bit of time.
Yeah.
But loads of encouragement there from Nushy to Tom. They're chatting.
Okay.
So just while
and you.
Yeah, go ahead, James.
Just while they're there, can you tell us we haven't got a brilliant view of what the C2 crew are doing. Can you just tell us what's going on down there?
They've taken their boat out of the water. They got out successfully, but with, you can tell they're hurting at this point. Everyone is really. I'm sure Tom and Nushy are hurting too, even though they don't look like it. They just, I think they're really good at pushing through the pain. They're putting the spray decks on the C2 right now. You were talking about those Velcro spray decks earlier. So they're getting those on the boat, doing some feeding. That looks like maybe some bag of sweets for Andy. Dylan's he's taken on some food as well.
Looks like raisins or something like that. But
so
at this point, it's just
you've got to take on some food here, some fuel. Hey, how are Tom and Nushy doing?
Good.
Yeah, they look great.
I think they're good.
Pretty comfortable.
They were nice and chatty, which is a good sign. Yeah.
Are they aware of their lead, and you've been keeping them updated with?
Well, yeah, we're not sure if it is a lead anymore. The times say
it's really tight.
We're saying a minute the other way at the moment. I don't know.
So can we just ask Lizzie if she knew it was this tight, how would she be approaching the Tideway?
Oh, Lizzie, if you were in their shoes and you knew it was this tight, how would you be approaching the Tideway?
Would you be trying to push for the win, or would you be just trying to get to the end and see how it goes?
Obviously, you'd push for the win.
You'd be pushing
but
for the
would you
win.
not get injured? Would you not risk?
Would you not try and pace yourself a bit? You think you could burn out? I think
at this point, pacing is kind of like done, isn't it? You're just trying to survive.
You're just trying to. Yeah.
Theoretical maximum pace.
So they'll be pushing. Will you give them any updates throughout the Tideway?
We might try and get to Putney.
Okay.
Give them updates there.
Yeah.
But
out of the two of them, who's going to push who along?
They'll push each other on. Yeah. They're good. They're strong.
Yeah.
Exciting.
Nice.
It's been a long time since. when you guys did it, you were way ahead of the next crew down.
Particularly exciting race, was it?
Well, it
Are
was.
they after your record, or are they? It was tight earlier. We're not sure that they've.
Oh, I think they're well over half an hour down.
Oh, okay. All
Yeah,
right.
No, it has to do like an hour.
But
No,
we've-
not
we've
going to make
waited
it.
for
Well, you
competitive
said a
race
quick.
for a
They
long-
said a quick time. What can you do?
Yeah.
Just our geographical lead boat is now downstream of Wandsworth Bridge.
Okay,
Um,
and
John-
Billy and John have made it past. Thank you, Lizzie.
Yeah,
Billy and John have made it past Hammersmith.
Yeah, they're actually approaching Fulham Football Stadium. So
Wow.
they're probably closing it. They're maybe a K and a half behind on the river.
Okay.
So it will be touch and go. This does go to show how the speeds do flatten out down the bottom end of the course. Everyone's getting a nice big push, and
Yep.
everyone gets down in much more similar times than they would do previously on the canal and further up the river.
Yeah. So we've got. I think we're probably going to move on to Westminster from here pretty soon, and. James, if we can keep you on the live stream, we might have a couple of us in transit. I don't know if Henry's going to be able to share some videos that he's maybe taken on his way to Westminster to catch Billy and John, or he might park at Hammersmith too. The C2 is still out of the water.
Henry.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Henry looks like he's on his way to Westminster.
Okay.
He's currently near Barnes railway station.
All right.
Yeah,
that's
I
near
think
the finish of the stages race, where we'll see the stand-up paddleboarders finish alongside the K1s and the junior doubles tomorrow.
We have still got a few boats.
We might miss Billy and John's finish. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, absolutely. Fiona and is that them
How are
now?
Kat and Fee doing?
They are going to be with you in a couple of minutes.
Okay, maybe we stick around.
They're just
for them.
coming. Yeah, they're just coming around the bend.
Okay, all right. Let's stick around for Kat and Fee. We've got Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe on the camera. I think. Can you see them?
Yeah.
There you go.
We've got the C2 pushing off.
Okay, CT is ready to go. I think probably Dylan and Andy have just taken advantage of the fact that they've got a massive lead in this race now. And so they probably took a slightly longer break, just knowing that they're not as pressed for time. Dylan wanted to get under 19 hours too. So if we have any data on how well they're pacing in terms of their time expectation, that would be great to grab. And then Rebecca and Al, since we saw their biggest competition for the mixed podium and the Century Cup retire from the race earlier, it was that Belgian crew who have a really strong international marathon racing background. I think Rebecca and Al will probably be getting some good encouragement from their crew and feel excited that they've almost got those goals locked up that they had set.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll see. Let me hop to. I'll give you a view of the C2 at the portage. So,
I just to interrupt slightly. I do find it obviously, Lizzie's extremely competitive. I think it speaks volumes about how I approach these races. That I'd be sort of worried about getting to the end, and she's just like, "Well, yeah, of course you push for the win."
Yeah. I mean, Lizzie is. For people on the stream who aren't familiar with Lizzie holds the mixed doubles record, which is what Tom and Nushy and Brindy and Joe would have loved to get today. They're not going to get it. Lizzie set that with Keith Moole in 2015 with slightly better conditions, not crazy good conditions, but slightly better. And Lizzie has a really impressive marathon kayak background in international racing.
So we just had it pointed out in the comments as well, saying the advantage of the mixed crew is less drag down the canal, which is absolutely true. So power to weight, it's another big advantage.
Absolutely.
We're saying that as a sweeping generalization, a mixed crew would tend to be lighter than an all men's crew.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, depending on who you're looking at, for sure, because that's
absolutely
not 100%.
No, absolutely. I did say sweeping generalization.
Yeah. No, definitely.
But a 100-kilo James and a 50-kilo Betsy are going to be quicker than 200-kilo Jameses on the canal.
I am not 2 kilos, but thanks, James.
Oh well, whichever.
We'll just say it's a significant
the point is
weight
valid.
gap between us and no, it's and we haven't seen many lightweight men's crews go down. I think that would be interesting to see. And even the mixed crews, the men in those boats are pretty tall and pretty heavier in the boat too. But we were worried about their trim earlier in the race, and it seems like that's not been an issue. No, it could present issues on the Tideway though, right? If they're hitting some waves.
Yeah, sorry. If you spin round, are you able to see Cat and Fee coming in?
We are let me see how close we get.
That's them.
I think on the Tideway, the equipment's so good now that hopefully everyone's got nice tight-fitting spray decks. It'll get damp and horrible like it always does. And obviously the water does get a bit dirtier. You're paddling in salt water, effectively.
Yeah.
So it's not as nice. It feels a bit crusty when it starts to dry on your face and things like that. But at this point, you're so sort of damp and horrible anyway that you probably don't really care. Just looking at the bridges, thinking, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? My first trip down the Tideway, I wasn't particularly familiar with it. And I sort of got to Wandsworth and I was like, this looks like Westminster. And then you realise, oh my God, it's not. We've still got an hour to go.
But and it's really brutal. And going back to our race, I remember at this stage, I mentioned earlier, I was really suffering at this stage of the race, and that was after I had a fantastic time through the night. I loved the nighttime section, but the Tideway was really, really brutal, and it really is like, is it this bridge? Is it that bridge? How far are we? It's not a section that we've got a couple of top crews that did Tideway recce's. So Joe and Brindy and Nushy and Tom both did Tideway recce's. So it's not completely new to them, but it's still tough. And I was asking you, James, at that point, I was like, okay, which bridge is this? Which bridge is this? How much further do we have to go?
But then even though getting out on the Tideway in any place is good, for me, it changes significantly below Putney. And I don't think anyone's been down there. It just gets so much more industrial.
No, you're right. And those Tideway recce's didn't go much. I think they only went down to Putney. So
Putney's still relatively friendly, and then you start getting the really. So for those of you that don't know, the rowing boats traditionally will row from sort of Putney to Kew. That's obviously the big part of the boat race course. But downstream of Putney, you don't generally get rowing boats going out. And it is really noticeable, even in the outrigger canoes when we do our Chiswick to Westminster race. You do feel that it is quite big water down there, and it's messy as well.
It is. It's really messy because it's tidal, but on a relatively narrow section of river still. The banks are really high, so you get a lot of bounce back. It's windy. You get this awful side chop. It's definitely my least favorite section of the Thames battle. This is Cat and Fee.
They're going. It's nice.
They're still going. They're struggling. I'm gonna guess. This is Fee's first ultra. For anyone who wants kind of to calibrate as to how difficult this is. So Fee is a Olympic canoeist. She has multiple world championships in slalom paddling. But this is her first DW. This is her first ultra marathon paddling race, and I'm gonna say she's struggling a bit back there.
This is still there's still a long way to go. The
timing. An Olympic paddler.
The timing does look like it's going there, which is it's a little bit early. But like I said, it does really demonstrate just how tough getting to the end is. Like everyone who finishes this race has my utmost admiration, because like we were saying yesterday, we finished in 19 hours, which is really quick for a C2. I couldn't have kept going for another hour. I don't know how they do it. So no matter how you get to the end, it is ridiculously impressive and a serious achievement. You know, whether you're doing that in 15 hours, I think even Ivan Lawler said whether you're doing it in 15 hours or 25 hours or even 30 hours. Can you imagine imagine trying to watch films for 30 hours. Even Sam Masoko watching, say you did a Lord of the Rings, you just kept watching all 3 films over and over again. Could you do that for 30 hours?
Let alone paddle down the river.
Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable. What everyone is doing is just so impressive. I think we get caught up in what we find the most interesting bit, which is the racy end of it. Yeah. But there's so many stories out there.
There really are.
And it's just, I love the race, but it's difficult.
It really is. We've got boat 310 coming through here. That's going to be one of those slower crews that you were just talking about, James. And they've got plastic paddles, which I think is rough. Kat and Fiona, I'm a little surprised to see that they don't have a smoother changeover going here. I think maybe they've been struggling for a while. We saw them at Raysbury, which was a while back now, 3 hours or so, and it looked like they were having a bit of a hard time then. So I think they're having a hard time. Their crew is trying to get their change of spray decks, so going from zip to full or elastic, right? And they were trying to put it over them while they're wearing their buoyancy aids. They've managed to get it over Fee in the stern, but Kat, they've just had to. They tried to get it over, it wouldn't go over. They've had to take her BA off. Now they're putting it back on. Yeah, I would expect it to be a little bit more well drilled here, but I think the crew is maybe having a tough time of it.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be slightly careful about the rules as well, and the rules around being on the river without your buoyancy aid on. That's just something I'd caution.
They've put it back on. They just
no. I completely get that, but I would be a little bit careful about being sat in the boat without a buoyancy aid on at any time. Just in case someone gets nitpicky, like I do.
Yeah.
Obviously, I wouldn't try and if someone's trying to take advantage, they could. Sorry, just in the comments we've had a reminder on. Please don't forget about boat 328, which is Yauka on Fleur. They've gone through Richmond. So they've also said in the comments they had very tough early morning, sick but carrying on. So I don't know if they've been getting some inside updates.
Well, that's it. Because Yauka and Fleur looked good when we saw them. They did take a really long break here, so maybe that was them kind of taking on some food or maybe some tummy medicine or something if they've been a bit ill. But they've done this. They did this race last year. Now maybe they're also struggling a bit because the water is going to be a lot slower for them this year.
Sorry, we've just had a very quick request saying, can we pan out and try and get boat 304 in?
The one that's
I'm not sure where they are on the river. Obviously, Kat and Fee are just pushing off.
Oh, is that the boat coming down there? Right, check with the binoculars if you can see which boat that is. There's a boat coming down now, so we're just going to check with the binoculars and see which one that is.
Let's just keep half an eye on Kat and Fee going through this portage. We've also had a shout out. No, but just to see how it just gives. These are, like we were saying, this is a serious crew.
Fee is not.
It does show how difficult it is. We've also had a shout out from Sarah Butler saying, "Come on, Bill and John, Jackie Boy and Nana are cheering you on from home."
Oh, that is.
They're well down the course now.
They should be getting to Westminster maybe within the next 20 or 30 minutes, I would say.
I'll just try and get a check on that for you.
Despite how Fee and Kat's boat looks, actually the vibe was actually very positive.
The vibe was good. Okay.
Yeah.
Brett's
which you
just
kind
gone
of
down
expect
to
from
listen in.
Kat,
Yeah, Kat's gonna be she and Fee will be going for the finish here.
Yeah.
And she knows how to motivate someone who's struggling through the end of the race.
So Billy and John are just at Wandsworth Bridge. Their tracker is showing them right on the outside bank of the river.
Interesting.
Whereas the other crews going down are looking much closer to the middle. I don't know if there's anything to read into that.
I was going to say there could be a... oh, that's a K1 paddler, isn't it? That might be just a K1 paddler out for a training paddle. We thought that was a K2 coming down the course, and it's a K1.
Yeah, so our lead boat's just coming up to Battersea Bridge, or geographical lead, which is still... it might have changed over, Johnson and Margot. So it looks so close on the map, but there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but between 7 and 10k to go.
Yeah.
For them, John and Billy might not. It looks like they are still moving along, so I think the map might not be lining up quite.
I don't know if I'm wondering if maybe the GPS starts getting a bit of interference as you get closer into central London with a lot of tall buildings around. I'm not sure how that would
Yeah, I don't know, but they're still moving nicely.
Yeah.
They'll certainly be what we'd call the clubhouse leaders if we were playing golf.
I think we might wrap up our stream in Teddington so that we can get down to Westminster. We should have Henry in Westminster soon, hopefully in time for Billy and John's finish. And then we're really going to have to race down there to catch the other two crews.
Show me the way.
Drive safely.
We will drive safely and carefully, and I think we'll have to tune in the interim. We might be able to get a bit of footage of the finishing steps coming from the open tracking crew who are running the GPS today. And I want to give another shout out and thank you to Tango Charlie Light, who is sponsoring this Paddle Daily coverage of the Devises to Westminster race. It's a big undertaking that we're doing here, and really great to have Tango Charlie stepping up to support us. If you followed our coverage through the night in particular, we saw some Tango Charlie lights on these crews in action. What's great about the lights is that they are designed by a paddler for paddlers, and so you know that they'll fit your boat, as opposed to I think a lot of the homemade solutions that can be a little bit tricky. So they're custom designed for that, and it's looked like those lights that the DW crews used through the night performed really well. We saw some footage of those at the beginning in Devises as well. So
just before you sign off, Betsy,
Yeah.
we've got the GPS placings at Teddington show the lead boat 15, 14, 50 is Joe and Brindy.
Okay.
Only 50 seconds behind Sharp and Freeman.
Oh my God.
I
think that's what Lizzie was saying earlier.
Yeah.
That is insane.
And then only another minute 30-ish back to Billy and John in third place. They then
we said this could be one of the closest finishes.
Yeah, sorry, they have about a 10-minute lead over fourth place Burkett and Simmons. I think I don't know, I'll blow my own trumpet, but I've got nothing better to do. My predicted time was 17:08, I think.
And what do you think they're pacing to?
I think they might be a little bit quicker than that. But
oh my God.
Well, no, so 2 hours down the Tideway would be 17:14. So they'll probably be a bit
I
quicker
think
than
they'll be a bit quicker.
They might break
than
17
I'm
hours.
estimating between an hour 45 and 2 hours for their
Yeah, oh sorry, yeah, that's what I was saying. I think I've not quite got that one.
Yeah, but I was looking at the Tideway times from 2 years ago where there was more flow going down. And when Tom Sharp set the overall record with Keith Mole, I think they were like an hour 40.
But so Tom and Keith,
down the Tideway.
Based on that, Tom and Keith would be finishing right about now. So this is going to be an hour and a half longer than Tom's gone, I think, in a DW.
Yeah. And he,
anyway,
he and Nushy didn't race the Tideway last year because the race got cut short at Teddington. So this is this is new ground for them. For a lot of these crews, this is new ground. Billy and John, again, they finished second last year, but they finished early at Teddington like everyone else, and they didn't race that Tideway section. So it is it's a bit of an unknown. And with what, like a minute or 2 minutes between them, we've got no idea who's gonna win this.
Unbelievable.
I think we might have a podium, but I don't want to count out Tom and Andy, especially if one of those top 3 crews burns a bit too hot.
Yeah. Or if you get a rogue wave that pops a spray deck, that's
yeah. You
end up with the boat half full of water.
Yeah, you never know. All right, James, we've got to get to Westminster.
Yeah,
go.
Go.
I'm going to leave you to the commentary while we speed on down there.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to get a Teddington leaderboard. We'll obviously try and keep you up to date with what's going on, and get some footage from the steps, which should be coming in pretty close. Oh my word, it's me. So yeah, our lead boat is down at Chelsea Bridge. They'll be closing in on Westminster. We've just had another question saying Billy and John are going to be possibly going to catch the 2 crews in front of them. I think that's certainly a possibility. The gap is definitely closing. It looks like they're down to maybe just over a kilometre behind the lead boat. They'll be pushing on. Like I say, it's fun to get to Westminster first, but it does mean you've outperformed yourself and not got the biggest push down the Tideway. Lots of the time, that's not hugely important because there's usually bigger gaps between the crews than there are at the moment. But it's just so cool to be watching this pan out. Like we say, I think there was 7 seconds between the 2 leading mixed crews after Waterside D. You just think, surely that can't carry on. And now we've come through Teddington, 108 miles in, and then still within a minute of each other. And less than 5 minutes between the top 3. It just goes to show sort of just how good this race is from a racing point of view. Just checking the time. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Tim.
I was just going to say we have a fun little alternate angle of Tom and Nushy's portage here that we can throw up and take a look at. So
No, I don't think I need to come back. I'll just take more food. Yeah, I'm checking you in. Oh, you don't have one. It's not full.
So I think we can really see how everyone knows exactly what they should be doing. Looks like 3 people at the front, 2 people at the back.
Nushy. Nice crew talking to each other.
Oh yeah. Not my sexy day, bro.
That's it. It looks like it's going to be a quick stop.
Okay.
Getting comfy. Got very well-fitting jeans as well. Everyone's obviously made sure they've tightened their belts up.
Well done, Nushy. Well done, Tom.
You can really see the drive coming off to just be keen to get going again is just so impressive to keep that focus all the way through the night. I was trying to listen out and see if they got a time update.
At the very end, I heard somebody going 2 minutes off, 2 minutes off. Although I think the actual time gap there was a little bit closer. I think they're only about 50 seconds off Joe and Brindy.
Yeah. So something that's really important for support crews is making sure that they're being extremely clear with the information that they're giving to their boats, or their crews. So, like we when we were racing, Betsy and I were racing, we were getting a bit of information, and it's like, 3 minutes down, it's like, well, but what does that 3 minutes down on what? And it turned out it was like 3 minutes down on our schedule, and we were actually quite a long way ahead of. It might not have been 3 minutes. This is circumstantial, but making sure that the crew understand the information they're getting and they're getting an accurate picture of what's actually going on is just so important.
I think I may have been partially guilty for that, giving that information. So
I wasn't going to say anything.
I know who was on that support crew. So,
but presumably these are such a well-drilled crew. There's so much experience on the water and on the bank that really, if you're looking to put together a crew to do DW, you want, as a paddler, you want people that understand you and understand the race. And we looked at the quality of the support crews coming through. It's something for us all to really aspire to. Obviously, it's a bit late now, but a key part of your preparation for the race is making sure that your support crew understand what you want, what they need, and how they're going to get you from Devizes all the way down to Westminster. Obviously, this is support crews are pretty much signing off now. You might get a bit of verbal encouragement down on the way. I know you do get people out on bridges shouting you on, but you're so tiny and insignificant on the Tideway, particularly downstream of Putney, like I keep saying, that you just feel like a tiny little blob. Our lead boat now is just at Chelsea Bridge. So the river's really starting to, it's strange. It gets really massive at Battersea and feels awful. And then you come down through Chelsea and like you have Albert Bridge, Chelsea Bridge, that all look very picturesque. And then it's so hard to keep track of it. You're coming around Vauxhall Bridge, Lambeth Bridge, and then you can just see the London Eye poking out in the distance. It's still sort of the best part of a kilometre down from Lambeth to Westminster, but it just flies by. The speed is unbelievable. It feels so slow and painful, but you just whiz down. It's an amazing viewpoint, but you don't enjoy any of it. You're just sort of hoping that you get there and that nothing goes wrong, which it looks like everyone's going well down the Tideway now. Did we say the tide window closes at about 20 past 10?
No, it closes in 11 minutes, I believe. So we're going to have
11 minutes.
Yeah,
so
it's going to be very tight for a couple of the crews coming through now. It looks like we've got a batch of about 8 crews who are on the right side of Kingston Bridge, I would say, who I think will all make it in. But we've got a couple still up above Hampton Court. And I think, unfortunately, for those folks, it's probably
no. So just clicking through them, sorry, the last boat, we've got a few boats just coming into Teddington now. Then a little ways back, just through Kingston Bridge, we've got Paul and Tebbit, who've done very well getting down the course. But if it closes in 11 minutes, hopefully they haven't got a planned stop anywhere, and that might rush them down through Teddington. But you've just got to go for it at that point. You don't want to get stopped. Further back from that, we have crew 365, which is Avery and Avery. The Geisinger and Slayton, who, that would be so devastating if they don't make the tide window. So for those of you that don't know, they came over in 2023 as a C2 crew, and were one of the boats that got capsized by the Uber boat wash on the Tideway. So initially they were given a DNF, and then I think the organisers sort of had a moment of understanding and sort of said, actually, although you got power boated down to the finish, you were so close that we'll still give you a medal and a time. But if they get stopped at Teddington, that will be really, really sad. It does also go to show how difficult this year has been, having this many crews behind the tide window. Then we've got Langer and Thompson, who have a dark start time photo. So I'm just going to check their starts. So they started at 5:15 yesterday morning. So they were nearly 26 hours to Teddington. We've got boat 352, Ingpen and Bell. This is back up near Molesey now. Edwards and Forshaw. There's Hayes and Garstang, who look like they might already have got off the river. Just their tracker looks like it might be in some houses. You've got Passmore and Kelly, who look like they're probably at the rollers now, up at Molesey. unfortunately, those boats at the back are not going to make it down to Teddington. It is a hard cutoff, unfortunately. It's a 3.5 hour window, I believe. It might, or has that been chopped down, Tim? I can't remember if it was 4 and now 3.5, or it was 3.5 chopped down to 3.
I believe it was 2.5 this year. Let me double check. If it's 10:50, people have more time, but I will double check this.
But yeah, it would just be so. So we've had the full scope of people. We had a crew that got there too early and had to stop and wait, and now we've got crews that might not make it. So that planning is so key. Obviously, you don't know how your race is going to go, how it's going to pan out, but it's so crucial to have a good understanding of how your speed's going to vary down the course. Obviously, the headwind, as Owen Peake was saying yesterday in Devises, it's headwind, low flow is a tough year, and it got cold. It wasn't freezing like we saw 2013. There were paddlers going along with icicles hanging off their caps. I was supporting a C2 crew that year who we were chipping ice out of the bottom of the boat as they were going to save weight, at the portages. Their spare paddle that they carry actually got frozen onto the boat because of the constant drips of water that were landing on it, were just freezing. So it hasn't been too awful, but it is a challenge, particularly that if it stays below 10 degrees during the day, you can set up pretty comfortably. But having such a big swing from 2 or 3 degrees overnight, up 15 degrees during the day yesterday, it's really tough to get this right. So.
And I just double checked. It is closing at 9:50, so it was only a 2.5 hour tide window this year.
Wow, that's really tight.
So it's going to be really tight. We see Poole and Tebbit are now on the near side of Kingston Bridge, so they're just coming up around Royal Canoe Club right now. I think they'll probably be able to squeeze in, but I think unfortunately they're going to probably be the last boat to make it, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think you're right there, which is a real shame. Being forced to stop because you didn't make it cut it's a really tough thing. Sorry, I'm hypothesizing, but it must be so hard to know that there's no physical reason you have to stop. But safety is paramount, and that's why we have these time cuts. And hopefully these people come back stronger and harder next year and have another go. The one good thing about the DW is that it's there. It's always there next year. If something doesn't happen, you can just come back and have another go. Have we got a full leaderboard through Teddington? I think we've already done a full leaderboard through Teddington, actually.
So we don't quite have a full leaderboard put together because waiting for these last couple of folks to get through Teddington,
sure.
Especially for the top 10 to see where Poole and Tebbit wind up finishing in there. But we do definitely have a top 5, it looks like. So in first right now, the leaders through Teddington are Joe and Brindy in 15 hours, 14 minutes and 50 seconds. And then just 51 seconds behind them in second place is Tom and Nushy. We then have 2 minutes behind them is Billy and John. And then the gap starts to open up a little bit. There's about an 8-minute gap between Billy and John and then Tom and Andy. And then finally, we have David and Dan rounding out the top 5, about 40 minutes behind that. And then we have the Dutch crew, boat 328, is about an hour behind that. So you start to see a big gap opening up behind that top 5. But seeing we're going to see a really tight finish. It's looking
Sorry to cut in. Are we able to patch in that stream coming out from the steps?
That stream is not coming out of the steps anymore. They ended
no!
I'm trying to get a new link to the stream from the stairs. Just for reference, we had the finish. We briefly had a link at the finish, but we're also waiting for Henry to get set up. He has just gotten down to Westminster, so hopefully we'll have some streaming from the finish in a few minutes.
I just see our first crew. It looks like Johnson and Margot are probably going to cross the line first. Which, as we say, isn't necessarily a good thing for your overall race. But I think there's only about 1.5 kilometers, maybe 2K to go. And John and Billy are now up to second boat on touch and go. They'll certainly be able to see the boat in front of them. Yeah, they're a couple of maybe 100 meters back, but closing rapidly. Like I say, it's irrelevant, but it's a little bit of fun for us. Watching everyone go down the course. Ultimately, it means that all these boats got to Teddington a little bit early, which is a nice position to be in, but it does mean, like, I'm fairly confident that those front, particularly the 3 boats at the front, and then we've got 355, Jackson and Forrest, possibly even 305, which is Dobson and Rees Clark. They're all downstream of Putney now. Like I say, our lead boat will be coming. It's just gone under Vauxhall Bridge, and we'll be finishing within 10 minutes, I would assume. Like I say, it's a long way to go, but everything does move so fast down there on the Tideway. And they will be getting the full flow of the Thames now. So for those of you that don't know, the Thames down there is tidal, and it's one of the UK has some of the biggest tides in the world. So I think it's something like about a 4-meter difference in the height of the river from high tide to low tide. It might even be more than that. It could be less than that. But that's a huge mass of water that you have moving, getting a big downstream push. Obviously, you don't have the flow backing that up this year, but it's still very large. Other than that, I'm just trying to find out. I'm really keen to see. So Poole and Tebbit look like they're just coming into Teddington. Was it 9:50 on the dot that the window closes?
Yes, it was. And give me 1 second, and I think we're going to start getting some live footage from the finish line in just a moment.
So the time now is 9:49. Poole and Tebbit look like they're just coming past the weir at Teddington. So if they're not going to have time to stop, I don't know how strict the marshals are going to be. Oh yeah, that's perfect. We've got the view from the bridge. So the finish of the race is actually about 50 meters after the bridge, which a lot of people see the bridge and stop paddling and think, oh, we've done it. But it's not quite. You've still got a little ways to go. These guys at the steps, they're having a little bit of a chill now. It's going to get hectic. You watch the tracker, you're going to have those first few boats trickle in, and everyone's concertinaed together now. You've got people. First boat started 5:15 yesterday morning. Our last boat, I can't remember exactly what time we went off. About 5:30, was it? All aiming to get to Teddington within that 2.5-hour window, which is super tight. We'll see what's going on with Poole and Tebbit. The time is now 9:50. They're still upstream of Teddington. We'll probably be able to get a pretty quick update on what's going on with that through the tracking website. So I'm keeping an eye out at Westminster, even though I know there's not going to be anyone there yet, because I can see where they are on the tracker. But it's just one of those things you start just looking at it. Well, 338, it looks like they're just upstream of Lambeth Bridge, which is the second. If you look up through that first arch, so the rules are you have to get over. If you're coming downstream, you have to get over to after you come under Lambeth Bridge, you have to cross between all those moored boats and come down and finish on what on our camera is the left-hand arch. So everyone's going to be coming through there. Like I say, the finish is about 50 meters downstream of that. This is going to be a really great angle to see people coming in. As you can see, the steps crew there giving a good clean. So as the tide goes out, you can see the watermark on the bridge actually, of just how much water has gone already. It's very shallow. Once the water starts going out, it does get very shallow right up on this left-hand bank as we look at it. So it's important to try and stay in as far middle as you can to get the most of the flow. The racing is just unbelievably tight this year as well. Usually by now, you'd expect maybe a 15-minute gap. I can't remember what the closest, was it 8 minutes, the closest DW before today? So it'll be really interesting to see what's gone on.
This is going to be, I think, the closest by a fair margin.
Yeah, so it's just unbelievable.
There may have been one that was close. We may have had one within a minute finish ever, but I don't know. Having 3 boats within maybe 1 to 2 minutes of each other is going to be wild.
Yeah, so it looks like on the tracker, we've just gone back up to Teddington. Poole and Tebbit look to be downstream of the checkpoint, but not necessarily. They look like there's going to be 3 boats still upstream of the finish, or of the rollers, which is O'Leary and Ryan, Poole and Tebbit, and Hughes and Alden. So I'll be keeping a close eye on them to see if they start moving downstream or if they've been held. It would be heartbreaking if they were that close. But as we were saying, the rules are the rules. The time marches on, as they say. And it is a hard cutoff. There's no quarter given. Unfortunately, it does look like those 3 boats might be stopped. Certainly, boat 342 made it down. That's Sherwood and Reed. Oh, so 335 has just jumped down the course. That's Hughes and Alden. Yeah, well, our first boat must be going to come into Westminster any moment as well. Sorry, I'm jumping up and down my map. I'm only at Battersea. Oh my word. Yeah, 338 should be coming into view on that steps camera any moment. Do we know if we've got anyone down in Westminster yet?
So we have Henry, but Henry's going to be on actually right in front of Parliament, taking the photo across the river.
Oh,
so he's going to get the shot there, as he said.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we'll be able to provide commentary here as those crews come through. He'll be able to see them coming in, kind of get a sense for what they're looking like in real time. And then Betsy and Brett will be joining from Westminster when they get down there. They are on their way right now.
Yeah, so I think this view from the steps is really amazing. It's going to give us a really great, for those of you that haven't done the race, getting to the finish is really difficult. Walking up those steps is unbelievable. It's you kind of think you can do it, and suddenly you've been putting in all the effort, and suddenly everyone's just doing everything for you. It's amazing. This is where the support crews, if they've had a quiet hour and a half, the support crews just driving through London. The traffic might have been quite bad this morning, actually. What was it being a relatively late start? I think I can see our first boat on that camera coming through. Oh, it's so... I'm sat up in Bedfordshire at my dining table, but I'm getting all jittery about it. It's just, you can know the feeling of coming down that last straight, going... And you just enjoy it. You know you've done it, but it's not quite over. There was a brilliant interview with Johnny Wilkinson about the 2003 World Cup final. And he said, this is Rugby World Cup, as I'm sure you all knew, how he took the drop goal, he kicked the ball, he could see it was going to go through, but it hadn't quite gone yet. And he said it was just a perfect moment because you know you've done it, but it's not quite over. And it's that sort of feeling when you're coming under Westminster Bridge, is like you see it in the distance and you know you've done it, and you just think, oh my God, we thank God for that. And you've got to remember to enjoy these moments because it's such hard work. So yeah, there we go. The first boat has finished by now, I would have thought. That's Johnson and Margot, boat 338. First boat officially tracked at Westminster. 22:27:03. Someone stood in front of our camera, which is unbelievable. There we go. That's better. Now you see. So the steps crew taking good care of them now. These guys will all start turning around pretty quickly. If anyone can hear us at Westminster and can ask the gentleman stood in orange right in front of us to just move a little bit, that would be really handy. But I appreciate they've got a very good job to do. So lots of voices coming through, lads. Hard to follow. I'm very sorry about that. I don't know where that's coming from. I can only hear the one, which is my own. We've had a shout out. Keep on going, Bob and Gaz, boat 325. Absolutely. I'm just, while we see, so there we go. The walk up the steps. It's unbelievable. Oh, jogging up the steps. Clearly didn't try hard enough. There we go. Stern paddle is like, hang on, where are you going? I thought we would try pretty hard there. Standing up out of the boat, you stand tall at this point and go, yeah, I have completed the devices to Westminster. getting that first boat cleared up out of the way nice and quickly. You enjoy walking up the steps, even though it is so painful. So we should see boat 372 Butler O'Grady should be our next boat in, and they will be our clubhouse leaders. I'm just going to, while we have a quick break here, go back up to Teddington. So it looks like those boats did get through. So Paul Tebbit, boat 357, and boat 308, O'Leary and Ryan, are now well downstream. I say well downstream. 357 are definitely downstream of Teddington Lock on the river. If they'd been pulled out, they would be moving across the nature reserve. So let's see if we can keep an eye. There we go. The steps crew. You can see just how many volunteers are needed here. We will probably end up with a queue of boats at some point waiting to get off, which is nervous times. We've had a question. What's happened to Dave and Dan 348 and their rudder situation? So we saw them up at Teddington Lock. It looked like our crew on the ground were saying as they were doing the portage, they could see the rudder flapping around, which is really less than ideal. It looks like they're still making good progress down the course. I'll just see if I can pick them up on the tracker. They have dropped off the pace, unfortunately, but it didn't look like they've been losing too much time overnight, considering their rudder problems look like they've persisted. Here we go. Is that Henry at Westminster?
I'm here with Kieran and Rosanna, who have taken over the streaming for me whilst I take some photos. We've actually got Billy Butler in sight, and I think this is him coming in. He's looking pretty powerful. So just there on the screen. I'm just going to get in place to get the shot, but I'll leave you with Kieran and Rosanna. So feel free to introduce yourselves and where you're from with school.
Rosanna, do you want to speak? That's all right. Coming in down now.
Yeah, would we be able to get a split screen view of this and the steps just to see them coming through under the bridge? No, we don't want to see me. Oh my word. Yeah, there we go. Oh, coming in just as Westminster chimes, Big Ben chiming 10 o'clock. That's hopefully they remember that. Oh, it's difficult. You've given everything at this point. Can we just cut down to them coming through to the steps? Oh, perfect. Well done. Still a little bit further away than I'd imagined, actually. But yeah, they will certainly be our leading boat. The tracker is currently saying they're 1724. Oh, as Big Ben chimes. What a beautiful image. 1724. I'd imagine they're coming under the finish line round about now. And we'll see how they... There we go.
It's choppy down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Rudder over hard now. Oh, they're coming in pretty hot. They need to get that boat spun round. It is amazing just how quickly you arrive at the steps. There will be someone there to save the nose of the boat. But that is... Oh, there we go. Bit rapid, but safely berthed now.
Right. Do you want me to go find Billy and see if we get a post race interview?
I think that would be really great. Let's keep an eye on who's coming in because we've got a bit of a gap now.
Yeah.
But then we've got 355, which is Jackson Forest, just coming past Chelsea. Dobson and Rees Clark are up at Battersea.
Okay, well, I'll go find Billy and I'll be back on stream in a second.
Yeah, could we see if we can maybe grab the guys that were the first boat under the bridge?
Yeah, will do.
See how they're feeling. One of them looked like they were running up the steps, so they clearly needed to try a bit harder. But yeah. There we go. We've got someone else coming in as well. Billy and John have clearly given absolutely everything there. You can see how difficult it is to get out of the boat. It tends to be a little bit more awkward for the stern paddler as well. Particularly in the C2. The stern paddler of the C2 can be hanging quite a long way back, and it can be tricky to get out. There we go. We've got another boat just coming in. Looks like Billy's waiting for John there. There we go. It just means so much. There we go. I think this really summarizes the raw emotion that you feel. You can get such a good feeling of just how skinny those boats are. Like I was saying, that I believe that's an Nello Quattro, which was if you go back and watch videos from the Beijing Olympic K2 finals, that's that boat. Here you go, coming up the steps. Both absolutely exhausted, as you'd expect. I mean, everyone will be absolutely exhausted. It's so difficult just to get to the finish. Everyone here will be so pleased. But what a beautiful morning they've got. So now, my time on the tracker is saying 17:25, which puts them at just over 2 hours. 2 hours, 8 minutes, I think, coming down the Tideway, which is a little bit slower than I might have expected. But possibly because they outperformed, they went better than, like Billy predicted himself in 5th place. Are we there at the top of the steps, Henry?
Guys, I don't know if you're here, but I've got Billy in sight. He's been taken away to the med tent.
Fair enough, and that does show just how tough the race is.
I'm not gonna go in there. I'm gonna give him his privacy. I'm just gonna. If everything all right with Billy?
I think so. We think so. Yeah. I think they're just
tired,
knackered. It could just be emotion. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll just get him in there, get him checked out, and just.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Right.
Is John around?
Asked about his time, so.
Thank you. No, yeah.
Don't feel like a brain back right now.
So the time on the tracker is 17:25, Henry.
17:25 on his tracker.
25 on the tracker. Right. I'll be somewhere there then.
But yeah, he just looks.
Yeah, we've got another crew coming up the steps now. I mean, it's so hard. Like we were saying earlier, can you? So that's 17.5 hours-ish. Can you imagine doing anything for 17.5 hours? Even a movie marathon for 17.5 hours. You're going to need to be pretty well set up for that. And that's not putting any physical effort in.
This is 3:25 just come up.
Yeah, you've got your finger over your camera.
Oh, sorry. I'm juggling a camera and a phone and crowds.
Right. It's perfectly excusable. It always amazes me how many people are around in Westminster and what they must think of all these weird canoeists that are coming up the steps. What on earth they might have been doing. You see any damage? Any possible repair? Do you know what happened to the bow of Billy's boat? Why it's all black?
Let's have a look. So
also, not the bow, like the front deck.
It's been rebuilt a few times.
There we go.
And that's also tape for grip. So
okay.
Billy has actually booked his boat in with me to come home with me for now. So he raced knowing that his boat was going to get repaired instantly.
Fair enough.
Right. I'm going to see if I can find. I'm going to see if I can find some of Billy's crew.
Interestingly, so back up at Teddington, we've got O'Leary and Ryan look like they're making their way down, and Avery and Avery look like they're downstream of Teddington as well.
Right, I got eyes on the Billy. He's still being escorted around.
So Geisinger and Slayton are our next boat coming up to Teddington. I believe that the window should have closed by now. Paul and Tebbit are definitely on their way down the Tideway.
Okay. Are you with Billy's crew?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. What's your name, sir?
Don't ask me anything.
Say?
Don't ask me anything. I've no idea what's going on.
Okay.
Help me.
So is Billy okay? That's the main question.
Yeah, looks happy, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know.
I think they were pushing quite hard towards the end.
Yeah. The time certainly indicated that.
Yeah.
Um,
I think they got on and they pushed as hard as they could physically.
mm.
I saw him on Albert Bridge. I just peered over and I was telling him to keep going.
Oh, right. Sorry, just adjusting the camera. Sorry. There we go.
I don't know if you know, Henry. Did you get the leaderboard coming out of Teddington?
Yeah, leaderboard at Teddington.
Yeah, it was. Do you know it? I know it.
No. I've been on the bike for the last hour.
So the lead was less. It was 50 seconds, and the lead was Joe Brindy over Tom and Nushy. But then there was, I think, less than a minute back to Billy and John.
Right.
So I think the top four was still all very close. And there was about a 10-minute gap. Yeah, so it was really, really close. I'm just going to try and find.
So can you confirm what Billy's time was again?
To Westminster.
Yeah.
On the tracker is saying 17:25:09, but that does sometimes get slightly adjusted.
No worries.
So that puts them 2 hours and 8 minutes, give or take, down the Tideway. Which they might have come through a little bit early, but then you went so well down the river. That's just really impressive.
I've got a John O'Grady here if you want to switch screens. There we go.
Oh, thank you.
John,
John, interview time.
No, they were good. Yeah, they were thrown down, right? Yeah, they were really good. Yeah, it's good news. Yeah, no, it's a section.
you really see Billy has left everything out on the water. It's
let's speak to John. Leave Billy to throw up peacefully.
Yeah, he's coughing up bits of lung at the moment.
No, they're not there. There's more.
Well, I think we can safely say you've left everything on the water. Billy was just confirming he managed to not soil the boat. So
wonderful.
So
always a bonus.
Do you know your time? Do you know what your chip time is yet?
It would have been about.
Oh, we've got it. We can tell you if you want.
17:25.
17:25. That sounds about right.
He's a full 9 seconds out, so that's points off for that.
Yeah, full 9 seconds out. So he's deducting points.
Yeah.
John,
but
interview.
How did you guys go? I mean, there was sort of less than a minute in it at Teddington.
No, you're good.
There was minutes in it at Teddington, so we just have to. You guys are.
We were ahead.
No. So I think you were in third place, but only by about 2 minutes.
So you were at Teddington. You were in third place by about 2 minutes.
Right.
So yeah, how did the Tideway go?
That was awful.
Yeah.
Sections
pretty standard.
Sections that were nice.
Yeah.
The bad bits.
In an hour, this could be tight. We could have it.
Yeah. I think we were talking about how the Tideway it's such a brutal section.
I don't know. It's really, really choppy now. It's just churning up. I certainly wouldn't want to be. I wouldn't want to be on that.
You guys should probably be. Are you warm enough?
You guys warm enough?
We'd like to get changed, but you're asking us questions.
Yeah, go get changed. Go get changed.
This is James Prowse.
Oh, right.
Yeah. John will throw me in the river.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
No, seriously impressive paddle, guys. I think you've done better than you thought you might have done. I think you're placing yourselves about 5th. It looks like you've locked out a top 3.
Yeah, how 5 minutes for you guys?
All right, sorry, James. They're just being interviewed by another crew.
I'd sort of encourage them to go and get changed, to be honest.
No. Media first. Billy's a professional.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, I've got eyes on some other crews. So on not our crews, support crews.
Yeah, so it looks like Jackson and Forrest are going to be coming down next. Who did John and Billy start with? Was that Dan and David?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Right, I have here Nushy and Tom's support crew. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're still quite a long way up.
Okay. Any idea where they are on the dot watching?
I can tell you exactly in just a minute. So they are just coming through. Well, they're downstream of Chiswick. They're approaching Hammersmith Bridge. So I guess they're still sort of maybe an hour away.
Okay, so still about an hour out, you reckon?
Yeah, well they're about halfway down the Tideway.
Okay.
Obviously, I don't know if I'm getting it. So they are currently going at 12.7 kilometers an hour.
It's pretty impressive at this stage of the race.
Yeah. So if we hold on for just a second, we jump over to Joe and Brindy. Are currently at Fulham, going 13.5 kilometers an hour.
Okay, so they're speeding up quite significantly.
So the river does obviously change. Like we were saying earlier, it gets much bigger the further down you get, and you do get a real push. That's still super, super tight. So Joe and Brindy's ETA is 11:06 at Westminster.
11:06 at Westminster.
Yeah, and then if we go back to Sharp and Freeman, ETA is 11:19.
Ooh.
That's obviously computer ETAs. I'm sure the people that write them know what they're doing. That is interesting because that
would be basically a dead heat. That would be less than a minute between them, given their start times.
We're still talking less. Projected times are still less than a minute between the top two crews.
Yeah, that's incredible.
So I'm just standing here with some of the marshals who are listening in on the stream, and the jaws have hit the floor. Like a minute at this stage of the race is still.
Are they close together as well? Are they like spread apart?
No, they're about 15 minutes apart on the water, I think.
Wow.
But they started between 10 and 15
But they
minutes.
started about 15 minutes apart.
Yeah.
So it's been a real cat and mouse.
Yeah, really.
Oh man.
Just going back up to Teddington.
Well, you'd need to ask those guys that. Yeah.
What time was it again?
11:06. Did you say, James?
ETA.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the projected arrival time.
Yes, I recognise the voice. Hi, James.
Sorry, James.
Who are we talking to?
It's Claire Lisserman.
Oh, hello, Claire. We've been talking about how paddling at OCUK gives you quite a good idea of what the water's doing.
Exactly.
Up and down, and sort of how getting onto the tide a little bit early can be a little bit slow.
Yeah,
coming
because
down.
It's too slack at that point. Oh, how funny.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can't see me. Straight there. Oh,
You've given up tech support for your parents to come and watch the Westminster finish.
Yeah. No, I also said I would volunteer doing this. I tried to do it last year and then couldn't. So
Oh, amazing.
I didn't realise you did this though. I messaged Betsy. Yeah. I didn't realise you were doing it as well.
Oh, I got press ganged.
How funny. Yeah, last year I'd have been hauling you off the water.
Yeah. 2 years ago.
2 years ago, sorry.
Yeah, no, last year we tried this. I said, there's no way I'm ever doing that again. But Betsy's...
You'll come back, bro.
I'll be back now.
Yeah. No, funny enough, also, sorry, the live streaming was just so much harder than actually doing the race. I think I want to... It's always a funny time of year. You go, oh, next year I might have a go. On sort of desperately looking for something to motivate me to get a bit fitter again. So I'm looking at K2. If I can find a partner, I'll do K2.
I'm looking for a partner.
I'm not going to do K2 with you, James.
Who was that
K2 junior?
I'm going to get back to paddling this year, then. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So, what are you guys all getting ready for down there, Claire? Are you just escorting people around and making sure they're all okay?
Yeah, move boats down there basically, and paddles and medals and yeah.
Yeah, hauling boats when people are coming up the steps and making sure people don't go down the steps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Crackers off and yeah.
All good stuff. All good stuff.
Yeah. So it looks like I'm still struggling to work out what's going on at Teddington. At Teddington. So we've got Kurt Slayton and Joe Geisinger. Look like they might be the first boat that got held, along with Avery and Avery. I'll keep a close eye on those. I'm not getting any updates there. So it looks like our last boat down might be O'Leary and Ryan. And then Paul and Tebbit have just passed Ilpie Island. You guys should have boat 355 coming into you fairly soon. They look like they're just coming on the Lambeth Bridge. That's Jackson and Forest.
Very good.
And then Dobson and Reese Clark are a little ways behind them. But it's so interesting to see how this is panning out. I'm just going to pop over to the results page and see if we can...
What about clappers? Where are they?
Who was that, sorry?
Where are the clappers? Warren Marines. Do we know?
I saw them.
If you've got boat numbers, I can check.
James, sorry, I can't access the dot watching at the moment. Who is the next crew likely to come in? I can just see eyes on someone now.
Yeah, so we've got boat 355 is going to be the next one down. It's just Jackson and Forest. So they started in devices at 11:13 yesterday morning.
Sure.
They've got so they were 20 and a half hours to Teddington. The projected finish time at 10:23. So if you can just about see them, that's probably going to be pretty close to what they're doing. Incidentally, their current speed is 14.8 kilometers an hour. So that's a real demonstration of those three crews on different points of the Tideway, moving at different speeds.
Without wanting to be too critical of that crew's ability, I can promise you that speed is not much to do with their paddling at the moment.
No, sorry, I'm talking about it from a perspective of the increase in speed you get down the river. I think this is the first time it looks like the water's actually going the right way.
I don't know if you can see my feed, but you've just had a Uber go through Westminster Bridge, and if you pan to the left, we've got the crew on the left. So this will be the first, and another small barge. So this will be the first time we get to see the Uber boats go past one of the crews.
Okay, so we can't see that on our feed at the moment. But what does it look like from where you are?
So you can, if you look through the second arch in 2 seconds, you'll see the Uber boat appear on the other side. And yeah, the Uber boat has slowed all the way down. And I mean, it's just stopped. They've just stopped. So
that's exactly what we're looking for. So I think the race directors need a really big pat on the back there for getting that figured out. As long as that carries on for the rest of the day. Like we say, it's quite a late tide today. 10:30, it can all be done by now. So yeah, if that's how it's going to be, I think that's really, really admirable.
Yeah, so I've just got eyes on it now. That Uber boat has basically come to a near stop. It is making walking speed upstream. No wash off the back of it at all.
Well, on the steps camera, you can still see there's waves starting to come across the river. Only small, and as to be expected, but so it is still there. Oh yeah, you can see it creeping up that second arch now, just as you said.
Yeah,
But it looks like we've got a boat coming in into the finish.
yeah, that's the crew. They're a bit mismatched with their timing, but I think I'll forgive them this time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just to confirm, are Betsy and Brett on their way to Westminster now, or
they left Teddington a little while ago. I don't know where they are now.
It may take them a little while to get in. The traffic.
It looked like they're going outside.
The traffic and the traffic lights was an interesting experience just on the motorbike.
Yeah, so they'll get to you as soon as they.
These guys are going to hit These guys are possibly going to hit the wall. Oh yes.
Yeah, so even John and Billy, when they came in really hot, and you could really see them. It's difficult. It is. You don't really realise how fast you're moving until suddenly there's great big concrete steps in front of you, and you go, "Oh my god! Oh no!" Oh.
Sorry, so can you say that again? I was just ushered out of the boat arrival area.
No, so sorry. They've actually just fallen in at the bottom of the steps. I was just saying, you really don't realise quite how fast you're moving. It feels painfully slow. Then all of a sudden, there's these great concrete steps that start running towards you, and you think, "Oh my god, they're going to trample us." And actually, that was actually probably, if you're about to go and get changed anyway, you might as well just jump in, get out of the water, and walk up the steps and beyond on your way. It's much less faffing than trying not to fall in, I suppose, but still, not. At least they waited until after the finish line.
Well, yeah.
It's definitely not an official swim, I don't think.
I don't know if you can cut to my stream at the moment, but yeah, you got the. There you go. Yeah, so you've got the safety crew pulling the swim team pulling out the boat. The crew are safely up the steps, being escorted up.
Oh, so hopefully this will be a bit of a test for the steps crew.
Well, yes.
Boat full of water. Hopefully they need to get that boat nice and level before they try and lift it out.
I was going to say, but also that the rudder is in the flow. The stern of the boat is in the flow.
Yeah,
and they
it's
can't
an
pull it
awkward
up.
play.
It's a very awkward place.
So now all the water will be right in the back of that boat. They've got to be very careful that they get that empty.
I know a good boat fixer if they don't.
Yeah, you can't encourage them to snap the boat, Henry.
I can. I know. There we go. Boat is safe, but still full of water, but safe.
So we've had a request saying, can the camera be angled slightly down? I think that's the steps camera, which unfortunately isn't our camera, so we can't change that, I'm afraid. I don't know. Is there a way of putting the banner up at the top, Tim? Just so we can get the good view of the crews getting out at the bottom. We'll do our best to make it the best viewing experience we can for you. Are we able to grab those guys and see how they got on?
Guys, just come in.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will try. The relatives have pride themselves on. So remind me their names.
Was it 355?
Yes.
Jackson and Forrest.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, sorry, we're getting a massive dots appearing at Westminster, unsurprisingly.
All right, let me just.
They're just emptying that at the back there, or something happened to it?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, they're just emptying it out.
Wonderful.
They're just sorting out with relatives and.
Yeah.
I just.
Oh, sorry about that, Jim.
So our next boat in should be boat 305, which is Dobson and Reese Clark. Who,
right, hang on. I'm just getting a photo up.
So you should, if we can take the time to look into the story,
Just turn around so we got that in the background.
Yeah, so Ed was going to do this race with his dad a few years ago, and that's a story you should really look into. It's pretty well documented.
Can I get you
But for these guys it was all about getting to the finish in the C2 for them. I know they were really gutted not to get to Westminster last year. Obviously, the race got stopped at Teddington, so this one will mean a lot. I expect we can see some big emotion from them coming up the steps. They'd be really great to grab and have a chat. I think they're going to be second in the C2 class as well, which is a really impressive performance from them. Obviously, crossing over from the K2. Obviously, we know. I think Reese Clark. I think was a wild water C2 paddle canoe paddler. Again, sorry, we've just had a shout out saying we're talking over each other again. I again can only hear my voice. So I don't know what's going on there. I'm very sorry about that. So you see that as the tide's going down, the crew are cleaning more of the steps, making sure. Thank you so much for the updates on the comments. It's really, really helpful from our end. Obviously, we're getting the broadcast side of this. So getting feedback from you guys is really good. So yeah, coming down in the C2, Dobson and Reese Clark, they're just coming under Vauxhall Bridge. And you can really see everyone, looks like everyone who's made, so boat 365, Avery and Avery, and boat 324, who are Geisinger and Slayton, look like they've been pulled at Teddington. So that tide window did close. That's really, really disappointing for Geisinger and Slayton from Texas. So they came over in 2023 and were one of the boats that got capsized just before the finish by the Uber boat. And so got a technical DNF, but then were subsequently reinstated in the results and given finish medals. But that's really tough. It does speak to just how tough the race is. So that means we're going to have a whole bunch of crews that aren't going to make the cut at Teddington. We've got Hayes and Garstang, boat 301, Langer and Thompson, boat 314, Ingpen and Bell, boat 352, Edwards and Forshaw, boat 366, Passmore and Kelly, boat 307. Unfortunately, they're all going to get pulled at Teddington. Some of them, it looks like a couple of them are already off the water further up the river. That's really, really unfortunate for them. And then further back up the course, we've still got Tilbury Clark and Westall, who look like they're stopped at Chertsey. That's obviously a really big disappointment for them. We'll bring you any updates we do get. For those of you that don't know, there was less than 2 or 3 minutes, about less than 3 minutes in the front of the race between the top 3 crews coming through Teddington. It's just unprecedented to have that many boats. We've had our leaders at Westminster, Butler and O'Grady, who have a chip time 17:25:09, which is going really well. It's so neck and neck. The estimated arrival at Westminster for Sharp and Freeman and Peterson and Kreft are putting them at almost exactly the times difference that they set off.
That's absolutely wild at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it's just incredible. It's all going to be about who gets. We were talking. We had a brief chat with Lizzie Broughton, who's the current holder of the mixed record that will survive this year.
Well, I'm looking at her right now. So.
Well, yeah, and we said, well, do you push for the win or do you just try and get to the finish and see what happens? She said, well, of course you push for the win. I don't know. In my head, I'm hung up about that because I think if you try and push too much this late, so this comes from I came under in 2014, which was my first DW. We got onto the Tideway and we thought, right, if we push, we might be able to get close to the breaking 19 hours. And we went for it, and then we got to Kew Bridge, and my shoulder completely blew up. And I had to paddle on the one side of the canoe from Kew all the way down to Westminster. So I think that probably taints my perspective slightly. But it's just so difficult. I mean, we were saying this is going to be at least an hour and a half longer than Tom Sharp's most recent finish. And it's just keeping that level of performance up for that long. It's just incredible. But everyone who finishes this race is incredible. You can see what it means to people as they come up the steps. Presumably the atmosphere is building down in Westminster, Henry. You see a classic London bus going over the bridge. It was particularly picturesque having Butler and O'Grady coming in just as Big Ben chimed 10 o'clock. That was a really nice image, and I hope they've saved that in the memory bank. It looks like we should be having... So 3:05, Dobson and Rees-Clark are now under Lambeth Bridge, so they should be showing up pretty soon.
Dobson and Rees-Clark in the C2?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to head to the other side of Westminster Bridge to see if I can get a good shot of that coming through.
Yeah, I'd hurry if I were you. They're inside Lambeth. Don't get run over.
What, me?
Yeah.
Well, no, it's all pedestrians. It's all pedestrians.
Oh, you can go underneath the bridge, can't you?
You can go under the bridge. Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's the advantage of not paddling this thing is you learn the footways around here.
Absolutely. So yeah, they'll be with you any moment. They're in that final kilometre. Like we were saying earlier, it's a really special thing because you've done it. You can see the bridge, and you've just got to think you're pushing to get there in the best possible time. But it's a really special thing to know. Oh, the safety marshals have spotted the camera and they're running away from it.
Now that they're aware of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, is that a tiny little dot I can see on the feed? It's always funny. You stand on Westminster Bridge for hours and hours and hours. You know that they're coming because you can see the GPS, but you still can't help but stare off into the distance and think, is that them? Is that them? And you see these tiny little specks come up. Yeah, they're all coming down now. So this is going to start to get really busy. Hawken and Palmer are just coming under Chelsea Bridge. Who have we got there, Henry?
Who we got here?
I can hear someone talking, but it might just be chit chat.
I'm just going through crowds. There's some support banners being taken. I'm just making my way down the steps.
Yeah, so Petson and Kreft just under Battersea Bridge, probably coming through the worst part of the Tideway as far as uncomfortableness goes. I'm just trying to find... So Sharp and Freeman about Wandsworth Bridge. It's so close between these two boats. It's unbelievably close. I think they're probably going to end up one of those two boats taking the win.
Oh, I've got a Rees-Clark coming in now.
Yeah, we can see them on our steps cam, but if we can swap over, we'll get a really nice view of them coming under. Oh wow, where are you? Down the bottom of the steps, the other side of the bridge?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you could get down there. That's interesting. Oh, look at them go.
Let's just say I'm taking full advantage.
Here we go. Can we pan round?
Sorry. There we go. And there they go. There
we go. 50 meters to go, guys.
Oh, you can see the bumpy bump.
Yeah, if we can flip back to the steps cam, we'll get a really great view of them coming back. This is brilliant production work by Tim. And all of a sudden, they look so tiny again.
I'm dual wielding different cameras at the same time, so my concentration levels are just not that advanced.
Yeah, that's all right. So this is a really tricky maneuver in the C2. Like we were saying, you don't realise how fast you're moving, and you've got to get that boat swung around pretty hard.
Yeah, so they're just going out of sight from me now. There is a safety boat beyond them, so anyone that does overshoot the steps, they get picked up by a rib pretty quickly.
Yeah, so it's the safety is well managed, but it's still difficult. So they need to get that boat spun through 90 degrees pretty quickly. There we go. It's coming around now.
So on the dot watching, who's next in?
So we've got a little bit of a gap now. Back to boat 364, Parry and Devereux. They look like they're approaching Vauxhall Bridge. But then once these guys come in, so we've got a little bit of a gap, maybe 10 or 15 minutes. Then we've got Pike and Howe in the C2.
You're going to have to forgive me, James. There's a really cute dog here that needs a tickle.
That's absolutely fine.
Hello.
And then we've also got Hawken and Palmer coming in with them.
Hello.
I'd imagine they'll clear the C2 by the time they get down to you. And then it's go, go, go from there, really. So, yeah. This is your last gap that you're going to get, and then it's going to be solid action for a good 20 or 30 minutes. And in that time, we should be able to pick out our winners from the race.
In terms of crossing the line, what do you estimate? Who do you estimate coming in next?
Can we just take a moment to see that the crew are carrying their boat up the steps there? That's unusual.
Wow.
I don't think you're not really supposed to do that. I don't think. Obviously, there's serious emotional connotations to go with that. That's a really special moment. Most of the time, you just get dragged out of the boat and shoved up the steps. But I think that's really special.
No, that's pretty hardy. Like I say, it's the only crew I've seen take their own boat up.
Yeah, I would guess that's an emotional link for the two of them, and Ed's dad.
Right. Yes. Of course.
Because normally the boat just gets taken away from you. They don't normally allow that. And they want you cleared off the bottom of the steps as quickly as possible as well. So that's really quite something. So the next boat into you should be boat. Well, it's touch and go actually. You've got Hawken and Palmer closing in on Parry and Devereux. So I would guess just coming under Vauxhall Bridge are Parry and Devereux. They set off at 12:03 yesterday afternoon. Sorry. Then you've got Hawken Palmer who set off 4 hours behind. So their boat speeds up to 16 kilometers an hour.
Blimey, that's shot up in the last in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and the boat they're chasing down is 13 kilometers an hour, which is still going some. It does really show how much speed you gain. Like I was saying, you are going faster than you've gone at any other point, but it does not feel like that. Every paddle stroke is just the end. You just surely not another one, not another one, not another one. We must be getting there. And then you look back at the times, you go, yeah, actually, we were going loads quicker than we were anywhere else. So hopefully they'll be coming into view for you with the naked eye.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. So
Just behind the bridge, you might have missed.
Oh
It's quite a long way away.
There's a small speck just beyond the ridge. I think one of the things that's really, really striking for me, having followed the race from the start to now, is it just the contrast of seeing it start on a canal which you can basically jump across to where we are now, which is just vast. There was a shot I took about 2-3 years ago, and yeah, I think it's down by Grosvenor Gardens, and you just got a sense of scale of these tiny little specks of kayaks amongst these huge buildings, and the contrast between that and Devizes is laughable, absolutely laughable.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a strange one, isn't it? But it's a lot easier coming downstream than it would be paddling back up there.
I did that once, never again. I even got the tide wrong as well, so I was
no!
It took me a while.
I'm just checking in on our two prospective winners. So Brindy and Joe, their ETA has come up to 11:01.
11:01. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And
Okay.
Sharp and Freeman are projected at 11:13.
11:13.
Yeah, so I think that makes it a 12-minute projected gap.
Yep.
Which is still it's nothing.
Yeah, but that if I'm correct, that does give Freeman and Sharp the edge.
Yeah, maybe a minute, but it's just nothing, is it?
At this stage in the race, no,
Yeah,
that's far too small of a gap for anyone's liking.
Yeah, Burkett and Simmons are still hanging in there. They're due in at 11:17. Still an exceptional finish.
Sorry, could you repeat that? Is that Tom Simmons?
Yeah, Tom Simmons, Andy Burkett. ETA is 11:17, which is
okay.
It's still absolutely exceptional.
Yeah. Well, so
Yeah.
I because of what I do in the boat community, I get a bit of unprivileged access to a lot of the paddlers, and so I don't think he'll mind me sharing this one. Andy Burkett's sole aim was to get to DW, get to Westminster, because he's won DW before, but that's when it was stopped at Teddington. And so his sole bucket list, tick list was he wants to go all the way through Westminster. If he wins, it's a bonus, but that wasn't a priority. And that's, I think, part of the reason they've looked so relaxed before the race, throughout the race, is I'm not saying they don't care about the win. It's just that's a secondary.
I think that has to be the way everyone approaches this, though. You've just got to. The first thing is always finish the race. I've done the race twice in the C2. Both times we've sort of had in the back of our minds that we might be able to challenge the record if it all goes really well. But that's always like, and both times we've gone for the win as well in the C2 class. But the first priority is always get to the end.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I think when you've already got a win under your belt, it's win really is just a luxury at that point.
So Joe and Brindy are downstream of Chelsea Bridge, and you.
Oh, okay.
And Grosvenor Rail Bridge as well. So they're coming around that last bend. You've got two boats coming in now. I think the next boat you'll have across the line will be Palmer and Hawkin.
Right, well, I better get in position, because if anyone likes a good photo, it's Dan Palmer.
Yeah, so they're actually downstream of Lambeth Bridge already.
Yeah.
And then they'll have just behind them Parry and Devereux.
All right, let me just work out. If I switch this round like that, I should. I should be able to control both devices in one hand.
So it does look like Betsy is walking to the step there to the bridge as well. So she is around somewhere now.
Okay.
Well, she says walking to the bridge. I assume that's Westminster Bridge.
Well, I wouldn't want her to go to any other bridge right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
There we go. There we go. Oh, we got a bit of a race going on. It looks quite close. So here we go. Here we go.
This is one of those things that just keeps you motivated towards the end. Just tickling along. It's just a bit of fun.
Well, I think the second crew, so behind Dan and David, they have adopted the much acceptable 3 strokes and rest method of paddling, whereas Dan and David look like they are maintaining course.
Yeah,
they're looking
absolutely.
pretty solid actually. That's
so that behind them is Parry and Devereaux, who set off at midday yesterday.
Jeez.
So they'll be looking at about
Close
23
to 23 hours.
Yeah, which is a really nice time.
Well, you say nice time. I think that's a brutal time. That's 23 hours in a boat. That's
Yeah, there's
20
no
more
easy,
than I've ever done.
Yeah, there's no easy way of doing this.
Right, so getting in position. Basically, I'll explain the shakiness. I'm on my knees on seaweed-covered steps, trying not to fall in the Thames with quite a lot of expensive equipment.
Obviously, you're buoyancy aided and probably safety lined, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm tethered to the bank.
Yeah, and we've got a really great example there of the Uber boats going nice and slow.
Well
They're
done!
looking really smart as they go through there. And they know that they're not finished till 50 metres after the bridge.
Oh, they're not stopping. They're not stopping. Here they go. Nice big wave to finish them off.
Yeah. Is there any way we can get that banner moved up to the top?
Sorry?
Oh, that was for Tim, really. I was just wondering if he can move the banner up to the top of the screen so we can see them getting out at the steps.
Right, I've got the next crew coming in. Doing a nice little brace.
Yeah, so Dan and David coming into the steps now. They've executed that really nicely. They've swung the boat round. They're just going to park the bow.
Right, I've got the next boat coming in. They are really, really struggling here.
This is an awful section to be paddling. Like you said, 23 hours in the boat.
And the Uber boat has just slowed all the way down for them on the opposite side of the bank. Well done, guys. Well done. Nearly there, nearly there. 50 more meters. Sorry, it's all right. There we go, there we go.
No, that's all right.
So it should just be coming into the steps for you now.
Yeah, it's so hard. You see, Dan and David look like they're just getting out of the boat, collecting the paddles.
I can hear an American accent. It could be anyone, but I'm also assuming it's Betsy. Dot watch extraordinaire. How long till the next? You say they're at Chelsea Bridge.
So we've just had those two finish. So Last and Bell are going to be the next boat into you. 3:18. Oh my word, we've had a big jump. So Joe and Brindy are now downstream of Vauxhall Bridge. So they're going to be into you within the next 10 minutes.
So they've really picked up the pace then.
Yeah, they're motoring. Their ETAs come down to, so originally I think it was about 11:04, then we had 11:01, now we're at 10:59. So they are coming, they're going for it.
Well, I don't blame them. If you've got anything left in the tank after DW, you've not done DW.
In the last 10 minutes, I will allow you to just push a little bit harder. I think at that point you can be pretty sure that you're going to get there, no matter how bad it gets. Well, you are allowed a little kick.
At what cost? At what cost?
So I think you've got two boats. So Hawken and Palmer and Parry and Deborah are both finished. The next boat you see The dots are jumping around like mad. I think the next boat you see is going to be Joe and Brindy.
I can see something in between the boats. It's a shiny little dot at the moment, but I can see something. The trouble with the GPS tracker, the open track, it is a fantastic piece of technology, and the guys that run it are just amazing guys. Really, really lovely. But the limitations are GPS in central London with tall buildings. The signal just gets bounced around everywhere. So the signals are going to be misleading, and yeah, the tech's doing the best it can.
So Tom and Anushka are just downstream of Chelsea Bridge. It looks like Joe and Brindy are just coming through Lambeth Bridge. So it's important. I can't work out in my head what I think the time gap is between those 2 points. We know that's roughly where they are. We're having lots of congratulations for Dan and David in the comments. We've got Whoop Whoop John and Mike, Crew 364. We've got well done Mike and John from Les as well.
Have we got a Betsy and a Brett at the top of the steps yet? Because
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure we want to have eyes on.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Am I in the show now? Henry, I can't find you, but I'm close.
So Henry is in a sneaky location just upstream of Westminster Bridge.
If you switch to my stream, I'm pointing it directly where. There you go. So that's my location, and I am.
So Joe
in the river.
Joe and Brindy will be coming through next, I would have thought.
Well, I've got eyes
Joe and
on
Brindy
a boat
you have
there.
eyes on them, Henry.
Sorry?
Oh, yeah, we've got eyes. Billy says, I've got Billy here. He can see them.
Yeah, I've got eyes on them.
Someone's coming.
But yeah,
So
I'm glad. I was just saying, Betsy, we need to get someone up.
Someone on the, what was that?
I was just saying we needed to get someone up by the steps because,
I am by the steps. They're not going to let me down there, but.
No, they won't. But we needed someone where you are to catch the mood as these competing crews come through.
I think
it's
can we
so
stick
tight.
Can we stick with Henry's camera for a minute, just until they come through? Can we just stick with Henry's camera? I know we can't see them just yet, but we'll get a really great view of them coming past.
Oh, I can see them.
I can see 3 crews basically at the moment.
Which ones? The Grandsons are Canadian.
Well, they're just dots to me at the moment. Oh yeah, I can see a Canadian a second.
A Canadian second. Okay.
So first crew are looking pretty strong. So I'm guessing that's Brindy and Joe.
Yep.
So their estimated time of arrival at Westminster has come down by about 10 minutes.
No way. They've gained that much.
Well, no, only on their projection.
Only okay. And this is our best guess of how quick they're going.
Their GPS has already given us a Westminster time, but obviously we know they're not quite there yet. It's tight.
Is this
this is definitely Joe and Brindy. They are struggling. They are really struggling.
Oh my God! They just took a brace stroke.
That's the third in about 20 seconds. The waves are huge. The boat is just going up and down. They are.
Yeah.
Jeez, that is. I've not seen that.
So they're currently about 5 minutes up on Billy and John.
5 minutes up on you, Billy.
Good, Joe!
Yeah.
Approximately. But they haven't made it over the line yet.
To the finish!
But let's see.
Well done, Brindy! Keep going!
They're really struggling.
That
really
wave
hard.
deflector is coming in handy. I eat all my words.
Oh my God. Can you see just how big the waves are?
That is huge.
Can we just hold this angle on the steps? I'm just looking at so Tom and Anushka are just down. They're between Vauxhall Bridge and Chelsea Bridge now.
I've got eyes on the C2 right now.
I've got Joe and Brindy pulling up on the steps. If you want my video, they are looking exhausted. There you go.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
I think we're getting the angle from the
racing to
top
the
of the
end.
steps camera is really, really great.
Yeah. That's these are some big waves though. I think it's hard to see on camera how big they are, but if you can see how much Joe and Brindy are struggling with them right now. And Brindy has an unbelievable surf ski background.
Yeah, almost been asked over.
All right, I'll let you swap to the Canadian canoe if you want. We'll let Joe and Brindy get out in peace. Yeah, so this is the Canadians. This is the Grandstons coming in.
So we've still got a predicted or projected arrival time of 11:09 for Tom and Nushy.
Yeah. How close were Joe and Brindy to their predicted time, according to the...
Well, they ended up spot on it at the end, but obviously it gets more and more accurate the closer they
Joe
get.
and Brindy coming up the steps now if we want this feed.
Yeah, so we've got a really good view of the camera at the top of
They
the
look happy.
steps. Can you see if you can pull them for a quick chat, Betsy?
Yeah. They're taking a quick photo, and then I'll see if I can grab them for a chat.
So I don't know if you know, we've got a camera at the top of the steps that's giving us really great pictures.
A little bit redundant, isn't it? All right, I've got them coming up the steps. You can see the.
But if you can start, if you can try and grab them for a chat, that would be absolutely spot on.
I'm gonna see what I can do.
Here's the C2 coming through with Henry.
Yep.
Oh my word!
Okay.
Whoa!
Oh my God! Tim, put my video on. They're getting their medals now. Here we go.
Oh, never look at your hands. Never look at your hands.
Congratulations! Amazing work.
Yeah.
That's a normal reaction. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Can we get a hands cam?
Hands.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to give them a little bit of...
Yeah, we got Tom and Nushy are just coming under Vauxhall Bridge, so they're going to be there imminently. Do we see? Is the C2 in the water?
The C2 is out of the water now.
Yeah, the C2 went in.
Oh,
just under the bridge.
It looked like they were just at the end. Oh my God, the waves down there are rough.
So we worked out that they got to be here by 10 past. Nushy and Tom.
So their current projection.
Let me see if I
is
can.
11:09.
And I'll see if I'll do a.
Oh, that's it. Last sentence you start.
Can we switch to Joe and Brindy? Thank you. Can I ask how you're feeling? You all did brilliantly. Happy to be done. Yeah. Did you say that's the hardest thing you've ever done, Brindy?
Yeah.
That's the quote. That's the quote. Joe, what about you?
Hard, different to last time.
Okay.
It was hard when we knew it was close at the end.
Yeah. Were you all really pushing on the Tideway?
Not on the Tideway. On the Tideway we were surviving.
On the Tideway you were surviving. That looked brutal at the end with those waves.
Yeah.
That looked really, really hard. You all did great. You all did an amazing job.
Thank you.
You should be really, really happy with that. They're coming in imminently. We don't know who's going to take it. It's you. I think you're ahead of Billy and John. Joe, how did that compare to last time for you?
It was different. Brindy was amazing.
Yeah.
Our support crew was fantastic too.
You did have a great support crew, didn't you?
Yeah. It was different. We were in stages pushing on, in stages relaxing.
Yeah.
I think when we knew Andy and Tom were ahead of us, we had a really hard hour and a half to get back to them. and it maybe cost us too much.
Yeah, you had to work hard to chase them down.
It's just that they were there, and yeah, it was hard.
Yeah.
It was good to be with them for that couple of hours we were with them was really good. Really
Were you all washed hanging for a little while? Yeah.
It was nice. And then
That's great.
when we got to it's kind of like we need to press on.
Yeah. Wow. Congratulations. Amazing work.
We've got eyes on. We've got eyes on.
We've got eyes on. I've got to get back to the stream.
Oh no! We've got eyes on, but it's not.
You've got eyes on. Okay.
It's not streamable yet, but we
So-
definitely have eyes on. So it is dead close.
Yeah, Tom and Nushy are just coming under Lambeth Bridge. It's going to be super tight.
Yeah, I think this is unbelievably tight. I don't think any of us knows who's going to take it until they come in. There's another canoe coming in here.
Do we know who got it out of Billy, Tom, and Joe and Brindy?
I think Joe and Brindy were quicker than Billy and John, right?
Just let me check that for you.
Yeah, let's double check. I said that to Billy earlier, so if I got that wrong, I will.
At the moment, the times to Teddington are Brindy and Joe 17:21, and then Billy and John 17:25, and then currently in third place, Dan and David in 18:13.
Okay.
Okay, we can see them. We can see them. They're
They're inside. They are inside.
Yeah, so Martin's just saying all the way to Westminster Bridge, and they went in. It really does show how challenging this course is right the way to the end. It's just it's so hard, so hard. Everyone
Okay,
that
so
makes it is.
I don't know if you can see on the stream, there's a white boat with orange markings on it. I'm going to try and zoom in. They are just coming through there now.
Yeah, so they're the lead 3 boats. They are powering in.
Yeah, leader of the 3 boats.
They are going to get here within 5 minutes.
They need to get here in 5 minutes.
Yeah, they're going to get there within 5 minutes.
Also, so with them is the Dutch crew.
Is the Dutch crew with them too?
Yeah, so you've got the Dutch crew.
That's probably
Tom
good
and-
company for them to come into the finish with. It's kind of nice to have a crew there with you.
There's a third boat and Smith and DeRouge.
We saw them
third
earlier
boat.
in Teddington. Yep.
And we've got some support coming in from Ireland, which is really nice to see. So thank you very much for that.
How are Tom and Nushy looking? How's their are they doing a lot of bracing right now? Are they paddling well?
They're coming in now. They're looking good. They're just taking
They
a
are.
couple of braces.
Got a quick brace from Nushy there. Yeah.
Are they the first of the 3 boats right now?
Yeah, they're the first of the 3 boats. They're paddling nicely. A quick brace. I
There's
mean,
a brace.
yeah.
Yep. That that level of technique and consistency at this point in the race and in this kind of conditions. That's another quick brace trip. Okay, I've got Joe and Brindy leaning over here to watch.
Come on, guys!
I think they've just got this.
Here they come. They're smashing it. They're smashing it. They want this done.
Yeah, Nushy and Tom are coming in now. They're just under the bridge. Just be careful leaning out, but I can see them maybe 150 meters out.
I think they've just done that.
You sexy Dutch people.
You think they've got it? Oh, bracing.
Here we got the Dutch crew coming through. Touch us. They've had a good race.
They're gonna float right into the steps. Wow. That was
I think they've done that by a few minutes, but I'll let you know as soon as I have a time.
Smile for the ground, guys. Smile for the ground. Right, let's go.
That's the Dutch crew behind the net. Yaka and Floor coming in.
Yeah, we got C2 come in.
Oh, I want to get to that.
Yeah, C2 I can see.
Oh, is that Dylan and
Is it Dylan and Andy?
Andy.
There's support crews here waiting for them. I've seen them.
All the dots are so on top of each other, I can't get close anymore.
Yeah, this is going to be, we've got swim safety down on the steps to bring all of these crews in safely, and they're going to have a tough job. If you can see on the camera, we've got the Dutch crew literally just rafting up with Tom and Nushy because there's not space for much else here. So that's Tom Sharp and Anushka Freeman. We think they've just won it, but we need to double check the data. Yep, and Yauka and Floor.
I'll come down in a minute. I think they probably want me. Do they want here? How many?
Rob, you think they've done it? Okay, we'll see.
So
the support crew is non-committal on an official answer right now.
I have a projection on the GPS.
But he is smiling.
I have a projected finish time on the GPS of Tom and Anushka taking that by 4 minutes.
Wow.
But that's only a projection.
Okay, unconfirmed. They're hugging each other right now. I think you can see that on the stream. They look exhausted but pretty happy, pretty pleased with themselves. They're getting some photos.
So, yeah, the GPS result has Tom and Anushka taking the win in 17:17, with Joe and Brindy second in 17:21, and
God.
John and Billy third in 17:25.
Wow.
So that's like an 8-minute spread over the top 3 crews after nearly 17.5 hours.
That was a little. I think we just got a wink from Tom. I think they feel pretty good about that. I think they've.
Well, judge it going by Big Ben. I'd say I think they've got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
the GPS is giving a 4-minute lead, which is significant.
Okay, let me see if I can go grab them quickly. Sorry, I'm going to swing around here just so I can go interview the top crew.
Is that David and who's the Zastera boat getting out now?
This is a lot of cheering. Can we put my film on? There we go. They're getting their finishers medals. The hardest one ever.
I think the crowd know as well. I think the crowd know.
Say that again, Henry.
I think the crowd know. Let's be honest.
Is that the boat with Dan and David? Oh no, that's Yuko and Fleur.
Yauka and Floor have just come in. Another finisher. Be really pleased. And I think we heard they had stomach issues earlier. So well done, Tom. Congratulations. You think you all got it there? Okay. It's what it looks like. 4 minutes according to the GPS, which would be massive. So you all had a good Tideway. You definitely did. Let me see if I can find. Oh yeah, we've got the bunny ears.
The bunny.
These are just really, really, really special moments. I'm going to see if I can find Anushka as well.
Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
You just found out she won by 11 minutes. 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Congratulations. We're going to give her.
Oh. So Hall and Kirk look like they might be coming to take the C2 win. They're up at Battersea at the moment.
4 minutes. I think we're all feeling pretty confident about the 4 minutes right now. This is your winning team, Anushka Freeman and Tom Sharp.
I mean, bear in mind they've turned over a 50-second deficit at Teddington.
These are really emotional. Can we get Tom on video, please?
We didn't know. We were so close, even at Teddington, they said within a minute we just had to give it everything, but there was nothing left. I guess we had a little bit more left. But it was neck and neck all the way, and they pushed us right away. How was that final stretch? It wasn't just the final stretch, but from a long way out, it was harder than any other. We knew what was at stake, so we held on.
Well done. All right, they're going to start taking off kit now. We've got a big crowd here. Lots of supporters.
Yes.
Big turnout for Tom and Nushy.
So the bad boys should be coming to the finish pretty soon.
We'll give them a minute to change, maybe off camera. We're trying not to film everyone's kit changes on camera. It's harder work than it sounds like. Oh God, that's a lot of they've been suffering under there. I'm not going to put it on camera, but if you saw Brindy's hands earlier, yep, Nushy's got a cut. There's a lot of chafing that's been happening there. Even with good kit, that's hard to manage. Oh, there's Jouke and Floor. Jouke and Floor, the Dutch crew, are just coming through here at the finish. You all have had so much support on the live stream from the Netherlands. Yes, yes, we've been loving the Dutch crowd. Congratulations. How are you feeling? Tired. Yeah. Yep.
Busy a bit.
Okay, we'll give you some time to recover. Well done. It looked like you all had a hard time with some of the nausea. Is that right? Yeah.
I mean, we practiced the wind.
Yeah. There you go. Well, really well done. Really great work. Another one done. Awesome job. And Floor over there just catching his breath. Congratulations. We're going to let them get some photos and everything. The support.
So we just had Nushy saying she says that the race is won by the support crew because the races were the same on the water.
Yeah.
And I think actually when we analyse that, when we look at the splits, she's probably not far wrong.
Well, and we saw their change at Teddington. They were quicker over at Teddington compared to the other top crews when they were getting their final kit change and prep for the Tideway.
Yeah, and so when we look at the support crews that these guys have.
Is this Andy and Tom's boat coming in?
Yes.
All right, let's catch Andy and Tom.
They are there. Yellow hats on top.
Here they are. Okay, we have got Andy Burkett and Tom Simmons coming in. Congratulations, Andy. Well done. Great job. You guys did it. How are you feeling?
Oh, destroyed. Huh?
Yeah.
We were limping from Teddington. We were certainly limping.
Yeah.
But wheels.
You guys pulled it out. You got your finish.
Got our finish. Yeah.
So you got your Westminster finish. Yeah.
Yeah. That was good.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just last kind of 30
Last.
Was that just the?
So hard.
Yeah.
It's just never ends.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
the start switch, I thought it would be flying along, but hardly moving.
Not as much flow as you were hoping for. Yeah. And compared to last year's flow too, a whole different ball game, right?
It was just like there was no flow, there was no. Yeah. Sorry.
Oh, here. I'll let you move over. So just know. All right, we're gonna let them. Congratulations, really great work, Andy. It was Tom and Nushy, followed by Joe and Brindy, we think, but we'll double check what you guys came through on the Tideway.
I'll just try and pull that up for you now. We're getting quite a lot of requests on the live stream to try and check in with some of the other paddlers. So I don't know if there's any option to just say hello to a few.
Yeah, which I can look out for teams here to look at. We just saw Yaka and Floor, who I know have had a large Dutch contingent on the stream, looking as destroyed as everyone else has been looking. No one comes out of this looking anything less than completely destroyed. So that's just that's how it rolls, isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like the bad boys are just under Lambeth Bridge, and then we're going to have a little 5 or 10 minute gap, and then it should be Hall and Kirk coming in to take the C2 win.
Okay, great. That'll be good. We're seeing a bunch of boats kind of start to pile up over here, by just under the London Eye. Make a good photograph.
We need to keep half an eye on Henry to make sure he doesn't put any extra damage on any of them, I think.
I think he's got enough damaged boats to last a long time. I think he'll be out here trying to make sure they don't get any extra damage. Crying over the duct tape on the boat.
I think he said Billy had pre-booked his boat in with Henry to get touched up after the race.
I believe there are multiple boats sitting here in front of me that are already booked in with a Henry Carter repair job.
Wonderful.
And I'm seeing some. Oh no, I thought that was a crack, but it's not. No, I mean they look in surprisingly good shape. There's So this is Joe and Brindy's boat here and Tom and Nushy's boat here. There's definitely some damage on Joe and Brindy's boat that I think is fresh. So maybe just some scraping along the sides there. That will have been more recent. And here we go. Brett and I are filming each other. What a view of all of these boats under the London Eye, right? And just hordes of tourists walking by wondering what the heck is going on. It's really, really cool to see.
We've had a shout out from Jennifer saying well done to Tom and Andy. What a great finish. Absolutely.
Yeah. They did great, didn't they? It sounds like they were really, really struggling. They were saying the last like 30 to 40K. Did you get
further back in the comments, we have Martin saying that there was the C2 that fell in just after the bridge. So Mr. Pike paddling in that is 73 years old. Made it all the way down in the C2, which is just really, really impressive. And then Adrian's back online giving a shout out to Andy, also in another C2, saying "Go big brother." He'll be coming in pretty soon as well.
All right, we'll be keeping an eye out for them. We've got all the top crews here just getting changed and trying to get warm. You know, after this level of effort, it's really hard to kind of just warm up, recalibrate yourself. And just for anyone who missed it, we have, I think, unofficial but pretty confident at this point winners, which is Tom Sharp and Anushka Freeman. So they've doubled up. They came in as the favorites and they've won their second DW together. They got the Westminster finish and the Westminster win that they wanted last year. I think this crew is really, really happy. They're just going around hugging everyone. And there's a huge amount of emotions right now. And Joe and Brindy have come in second place, it looks like. And I grabbed them for a quick chat earlier. They were really, really suffering. And I know they were working really hard. And Joe's done this before. It was Brindy's first. Brindy said it was the hardest thing she's ever done. And I think she's in good company saying that about DW. That is really the level that we are talking about here. People who've gone through hard things. I can see Dan Palmer over here.
Sorry, Betsy. I'm gonna interrupt you here. We've got boat 356 coming into the finish now.
All right. Okay, the bad boys, Almir Bala and Scott LeBlanche. They've had a pretty good race. How are they? Do we have a rough placement for them?
They're definitely going to be top 10, maybe as high as 8th, I think, from what we're looking at.
All right.
Just while we watch them getting out of the boat, 17:17, that is the chip time for Tom and Nushy, gives them the 3rd quickest mixed time in the history of the race.
Wow.
And then actually, Joe and Brindy take 4th place as well.
Joe and Brindy take
4th quickest mixed crew ever.
4th fastest and 2nd place overall today, right?
Yeah, so 2nd place overall, the 4th fastest mixed time ever.
Wow. Yeah, that's the level of competition. That's crazy. So we know Keith and Lizzie have the fastest. Who's that 2nd fastest time, James?
That was actually Dan Palmer and Kat Burbett in 2023.
I remember that well, as do you.
Yeah, so the record is 16:40, then 15 minutes behind is Dan and Kat, 16:55. Now a new 3rd place will be 17:17 for Tom and Nushy.
All
then
right.
17:21.
Let me see if I can I grab Dan Palmer for a quick chat?
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's see if we can find out about the rudder.
I believe so.
We had a lot of you all had a lot of support coming in from Ireland and from everyone.
Yeah.
How was your race? You overcame some challenges.
Yeah,
I would say.
We had some challenges. It's not always clean sailing, should we say? And, we realised the rudder was not straight the night before the race.
Oh my God.
Obviously, that was the first time we got together.
Yeah, because you were coming this way a little bit, and we'll.
Thank you. It's just one of those things. I'm like a taxi today.
Yeah.
But
It's one of those things.
One of those things.
So you knew going into the race earlier yesterday that it was a potential issue, or?
Yeah, we had a little potential issue yesterday, and then we paddled off and went on the first portage, and it all popped off the back wheel, but I think it was because it was too loose. So that happened 3 times.
Oh my God.
No.
Yeah.
Wow. But you all pushed through it. I mean, that is just amazing to have a problem like that
I think a lot of
keep
people
going.
would have stopped
I think so.
after the second time.
Or the first time.
Or the first time, yeah. But
you guys pushed on.
I wanted to get my 1,000-mile club, so I've got it now. So
wow.
There we go.
That's amazing. Congratulations. That's really really impressive strength from you guys. And how was the partnership between you and David?
Yeah, I think we'll be back.
Oh, okay.
I'd like to be back anyway.
Okay.
I don't know his side yet. I haven't really spoken to him.
Come back with a functional rudder and see what you guys can do.
I already made a little joke halfway down the canal going, what are you doing next year?
Halfway down the canal. I think that's the earliest that I have ever heard any crew having the chat.
Yeah.
So you guys were having a pretty good time, enough to know that you want to do it again.
Yeah, it's good. The boat ran really nicely when everything was right. So we portaged well, and paddled well. We just had a few hiccups which cost us some time, but the support team was fantastic. They reacted to it really well.
Oh, that's
there
amazing. Congratulations, Dan.
One of those things.
Really, really well done. I'm sorry we've missed David, but I'll let you. Yeah, I think we're going to try to get everyone together for a top cruise photo. I think like Dan said, a lot of crews would have had, one rudder issue and pulled out, maybe 2 rudder issues and pulled out. But Dan and David kept going, and they've finished, I think they're 4th place overall today, if that's correct. And Dan was having so much fun, he's already invited David to do it again next year. I mean, that is, I don't know who makes that suggestion as early as the canal, but that certainly says something about how well that boat was running.
So Hawke and Palmer are currently listed as being in 5th place. So
5th place, all right.
Sharp and Freeman 1st, Peterson Kreff 2nd, Butler O'Grady 3rd, Burkett Simmons 4th, and then Hawke and Palmer 5th.
Thank you, James. Sorry, I've got a.
That's all chip times, so
yeah,
subject to slight change. We've also had a lot of nice shout outs from the comments. Well done to Joe and Brindy. Adrian is still saying, well, the whole Hall and Federer families watching from Westminster, Sweden, and the US.
Oh, that's fantastic. It's been amazing having everyone tune in. I will say, if you've enjoyed the live stream, please do subscribe to Paddler Media on YouTube or follow Paddle Daily on Facebook if you've watched on Facebook. We have a ton of awesome paddling content that comes out on the channel. And if there's ever anything that you want to see, you can always leave a comment, send a message. Check out the Paddlecast podcast with myself, Betsy, and Billy Butler. And a shout out to our sponsors of the coverage, which is Tango Charlie Lights. So a lot of these crews were using Tango Charlie Lights to make it through the night. And they're designed for paddlers by a paddler. So you know that they're going to work on your boat. They'll be reliable. They'll be exactly what you need as a paddler. And it's great to have Tango Charlie's support.
We're just waiting for a John.
We've got the teams coming together for a photo here. So we can. It's a pretty good view in front of Parliament here, isn't it? I think Dan is trying to sneak off. Everyone's hurting at this stage. They've done brilliantly though, haven't they? Yeah. Are they pretty happy with it? Yeah. So that's the top cruise here. That's your. We're just missing Billy and John. Yeah, where's Billy? There's Billy and John. Here we go. This is pretty.
Surely you get in. Surely you get in.
Go on, Dan. Go, Dan, go. We've unfortunately David Workin has already had to run, so Dan's repping both. This is great. I remember this feeling well. It's happy but also pain. Yeah. Joy and pain.
Are we done yet?
All in one. All right, I think we're going to do some support group photos now. That was fantastic. Are you okay? That was amazing. Yeah.
I can get the canoes.
Let me get
it. Would be a lot of time.
I wonder if we can maybe catch Billy and John again now that we've seen the full. You guys all feeling pretty, everyone's pretty happy, pretty tired?
Pretty happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that sums it up.
That's about it. That's awesome. I think it was 4 minutes ahead of Joe and Brindy. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Can we get a recap on those times again, maybe? These are the GPS times. Let's see. We'll see if we can get something on the screen. It was 4 minutes, right, between you and Joe and Brindy, and it was still pretty tight between the next couple. I'm asking on the stream if we can get James, if you put it in front of you, or Tim, who can announce it.
Yeah, it was a 4 minute gap between Tom and Nushy and Joe and Brindy, and then another 4 minutes between them and Billy and John, and then about a 21 minute gap to Tom and Andy.
All right.
Betsy, your connection is really spotty right now.
Sorry?
Your connection is extremely spotty right now, so I think you're.
I'm sorry about that.
Go
Okay.
find a different spot.
There's a lot of phones out right now, so I'll maybe let you guys go back to the stream.
So we should be seeing Joe and Dylan coming. Sorry, my head is stuck in the past. We should be seeing Dylan and Andy coming under Lambeth Bridge any moment now. The projected ETA is at Westminster 11:40, which would give them 8 minutes time. I'd assume it looks like on the tracker they are going to be the next boat in. So yeah, we'll just enjoy the view for a moment. They are going to take that C2 win in, what was that going to be? It looks like a sub 20-hour run, assuming they hold on, which is very fast. I think that gets them up in the top 10 C2 times, which is really impressive. Particularly as an international, or obviously Andy is from the UK, but I believe moved to America about 30 years ago. So I'm classing them as an international pair. Getting down the course is obviously a very big challenge for everyone, but particularly if you're not able to know it like the back of your hand. So I think we're just getting...
Just looking at some other crews on the Tideway right now, it looks like the Escots they've been stopped for a while by the looks of it, kind of just around Barnes. So wondering if something went wrong there, if they had to pull out. We'll keep an eye on that one. But I would have expected them, based on how they were pacing, to finish maybe about a half hour ago. So we'll try and keep an eye there and see what's happened to that crew.
Yeah, absolutely. Just sorry, while it's just the two of us, Tim, I have sent you a message on WhatsApp saying I'm well behind when I should have left, but I can't help myself. So I'm still here for now. But I think as soon as Andy and Dylan get in, I am going to need to shoot off.
That is all good, all good.
But yeah, I mean, what an incredible morning we've had. I woke up. I've definitely had the easiest broadcasting night out of everyone. I went to bed at about 11. I then woke up for no reason at about 2 o'clock and sort of just thought, well, I might as well see how everyone's going on. I woke up again at about 4 o'clock and checked it again.
Too much excitement. I mean, it was
Absolutely.
one of those things where this was not a night you could sleep through. There was too much drama happening overnight, boats dropping out, top crews jumping back and forth. This race has had it all this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And so close to the top. It's great to see everyone. Yeah, obviously everyone was desperate for the win, but it's great to see them all at the top of the steps, just appreciating each other's achievements and enjoying the moment with each other.
And I think after last year, just so many crews were really gunning for a Westminster finish. And I think being able to have that for so many of them this year, you can just see the emotion on their faces as they're getting off. And, despite the exhaustion, people already saying they want to go back and do it again.
Yeah, absolutely. I think halfway down the canal is probably a little bit early. I think he should probably be checked out by a doctor or something. But yeah, it's infectious. And we saw Dan there collecting his 1,000-mile club finish medal, which is really, that's 8 Westminster finishes, I think, including at least 4 senior doubles, which is really something to aspire to. Especially, I think he's relatively young as well. Obviously, coming down the course in a little while, we've got Pete Walker and his partner in the C2. This will be Pete's 8th finish in senior doubles. So he's already a member of the 1,000-mile club, but he wanted that 8th senior doubles finish. We should have Dylan and Andy coming in any moment on the tracker.
I think I can just start to see them at if you look under the kind of leftmost arch of the bridge, I can just see a speck starting to come underneath there. So I think they are coming into view any minute now.
Have we still got a Henry's stream available at those first
We don't,
steps?
unfortunately. Henry has kind of moved out from that location next to the steps where he was getting such a great angle there.
That's probably somewhat sensible. Yeah, there's definitely a boat coming into view. Taking the C2 win. I think particularly, obviously, so Andy is the junior C2 record holder, apparently from 1989, which we need to get some more juniors out in C2 going quickly, I think. but particularly this is a real redemption paddle for Dylan after what happened. So he had to retire due to his partner got quite ill, I think, through the night 2 years ago. So it's really great to see Dylan coming back and managing to take the win. And here they come now. This is really, like we were saying in the C2, it is extra difficult getting this last maneuver right. You can see they're struggling to steer, but they're still doing so well. And then they'll come into the steps, and getting out of the back of the C2 is difficult. Here we go, coming across the line any moment. I think they've stopped a fraction early, but we'll let them off. Yeah, we'll just drift down to the bottom of the steps and hopefully Betsy will be able to pick them up when they're in. Everyone's completely spent at this point. You see, so I'll just check the projection. That's a projected time of 20 hours, 21 minutes, which is a really exceptional performance in such a low flow year. There you go. See, Dylan neatly parking that. He's going to have to let the back swing round. Just trying to, there we go. And that's a really great finish for these two. Particularly, they would have had a tough time mentally in the start, knowing that Thornton and Bowen were trading the lead.
I've got the support crew photo here for Tom and Nushy. They look great. Tired but great. This is an expanded support photo.
Yeah. Betsy, while you're there, we've just got Andy and
have we got
Dylan
Andy?
They've just finished. They'll be coming up the steps any moment.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go after them in just a minute when I see them up the steps. This is what a crew. Oh, Tom has still only ever won DW.
I would disagree with that. I think she's
what?
2018.
2018. 2018. Did Tom race DW and not win in 2018?
I think he retired with Keith at Reading.
Oh, okay. All right. So for every DW he's finished, he's won all of them. We'll have to amend.
Billy is churning out stats as we recover.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, he is one of the. Tom is one of the few people in the legendary hat trick club.
Which is three
wins. Yeah.
3 DW wins. Yeah. Yeah, and 2 of those with Nushy.
And in
last
consecutive years, I believe.
And consecutive, yeah.
Yeah,
so he won 2023, 2024, 2025. That's really something.
Andy and Dylan are coming up the steps now.
Let me go catch Andy and Dylan now. So they have won the. Do we have a time for them yet?
Chip time is 20 hours, 21 minutes.
Did you say 20 hours?
Yeah, 20 hours, 21 minutes.
So that's slower, but they've finished. Look at that. Look at that. Woo!
You're shorter than me, Andy.
Oh, look at this. I think that's Andy's parents. Good job,
So Andy's brother Adrian is no doubt watching right now.
Andy, your brother Adrian has been in the stream like the entire time, cheering you on in the comments, watching every minute. I know this is a big family moment. Congratulations, Dylan and Andy. We've got a lot of emotions happening here. You guys did great. You were so amazing. We were tracking your progress the whole time. That was it was trading, and then you guys picked it up. And
what was our time?
20. I think they've got. James, can you read that off again?
The chip time is 2021.
2021.
Headwind was.
That headwind was, yeah. And it never really died down, did it? Yeah.
And no
All the way
flow
through
as
the
well.
Apart from the Uber taxiways, we're on the Henley Street.
Oh, was that?
They were breaking.
Oh my God. It's the wind against tide there, and it just gets, oh my God. Wow, that's brutal. Look at that. Actually, those are some of the, yeah, one of these pairs of hands is significantly worse. Your hands look great, Dylan, to be honest. That's about the best that I've, you can see some other ones. Yeah. How are you guys feeling right now?
I'm blind in my right eye, and I have been most of the night and since.
Yeah.
Something's going on with it. I can't see.
Okay.
It looks like I'm looking through frosted glass.
It looks pretty swollen, so I think there's a medical tent here. Actually, if you want to check out the medical tent, that might be.
Drink lots.
The
Drink
green.
lots.
Is it the green tent? Yeah.
Okay.
That's probably a good idea. So you've made it through half blind. That's pretty good.
Interesting. Doing depth perception was interesting. Putting the boat down on some.
Oh God, on the portages and in the dark and yeah.
They know they've won the C2 though, don't they?
Yeah. You've won the C2 class by quite a lot. I'm sure you all know that already.
Yeah, we went past the Texans.
Did you pass them before the end?
Oh, wait.
So the Texans didn't make the cut.
Oh, 15 minutes.
They were swamped by a boat further.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, that is devastating.
I know, especially
after last time.
Yeah.
Oh, and Sam and Mike must be pretty gutted as well.
Yeah, I think so.
I
haven't had the full debrief yet.
Yeah, we'll let you catch up with them. Yeah, support crew duty first. Very done. I'm gonna let you find the medical tent, Andy. Yeah. Go ahead, James.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say I'm gonna have to duck out now. But it's been really great. I'm going to have to duck out now.
Okay. That's right.
Well overdue on.
Oh, you're well overdue. Okay. Well, a special shout out to James's wife, Angela, for allowing us to borrow James on her birthday weekend. And a happy birthday to Angela. And James continues to be the best DW encyclopedia that there is.
Thank you very much.
James, it's been an
love it.
honor to have you on the stream. So thank you from me and the entire crew.
Yeah, that's all right. We'll catch up soon. And I'll be
good.
checking in to make sure you keep up to date with everyone. See you soon. Bye.
Bye, James. All right. So that's I think most of the top crews have finished now. I'm not sure how many crews we've got left to come in here. Do you have any idea, Claire? No.
They're holding them at Chiswick.
They're holding them at Chiswick because of just the time and the.
We can't work out how many there are.
Are they going to let them finish or? Okay. So we're not sure what's going on with the. Should we ask the men in Tim in orange? Okay.
So
let's go see if we can find out.
We've got a boat coming in now. So boat 320 is coming in. You can just see it under the leftmost arch here.
Okay.
That looks like we still have about 25 boats left out on the.
Is it Tim? Hey, I'm on the live stream and wondering if you can give us an update on how many boats are still left to finish.
I have no idea.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I haven't been keeping track of it.
No. Have they been held upstream or are they all coming down as usual?
I believe they're coming down as usual, but there are cutoffs in place.
Okay, and so there's some teams who are not making those cutoffs. Okay, are they getting cut off at Chiswick?
Chiswick, I believe it's
the
first one.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so we've still got some teams who are getting pulled off the course. That's going to be pretty gutting for them. Yeah.
We're trying to do what we can.
Yeah. And I know there were some teams at Teddington too who didn't make the tide cutoff as well, so that'll be disappointing for them too. Yeah. How's it gone with safety this year? Have you had any incidents, or is it? Okay, that's great.
Safety, keep
right.
themselves.
Yeah.
We don't need to know about it.
I know that was an important goal for the DW this year, so it sounds like everything's kind of gone to plan with the marshals on the Uber boats and everything.
And to be fair, we've heard the Uber boats are talking to each other So, and they're slowing down.
Wow.
That's a good sign.
That's I think it's hard to get the Uber boats to slow down. That's a pretty big accomplishment.
Yes.
That's
Fingers crossed next year.
yeah.
We can do more.
That's amazing. Well, really good to hear it, and I know you all are working hard, the entire volunteer crew and safety and everyone. So, thanks for absolutely. All right. Well, we'll have a few more crews coming. Thank you for that. We've got a few more crews yet to come through. It sounds like there's crews who are not making the cutoffs. So, the C2 crew from Texas didn't make the cutoff. I think that was the cutoff at Teddington. And they got, we just heard that from Elise and Shireen, who are on the support crew for Dylan and Andy in the C2 class. That is going to be really, really gutting for the Texans, especially for it to be them being swamped by a boat again, and that kind of affecting their race even further upstream than we are now. Sorry. Yeah, it's. I think a lot of teams have probably had a hard time with the scheduling this year because, you know, if they're basing any of their data on the last 2 years, it's been a really different scenario with the headwind and with the lower flow this year. So that's been that could be one of the factors that we see. And you know, that Texan crew, they were here in 2023 when the flow was, I think, the highest DW has ever run in that flow, and so that's really tough for them. Oh, is this Devises Canoe Club? That's what it sounds like. Which boat was this, Tim? I think you said a minute ago.
So this was boat 320. This was Peter Clark and Ian Robert.
Clark and Robert from Devises Canoe Club, boat 320. I think we've got a bunch of Devises fans here watching them come in. Devises Canoe Club is definitely one of those clubs that is
Specializes.
Yes, as you would expect, specializes in the Devises to Westminster. So we're getting a good view of that crew coming up now, stopping for a few photos in front of Big Ben and Parliament. I think we're probably going to wrap up the live stream pretty soon. We've seen all those. Oh, we've still got Kat and Fee to come in.
Yeah.
I'd like to catch them.
They are.
How far do we have until they?
Where's that? Battersea.
Battersea. That should be fairly close, right? Does it give them? Some of them we've been getting an estimated.
They should be in about 25 minutes, 25 to 30 minutes.
All right.
Yeah.
Just a quick update, Betsy, on, you know, we heard when you were chatting with the volunteer that there were going to be different cutoff points. It does look like we've had a bunch of boats stop on the Tideway or get forced
or be stopped.
Yeah. I think probably the most notable one, or not most notable, but one of the boats that was pushing towards the top of the leaderboard early in the race, and then narrowly made the tide window at Teddington was Poole and Tebbit, who it looks like have had to stop around Mortlake.
So they've been pulled off?
It looks like they've been pulled off. It's hard to tell, but there's a cluster of about 7 boats who are stopped at the same point on the GPS tracker. So I think they may have been pulled off.
Yeah, I bet
so
you're right. At Chiswick, yeah, that's what we just heard from some of the marshals. It's always nice to know the marshals, and they do a great job out here. But they were saying there's a bunch of boats that were getting stopped at Chiswick. So I think that's right. So that means that Poole and Tebbit haven't made the cutoffs.
Well, it was really touch and go at Teddington. James and I weren't sure that they were going to make it through or that they did make it through. They were allowed to paddle down, but I think they were probably had to push so hard to get through the cutoff at Teddington that probably weren't able to keep
not make the cutoff
pace on the Tideway.
Yeah. And we've got Rebecca Bird and Al Pipe still out there as well. It looks like they're still moving on the tracker. Is that right, Brett? Yeah. So hopefully they'll make it through to the finish.
Yeah, they're in the middle of the stream. So
In the middle of the stream, that's where
yeah,
we want to
that's-
see them.
Yeah, and they're probably one of the last boats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the last boats on the course.
Yeah.
I gotta ask Henry. So Henry and I had different takes on the Pool and Tebbit crew, and Henry, it's looking like they're not going to make the finish. What do you think?
I mean, most of my other calls were right, so I'm, like to the T. So I'll take.
You're going to rest on your laurels of Tom and Nushy winning again that you called from pretty early.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's the assuredness that I made that call, and the fact that I think every reason I gave for it, we saw come round.
Yeah.
But
I think our predictions have been pretty. I think our predictions across the board have been pretty strong.
Yeah,
relative to
but
the
I mean,
results
there
that we've seen.
were certainly moments where we were panicking.
Yeah, I know.
But I mean, what I would say regarding my I never predicted Paul to win, but I said do not count against him for being an outsider.
Yeah.
Because he is an incredibly strong paddler, and not finishing DW doesn't mean you're not a strong paddler. It just means.
Oh gosh, no. I mean, we have seen. I think hopefully anyone who's been watching this stream can appreciate just how monumental it is to complete this race.
Brutal, I think, is the correct word.
Yeah, monumental and brutal. And Tom Simmons and Andy Burkett, I think they were just over the moon to have gotten their finish, and to get a solid finish just off the podium, right? I think it was Billy and John who took that third place. I think they were pleased with their results as well. And I wouldn't be surprised if Pool and Tebbit have kind of caught the bug now and decide that they've got unfinished business and come back. What do you think?
I think unfinished business might be the phrase that comes out of Bob Paul's mouth.
Yeah.
So
it's hard to see him kind of giving up on it, right?
No, but I look forward to seeing him in the paddock next year.
Yes.
Saying exactly that. Why he is like unfinished business.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, Way Kayak Club has some phenomenal long distance paddlers. One which hasn't got enough mention this weekend, I think, is Emma Watts. She's doing the 4-day paddle, raising money for Marsden Charity.
Okay.
And she phenomenal paddler. But Way does have a good, strong contingent of long distance paddlers. So if this is the start of seeing,
sorry, I'm just gonna jump in here real quick. It looks like we have a boat coming in, boat 334, and it looks like they may have just gone in on the other side of the bridge.
Oh,
I don't know
boy.
if you guys
Okay.
can get eyes on that.
Yeah, hang on. If you let me confirm, I'm going to get back into my spot here, maybe with a bit of spotting.
Betsy, I have a better angle on the steps cam.
Well, I want to see what's going on. Oh, yeah, that's an empty boat.
Yeah,
There's a K2 in the water, like a meter in front of Westminster Bridge, and a safety boat next to them. No one's panicking. There's a huge safety team here that you can see with swim safety who's out there to make sure everyone's all right today. And it looks like everyone's kind of calm in the situation, and they'll. What do you think, swim safety team? Does this it's all under control? Yeah. I'm getting some nodding down there. I don't know if they'll swim the boat all the way to the finish. That's probably 200 meters, maybe. Cameron and Balog, yeah. We've seen them paddling along the course. They're still in the water there. If you can see that on the camera angle, it looks like they might have just told the safety boat that they're just going to swim it in. Interestingly, that they are not moving very quick. Obviously, they're swimming and not paddling, but in a different year with a different level of flow in this section, we'd expect them to be to be kind of pushed down this little couple 100-meter stretch quite a bit faster. I think it shows sort of how different the flow is this year compared to the last 2 years, that they're really not moving that quick. I think the stern paddler looks like he's standing. So it looks like they're on the, yep, okay. They're both standing now. So they'll just be walking through the water. So John Cameron and Robert Ballag are walking it in. Yeah, it's funny. I think I'm not sure everyone realizes kind of what the dynamics are of the Thames here. And you can see where we are, right in the heart of central London. You can see Big Ben and Westminster on the screen, and then behind us is the London Eye. And the Thames is, of course, it's a major river, biggest river in the UK. It's pretty wide across here. I think you can get a pretty good view of that on screen, and it'll be very deep in the center. But along the sides, it's actually tends to be pretty sloping, muddy and pebbly banks. And so I'm not sure if they're on mud or pebbles here now, but you can see the crew again, kind of like walking through about chest deep water to bring their kayak in to the steps. And they're going to want to get changed really quickly coming out of there. I don't know if we've had anyone check on Andy Hall since he went to the medical tent, but I'm hoping his eyesight has returned to normal. I think that crew might have disappeared to go get warm. But if you missed our coverage earlier, we have the winning teams. Let's see, right here. This is Cameron and Ballag coming in. And the winners. I think they're looking
not
happy
the
to be
first
done.
and not the last to fall in on the finish
Oh
line.
gosh!
No.
Every year there's a number of crews to go in, isn't there?
Yeah, but I mean, it was like Tom Sharp said, that actually it wasn't as bad as what he thought. It's just that last bit,
Yeah.
and those waves really underneath Westminster Bridge arches. The waves really just pick up. And
They really do, just in that last bit. I thought that was really interesting. When we were chatting with Tom earlier, and he was saying that about the Tideway wasn't as bad as he was expecting. He thought the waves were pretty manageable. Again, this is 3 times in a row DW winner Tom Sharp, as of a few minutes ago. They're still really bad. Don't let Tom's take fool you.
His description of the headwind.
Yeah.
Boring.
Yes.
Yeah. and that sounds what's the word? Dismissive, but it's actually a very good way of describing it. If you paddled, you know when something's just in your face for a long time. You can't do anything about it.
It's true. I had that at Thameside too when James and I paddled that race, and that was, you just get, when you're out there on the river, you want to get a little bit of variety. We've just had boat 337 come in here, which you should be able to see on the video. But it makes a huge difference to have some variety in what you get down the course. And for me, doing it, going from the daytime to the nighttime, that was amazing, because it just felt like this dynamic shift. It's like you've entered a new kind of stage of the race. It puts you in a different frame of mind. But for it to just be kind of this headwind, even if it's not blasting you as bad as the one at Thameside 2 was.
I think Keith Moore summed it up quite nicely, is that he's, in his mind, he's splits it up, is that first pound, and then through to Reading, and then down here, and then and he's not splitting them up equal sections. It's like that first pound,
get it done.
Yeah.
It's a brain ache.
You have to change your mindset through each of those sections.
And then you portage, run, portage, run.
You're
pedal.
never like, no one is ever. I mean, maybe I could be proved wrong if anyone has felt good on the pound, but I don't think anyone is feeling good on the pound. I think it's just your nerves are up. It's boring again, right? There's no portaging. It's I mean, it's nice scenery, but it's very samey the whole way down. There's very little variety. It's the beginning of the race. You know you've got a lot left.
And there's no support crews. You're not seeing other crews. You're not seeing other support crews.
Boats or support.
Sometimes it's not just your support crew that you enjoy seeing. It's a support crew, the boat in front. You know, there's a kind of funny relationship as you go down.
Oh, we've got a C2 coming in now. This is Peter Walker and Robert Whitehead. They are struggling, understandably, if you can see on the stream, on the video, just how bad those waves are. But they've made it in upright. And I think this is Peter Walker's 8th DW finish. I think that's what James was saying earlier. And really, really impressive. He wanted to make the 1,000-mile club. They look exhausted, as you'd expect. Brett, you were just mentioning the support crews. That was something that we heard from, I think it was Nushy who said it earlier, who was like, the speed was the same on the water. Yep. It was the support crews that she said that she felt was the difference maker in that race today.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so just.
I mean, we'll see what she says. I think she's probably feeling very grateful to her support crew right now. So she's definitely going to be in a frame of mind to give them a lot of credit. We'll have to catch up with her this week. But I mean, she's right. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
We did, and it was there's the they at Teddington it was Tom and Nushy who were in and out of Teddington the quickest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
By what did we say, like a minute and a half or less?
Yeah, one of the support crews chatted to me and they said that they were glad that the gap wasn't something like 2 minutes between the two crews at the end, because at least then the support crew doesn't feel like it's them to blame. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's a whole team thing.
Yeah.
But you don't want your crew just to leave out, because the support crew will be thinking, oh, did I take too long putting that jump on?
Yeah.
But we mentioned it last time, but all the support crews look so slick. And when we first saw
that Joe and Brindy change.
Yeah, when we first saw that, we thought, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then to their speed, you've got a lot of experience in Tom and Nushy's support crew.
Yes,
a lot of experience there.
Yeah. Let's recap which crews we're waiting on to come in. We've got Kat Burbeck and Fiona Penny Douglas. Kat Burbeck has done something like 11 DW finishes, I think. She holds the title the Queen of DW, very, very rightfully so. And Fiona Penny Douglas is a former canoe slalom world champion and Olympian for Team GB. But they looked pretty rough at Teddington. I think right now they're probably giving it their all just to make these cutoffs.
Yeah, I'm just looking and see where I can find them. It's a gaggle boat, so it's difficult to click on the tracker.
Yeah, and also it looks like we should have about 6 boats coming in the next 20 minutes or so. So the next one coming in will be 375. So that's Stevens and King.
Stevens and King coming in soon. Yep.
Then 323, King and Smith. 326, which is Burbank and Penny Douglas. 317, which is Hammond and Hammond. And then 379, which is Elias and Black.
Did you say Bird and Pipe?
No, so Bird and Pipe are off the very back end right now. I'm trying to see if they may be at risk of being cut off. It's unfair.
Oh man. Okay. They'll be pretty gutted if they they get cut off. What were you saying earlier?
What about? Sorry, remind me.
We were talking about the support crews and just the role that they play, and she was giving her support crew a lot of credit for their win because they were so similar on the water and speed.
Yeah, the other thing I think which comes into play is there's a little bit of club culture. Richmond has a very, very strong history of DW, a proud history of DW, and when crews declare, yeah, we're going to give it a shot, if you are a member of Richmond, you are not short of volunteers to help in your support crew. In fact, they actually have the opposite problem. They have to turn people away because everyone wants to be a part of that journey, which is a fantastic problem to have. But it does mean that everyone in that support crew has probably done DW or supported before.
Yeah.
So they've done DW in one respect
or one DW and we caught up with Lizzie briefly at Teddington.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, just
what
fancy,
a legend. Lizzie
imagine having one of the record holders as your support crew.
Yeah.
Just that's a flex. That's quite a big flex.
An international marathon paddler. I think she's got some international medals. Yep.
So yeah, there is a club culture thing going on there. Richmond are a very, very well drilled club. Yeah. They always go for the club trophy. I think they won it last year.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Possibly the year before.
I think they've won the Waterside. They might have got the Waterside Club trophy this year too. I think I saw that.
Yeah. And so all that feeds into the momentum and the culture and just the ability for that club to support their paddlers.
And the fact that they had 2 top level support crews, split between that they were able to field. I mean, there's more than 6 people. What do you think? Like 6 to 10 people on each of Joe and Brindy's and Tom and Nushy's support crews, depending on how many. Not all of them sort of full on support the whole time, I think. But
no, I think everyone had
a lot of people.
Everyone had their role.
Yeah.
And I do not know this, but I wouldn't be surprised if on the support crew is support to the support crews.
Yeah. That's the level, isn't it?
And again, that's needed because what do I need to get ready for you to do the thing? And so little things like having someone who is a driver and all they do is drive just changes that dynamic and allows the support crew to dot watch, contact, get eyes on and focus on, and so it's turning your support crew into a well-oiled machine.
And it's a harder job. I think, hearing support crew for anyone who hasn't done it before, it's like, okay, you just show up and feed the crews.
Oh, gosh,
it is so much harder and more nuanced than that. It's much more like F1 pit crew kind of.
Yeah, you've not experienced support crew until someone's eaten out of your mouth. It's a very odd experience.
I'm not sure. Definitely out of your hands.
Eating out your hands.
I don't think eating out of your mouth, but definitely eating out of your hands.
We're not penguins.
Yeah.
So just jumping in here, we've got Stevens and King coming in now. This is boat 375.
375 has just pulled up. I believe this is this one of the Royal Marines crews? Yep. So they've done well to make it. Tim, did we see Hills and McLaughlin finish in the ladies category earlier? Or Henry, if you were there, do you remember if they've finished? I'm wondering if they managed to make the time cutoffs or not.
I don't recall.
Yeah, let's check.
They haven't finished yet, but they are just
They're
around
still out on the court.
Park.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh, sorry. I think I'm looking at the wrong crew. Apologies.
So this is
no, sorry. They retired. They retired overnight. Sorry.
Oh, they retired overnight. Oh
yes.
Man, that is too bad. So what about in the women's category? What about was it Sally Verno and Julia Fox?
Also retired overnight.
Also
last night.
retired. Oh my God. This was a lot. I expected a lot of retirements
so
last year,
right
but
now,
this year I didn't expect quite so many, and it's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, between retirements and folks who have been kind of taken off the course because of cutoff times, it looks like we might have more than a 50% attrition rate this
More
year.
than 50% attrition. Oh my God.
As of right now, we have
Wow.
31 boats who have retired. And I think if I'm reading the tracker correctly, there's at least 8 more who've been pulled off the course.
Wow. That's pretty wild. We talked to Owen Peak, the chief umpire of the race, before while we were in Devizes yesterday, and he said he was expecting a pretty high retirement rate. I don't know if he was expecting quite this much, but between the lower flow and the headwind,
a lot more crews who just gave it a chance.
Yeah. And what we saw in 2023 and 2024 was that the crews who did race had to meet a very high threshold of experience and capability in order to be allowed to race. And so there were crews who never made it to the start line on those races because of what they didn't quite have in terms of experience. So this year they didn't have to do anything like that. So Owen Peak, the chief umpire, still ran the same safety process and kept an eye on everything, and then concluded it was going to be safe enough out there that they didn't have to put those same requirements in place. So as Henry was just suggesting, we could have some crews out this year who maybe wouldn't have been allowed to race last year or the previous year because of experience or because of skill level. So that could be a factor. Definitely the headwind is a factor. So we've got another boat coming through now.
So we have 2 boats coming in now.
Oh, yeah.
We should have King and Smith, and we should have Cat and Fee as well.
Yeah, that's
here.
Cat and Fee. So in the blue and white boat, that is Cat and Fee. They have made it. I am so happy for them. I definitely want to try and grab them when they come off the water. They're looking rough. Yeah. Maybe Henry, if you can just check in with them and check on their state, and then we'll see if we can chat with them. They'll be really happy to have made it down the course. Cat is smiling. It's rare to see Cat not smiling during DW, and that's just really nope. That's a grimace now. Yeah, and that tells you just how hard it's been for them this year. And Cat really knows what she's doing. She's
Well done, Mummy.
Well done, Mummy.
Well done, Fiona.
Well done, Fiona.
That's great. They finished. Have you all been tracking them all along the way?
Yeah, I've been out with them, and Fred.
This is Cat's family.
He went home last night.
Yeah.
Well, he stayed at home, and his Cat's dad brought him in this morning.
Okay.
Freddie's
Oh, that's
No,
great. That's
Oh,
great.
yeah.
How it looked like they were having a hard time out there.
Yeah, well, I'll let Cat tell the story.
Okay, we're
rather than me
gonna
tell you.
catch them. Okay.
Yeah.
I had a feeling there was a story. We saw them, and I was like, Cat is still smiling, but there's a smile and a grimace.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair.
Sorry, Betsy, can you see what boat just came in?
She will have a good one, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, all right.
When you get a chance to speak to her.
We're gonna catch Cat, but really well done. What was that, Tim? Go ahead.
Just can you check? We had a 3rd boat come in. I'm just trying to figure out who that is.
Oh, the 3rd boat. So 319 has just arrived. 326, which is Cat and Fee, and 323, maybe 323. I think is the 3rd boat. So 326, 323, 319. Sorry, 379. Those are the 3 boats that we can see down there. I can see Cat walking up now. I think that was her husband just saying that she looks like she is really, really hurting. So she came into it with a knee injury, a pretty serious knee injury, and she's had a knee brace on. We saw her knee brace in Devizes, and she made the call to. She made the call to race with the knee injury, and knowing that was going to be hard work. Oh my God! All right.
Come here.
Well done! Congratulations! You made it. Fee looks like she might be hurt as well. Kat's knee is, I think her knee is swollen too.
That's a mammoth effort
That's
to start that race.
Oh my God.
No injury.
Yeah. Let's go catch up with them. I'm leaving it here for now. It's okay. Thanks. All right. Let's see Cat and Feet. If we can switch the feed over, we'll catch them.
Well done, Steve. You need one to give one to Feet. There we go. Well done. Well done. Keep walking out. Right, let's keep going. The boat's coming.
And I think they've just won the women's category pretty handily, which is what we expected from them, but hard work nonetheless. Congratulations.
I'm just going to pick this up.
Got a hug.
Just pick up this. Well done, guys.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah. I love you.
Do you want to get the back of the boat? Sorry.
That's okay, don't worry.
They're a bit fragile.
Don't worry.
Actually, they've been through a lot. They're not so fragile.
Oh, mate. Bring it in.
Can you cut to the feed here, even if it's choppy? Tim, can we cut to Cat and Feed? Thank you. There's a lot of emotion going on right here.
Give your wife a hug. Oh my God.
Oh my God, Cat.
That is not my finest performance.
Yeah. Oh my God. We're dying to hear the story whenever you're ready. But you made it. You guys did it. You've won the women's category.
Oh, yay!
I think all the other women's boats might have retired. There might have been one who made it through. Yeah. There's a lot of boats who didn't make it down the course.
Yeah, we thought that there would be.
Yeah.
We were
yeah.
tight to make it.
Surprisingly, for off brand for you.
We were tapping away really nicely, and then I misjudged a step.
Oh no!
And just took my knee out.
The same knee that was already injured, right? Oh
and
my
then,
God.
We just never really recovered from that. So we were walking. Yeah, sure, we can have an ice cream. We'll speak to Daddy in a minute. We'll speak to Daddy about it in a minute. Thanks, Baba. Thank you. Yeah, so and then we were walking
step.
I was able to jog for a bit, and then I was like, nah. And I don't want to. I should think it's the size of a balloon. But then,
oh my God,
I didn't have any pain. So that was fine.
Yeah.
But I've got. It's not operating.
Yeah. Wow. So how early was it that you took the misstep in your knee?
Newbury. Oh, we got to Newbury in like record time as well.
Yeah.
And then I just was like,
we were tracking you against the record pace too. And
yeah. And then that was
weren't
it.
too far off until
I just couldn't. Then, put it back.
Yeah. But that's amazing work for you all to do that. Fee, congratulations. I heard you say don't let me do this again. Is that what I heard? We'll give you a few minutes to change your mind.
Said once upon a time, but then he did get in a boat again. So
okay, we're not going to count you out. That's for sure. How was the experience for you? This is your first one. You've done it.
It was pretty brutal. My shoulder was hurting from well before halfway.
Okay. Was this a pre-existing shoulder injury?
No.
Nope. You've got a new one.
Maybe from a long time.
Yeah.
Go back to the cup.
And then, sore bums as usual on Tideway. So we ended up just that last 10k, probably just doing a bit of paddling, a little break, a bit of paddling, a little break. We didn't get out, but yeah, my shoulder was in bits and Kat was carrying me a little bit for a while until she was in bits.
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, but early on it was good. We were good on the canal until Newbury when Kat took a tumble, and it wasn't that long after that. I think my shoulder started saying, "Hello, I'm here."
Yeah. Wow. super impressive.
Yeah.
It's we saw that it looked like you all were working pretty hard, and you managed to push through all the way to the finish in a really tough year. It might be over 50% of crews that didn't finish this year. We're checking the numbers, but that's pretty high.
Yeah, and I guess there wasn't any help. By the time we got to the Tideway, there wasn't much help with us.
Yeah. How does it, can I ask how DW compares to some of your elite level paddling experiences at the world
Maybe
level?
not as nerve-wracking, but
Yeah.
harder way physically.
Physically a lot harder.
Yeah.
Okay. You've heard it from an Olympian and a world champion here. This is DW is physically harder.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Congratulations. Massively well done.
Thank you very
Really,
much.
really amazing work.
Thank you. Cheers.
Great job.
Let's get you.
We're going to let, I definitely think Kat and Fee need some food and water and rest right now. That was, that's we see people push through some really, really hard things on the DW, and with Kat's knee injury, and then she said she took a misstep. I dread to think what kind of conversation she's going to have with her doctors and her physio after this. I hope she's not. I hope she's not worsened her injury after this, but it's definitely going to be a tough call. And then Fee acquired a shoulder injury. We often see, DW paddlers will have a little bit of a pre-existing injury or niggle coming into the race, and DW turns it into a proper injury. But, okay, do you have bird and pipe?
They might not have made the Putney cut off.
Oh gosh. Okay.
They're by the side.
Oh man.
Let's see if it moves.
Okay. I mean, they might have gone in as well if they're by the side, but
the official just said there is a Putney cut off.
Oh, there is a
That's
Putney
the last
cut off.
cut off.
Okay. So they might not have made that. Oh, they'll be really disappointed. I bet Rebecca will be back for that Century Cup though. I think she's got that in her sights. So if she's not made it, we've got another crew coming up now. Boat number 351. They've made the cutoffs and they've finished the race. Yeah, I told I just mentioned to Kat and Fee that we think the attrition rate could have been over 50%, and they were pretty surprised, and I think a bit I guess disappointed to not see more crews finish, but it really speaks to their achievement. That was a lot for them to push through. What did you think about Kat and Fiona when you saw them coming in, Henry?
Considering Kat started with a knee problem, quite a significant knee injury with quite a large brace over the top.
Yep.
She wasn't the one limping up the stairs.
Well,
so,
she was, but Fee was.
Yeah. So I think Fee has pushed herself to the absolute limit, and I think it goes to the testament of just how difficult this race is. Fee is an accomplished Olympian.
Oh my God!
So this is just a different ballpark.
Yeah.
Completely different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Finishing a DW just takes so much out of you.
It really does.
And I think one of the things that we're seeing a lot up here on the steps up here is you can train as much and as hard as you like. You cannot prepare yourself for the emotions that are going to hit you when you finish.
Yeah.
And we saw them meeting their families and just dissolving
completely.
So you can do the mileage.
Yep.
But nothing quite prepares you for that.
Yeah, I think almost every crew who came in, there was a lot of tears.
We have a
and
boat, folding boat coming in.
Oh, we've got a folding boat coming in. I wonder how many of the folding boats have managed to make the cutoffs, because they will have left very early, but let's see which folding boat this is. 359. No, I think it's a folding bit. 3. You can see from watching the team carry this boat just how heavy these folding boats are, and they have taken these through 77 portages, which is 359. Pretty impressive, pretty hard to imagine. 77 portages with any boat is tough, but 77 portages with such a heavy and bulky boat is really rough. How many boats? That was Nicholas Ford and George Earl. So congratulations to Nicholas and George for making it. How many boats do we have left on the course, Brett?
4, 5.
Do we think? Are we pretty sure about Rebecca and Al getting pulled off the course, or do we think?
7. I think about 7 or 8.
Okay, so we've still got a few who've made it past Putney.
Yeah, I've scrolling out. I've got no boats.
Yeah, and are Rebecca and Al off the tracker now?
Yeah, there's. Yeah.
So
there's
let's
no more boats behind Battersea.
I think let's wrap it up then. If we can
Betsy, we're going to leave the stream on for the rest of the cruise.
Oh, for the rest of the cruise. Okay. All right. Well, then we'll do a little recap before we wrap it up. And I'm going to ask what. So I'll start with Brett. So Brett, you've been following and racing DW for how long?
Well, I first did it in 88, 89. And then I tried
a few
again.
years ago.
And then I tried again about 06 or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What stood out to you about this year that made it kind of different from other DWs?
This is the first time I've gone through the night to see them.
Yeah.
I mean, at the moment here, and particularly the result we've had, is what comes to mind is it's a team thing. Particularly here where you've got families seeing their guys crossing the line, and we talked about the Richmond team.
Yeah.
It really is. These guys go through. It's cruel. It's really difficult.
Yeah.
But it's a real team game.
It really is, and not just the crew in the boat, right? The whole support team and everyone who's involved.
Yeah. And everybody has a story. We said that crew, not the first, not the last to fall in on the finish line.
Yeah.
But those that do swim across the finish line will tell that story.
Oh my gosh.
And there's so many other things all the way down the course, In the top 2 crews, one of their paddlers in each crew fell in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if everyone caught that on the stream, but Nushy and Tom went in really quickly on one of the portages, and then it sounds like Brindy went in at some point as well.
Yeah, just
Brindy was vomiting a lot.
Was she?
She was. We did hear that. We heard that officially on record, and and they still came first and second. It also shows that a top crew can come back from these kinds of setbacks. David and Dan finishing the race in, I think we said fifth place.
Yeah.
5th or 6th place overall, despite having a broken rudder the entire time.
Oh, that was just.
That was really.
Most people would have just gone. Boats gone.
Turned around, got home.
Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. So that's
volunteers that make this happen. We got a swim safety team here at the bottom.
Yes, we do.
People all around us. We've had people marshalling the.
Just hold it for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're talking about the safety and the volunteers.
We've got people marshalling all the portages, or the main ones, through the night as well.
It's amazing. I think there's over 300 volunteers. You don't have to. We've got the camera there. Who are involved, which, pretty incredible. I'm going to see if I can get a slightly better audio and break out the, if you can grab the paddle mic again, we'll get the paddle mic back on. Oh, yeah. All right. How's our, well, let's see. I can't hear anymore, but if our audio is not working, let us know. So this is, it looks like boat 319, Laura Groom and Gwen Haynes. I think they came through earlier. That was a veterans mixed crew. There we go. All right, should be mic'd up again. Okay. And so, Brett, you said what stood out to you about this year was the teams. I'm going to ask Henry as well if we can get the mic over.
Yeah,
and Henry, you live streamed this last year as well.
Oh, don't remind me. Don't remind me.
Can't believe I agreed to do this twice.
Yeah.
What do you think stood out to you about this year?
I mean, this year absolutely is the closeness of the competition. The fact that, you know, we just could not call it at any point. Whereas I think last year it wasn't much beyond Reading where we were able to go, yeah, this is done. This race is over. Or first place has been called, providing nothing else goes wrong. Whereas this, it was just every time I clocked in, someone else was in the lead, in second, chomping down on this. Oh, this cruise slowed down. This cruise sped up. And yeah, so I think for me, what I would say to all the crews that have crossed the line this year is it doesn't matter where you came. This year you were part of and delivered one of the closest races in history.
Yeah.
And that is something to be proud of, because the fastest crew would not have pushed it as hard as they did if they didn't think that someone was on their tail.
Yeah.
And the same goes for the seconds, the thirds, the fourths, the fifth. So everyone racing this year contributed to that podium.
Yeah.
And I think that's what, a lot of people have to take away is no matter what happened, they delivered an astonishing race and some fantastic content for us to cover.
Yeah. They really have. And you know, we had a conversation. We've got a boat coming up here with the 319. That was the crew who it's I believe they're a veterans mixed crew who's just finished. Veteran mixed.
Veteran mixed.
Yeah. So they're looking pretty tired if you can see them on the feed here, but very
they really should put some escalators in here.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, you know, Henry, you talked about how each of the when we've got another boat coming in soon, they are just going to float themselves on down to the finish. That is Barry Walsh and Paul Austin, boat 322. We had talked about Tom and Nushy last year, that they hadn't really been pushed. And so I think that's what we finally got to see from Tom and Nushy this year, is they were absolutely pushed to get to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were pushing as hard as they
Nushy, in
could.
her words, was, it's a boring race last year.
Yeah. Because they got ahead
she
so
wasn't
early.
saying that at the end of last year.
No, she said it today. She said, but I think in comparison.
Now she knows.
Yeah. Comparison.
It'll be interesting to see, because one of the reasons they were doing this year is they had a score to settle. They wanted to get to Westminster, but then that carried the added pressure of, well, you won last year, and Tom's the record holder. So if you don't win, you've got a bigger score to settle next time.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if
if those two ever get in a K2 together again.
Dom and
I'm
Nushy.
sure they might do on a domestic race or a Hasler or something. But
You think this could mark the completion of their goal?
I think it does.
Okay.
I don't know how much has been said to me as a person and how
Yeah,
much has been
yeah.
said to me as a reporter.
Yeah.
But I would certainly be leaning towards that.
Yeah.
I-
But you never know, because I don't think, Nushy, when she finished last year, I don't think she was keen on this year. She had told me, oh, it's a late Easter.
Yeah,
we won't
she
be able to
wasn't
get
keen,
the
but
record.
she still
wanted to get to Westminster.
Yeah.
It's
yeah.
the balance of want and need.
Yes. Yeah.
I think
Needed to get to
I
Westminster.
think I can give the exclusive. She wants to do at least one more.
Ooh, okay. All right.
But I'll leave her to drop the bomb
Well,
as to what that entails.
I-
And there's a plot twist.
Okay, I thought she wanted to maybe go for the women's record with Lizzie Broughton. But I don't know if that's I don't know if
What
that's
a crew.
This could be me projecting on what I want to happen.
I think that's more what you want than what might happen.
That's what I want. I'd like to put a request in with the athletes to commit to that crew.
I'm not saying that's not going to happen, but I know Noosh wants
It's a
to
little-
do one more, and I know who with.
Okay.
I can confirm it's not Lizzie. I mean, I'm sure Noosh does want to do
Yeah.
a DW with
Yeah.
Lizzie, but I know she has one planned.
Okay.
I'm just going to hide in case I introduce a veteran under 23s.
No, this is boat
322.
322 here coming in. They're looking. Yeah, I mean, really, kind of all the crews have the same expression, don't they? It's a unique post DW face.
I
that
think
you
they
can.
call it the 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah, something like that. We got a pretty
Sort
good
of
view.
halfway between a grimace.
Yep.
A smile because you finished.
Yeah.
But dear Lord, the amount of pain you're in, can't hide it.
Yes, exactly.
It's a very strange thing coming up the steps, and so somebody else carries the boats up the steps. So all of a sudden,
Yeah.
you're going up
Your
the
weight's
steps
lifted.
and you've got no boat.
Yeah.
And your
Yeah.
mind is going, I need to look after my boat.
Yes.
And it's not there.
I
It's
remember
like-
that feeling. Yeah. And they walked it in too. So
They just put it on concrete.
sorry, Kelly, don't have a connection. I think it's a sturdy boat that they've got.
Boats on concrete.
boat repairman.
All right, I can see another crew off in the distance there, so we've got a few more minutes before.
I mean, they're being
before
guided
they
in as
come
well.
Are they with
They've got a boat with them.
Yep, I can see that safety boat now. Yeah. The good news for these crews is I think it does look like this bit of river has calmed down a bit compared to earlier.
Yeah, I think we were on slack water. I mean, you've still got some quite strong eddies and flow behind the bridge arches.
Yep. This is Allison Cooper and Katie Farley, senior ladies. Oh, this is great. I said earlier to Kat and Fee that I thought they might have been the only ladies crew to make it to the finish. And I'm really pleased to see another one, Allison Cooper and Katie Farley, senior ladies, who are going to make it to the finish within just a few minutes. So, yeah. We could talk to maybe one of the race marshals and hear about your. No. Okay. All right.
You've already been.
Yeah.
Have I been in it already?
There's a boat coming in just a minute. It's I think it's one of only 2 ladies crews to make it down the course, because almost more than 50% of the crews, it looks like, have been have either retired or been not hit the cutoffs.
Interesting. Yeah, there's been a lot of men coming up, but it's great to see a ladies crew coming.
Yeah,
They're coming. That's
yeah,
fantastic.
very
That might be one of the first all ladies
Behind,
crews we've had.
I think it's the second behind Kat and Fee, who we saw earlier.
Brilliant.
What's the experience like for you marshalling at Westminster this year?
It's absolutely amazing. What a privilege to be here at the finish and see people after 125 miles and all those portages still spring up these steps. I can't believe we make people finish and climb up a whole load of steps and just
slippery
seeing,
steps too.
I know, and just seeing what people have done and the achievement is just huge, and it's brilliant to be part of it, even in a very, very, very small way.
When did you start marshalling?
This is my first time here this year. I
Okay.
tried to do it last year and then couldn't, because they changed where the finish was last
Did you go
year.
anywhere else on the course,
No,
or-
just here. I
Well
live
done.
not that far away, so
Awesome.
I've just come here on my bike.
Dedicated to,
I've come here on my bike to be part of this amazing historic event. It's
Oh,
fantastic.
that's so cool. What did you think about the top crews finishing? Were you
How
following the
close
action?
was that? Well, I've been following you guys and
Yes,
hearing about it
thank
here,
you,
and
Claire.
so close. I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah,
just incredible.
It's been really impressive.
I feel I have no more adjectives left.
That's
Just
okay.
incredible,
That's
amazing.
I know we were
It's
Oh,
like
all really
monumental,
good.
brutal,
Just-
justifying.
Yeah,
We
and
were,
just seeing the effort it takes to put on an event like this, though. All the organisers have been amazing. All the different volunteers coming through and how well organised it's been, and just it's an amazing event.
Oh,
and lovely
that's
to see
great.
racing kayaks on the tidal Thames.
Oh, thank you so much, Claire. Really appreciate it. We've got a little update. So Bob and Steve, who we were following earlier, didn't make the cutoff by 1 minute. That's I think there's probably a lot of people hopefully a lot of people who've been watching our coverage who are feeling inspired to maybe make their own attempt.
Cesar Falco, I'm calling you out
We're
right
calling him
now.
out on the live feed.
You're doing it.
Cesar said that he was going to join us at Reading and then never showed up. So, you know,
Now
when
he has to do DW.
Now you've got to do DW. That's the deal. You got to be careful when you promise us midnight motivation. And then there's the ladies crew there.
I've got 3 boats on the tracker to come through. No,
3 more.
Hold on.
This is can we pull up their boat number and name again for this this crew?
I think it's 333.
333. Allison Cooper and Katie Farley.
322. We've had them come through.
No, it's just 333.
333.
Yeah. Oh, is this, I think, sorry, this is the 333 crew coming through now, but I think that might be
Neeson and Finch. I think they're our last guys through.
okay. Boat 304. Let's see if we can talk to the ladies crew. Tim, can you confirm? We can get a different feed going, and if you can confirm that they're only the second ladies crew to finish today. I can't hear you on the audio, so you're gonna have to send me a text. So we'll just so they're the second. That's confirmed. They're the second ladies crew to finish. And there weren't that many to start. It's a category that I would like to see. If we can add the feed with the ladies crew here so we can interview them. Excellent, thank you. Can we Can we ask you how it was? You all are one of only 2 ladies crews to finish the race this year. The race has had over 50% attrition between people retiring and getting pulled off the course.
We won something.
You're second ladies behind. You know, the crew you're behind is Kat Burbeck and Olympian Fiona Penny Douglas.
That's hilarious.
What a crew to be second to. How was your?
No. That's our microphone.
This is your microphone. No. Tell us about your race. You've got to tell us about your race. How was it?
Well, we kept smiling. That was our aim.
Okay, that's a good goal.
And we just kept paddling. We definitely had some lows.
How did you make it through the lows? Smile.
We kept stopping.
We kept stopping because we got the same length legs.
Oh, smart tactic.
So whenever one of us lost it, whenever one of us lost it, the other goes in the front for a bit.
Yeah, that's a good strategy.
We didn't pee in the boat either.
No.
Really?
Well,
Okay.
until the last bit, actually.
I'm going to move away very slowly. No, I'm kidding. You don't have to share. You had a good support crew. That's great. Amazing.
Absolutely amazing. We kept demanding more jouts and things like that.
And was this your first DW?
No, we did it last year, but obviously it was flooded, so it stopped at Teddington.
So your first Westminster finish.
So we had to do it again.
And
now
do
never again.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll see. You know, sometimes people say that and then they change their minds later.
No.
Second ladies crew. Really impressive. You should be really proud. Which club are you all from?
Cardiff Bay Kayakers.
Cardiff Bay Kayakers. So do you spend some time on the sea as well?
Well, we're not really marathon runners.
Oh, okay,
Whitewater,
okay.
and she's a polo player.
Oh my God, I love it. We've got so many kayak disciplines represented, whitewater and kayak polo.
And then we
and
met
you've
on
done
a river.
DW.
Yeah, and I was looking for someone to do DW, and I said yes. This is like 2 years ago. Yeah.
Oh my God, this is brilliant. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
Really tough time out there. So you've stuck it out. You are not the first today. Not by a long shot. Not by a long shot. Really well done. Congratulations.
Come on.
But we get a cheer in for the for this crew. That's I think that's brilliant. I love that they met on a river. You know, what a DW crew way to come together. They just met each other on a river, and one said, "Well, hey, do you want to do DW?" And the other said yes, and here they are.
Sorry, tiredness and seeing their family join them just sent me off. So.
Oh no, I mean it's really emotional. I've been close to. I think for me it was Kat and Fee when they came in, and just knowing what they pushed through. It's really it makes it a really emotional kind of day. There's a lot to process. It's hard not to feel emotional at this point. It's such a huge accomplishment. We probably underplayed how big of an accomplishment it was at the beginning, and now you can see at the end from everyone. Do we have one more?
So there's 4 boats left coming in.
Okay.
2 of which are way boats, and I believe they're wash hanging with each other.
Oh, okay.
One
Good
of
strategy at
those
this stage.
includes Paul Baker.
Okay. Is
Paul
that the
Baker?
Baker Webb crew?
Yeah.
So they started with Fee and Kat, and
Yeah,
they're
that's
coming
right.
in behind them.
Yeah.
Wow.
But this will be his 13th DW finish.
Oh my gosh. I wonder if they're regretting. We're kind of speculating about that earlier. If obviously with Kat's knee going, it would have been difficult for them to
slow down, to afford to slow down the pace.
exactly.
I mean,
But
the
now
fact-
that we've seen Kat and Fiona finish significantly ahead of them, I'm wondering if they should have slowed down and wash hung longer.
Or Kat was faking it. No. No, I mean, I'm sure we'll find out at some point what happened there.
Yeah.
We may even find out as they crawl up the steps what's happened there. It is a Paul Baker is a member of the Royal Marines.
Okay.
But they are both members of Wave Kayak Club.
Okay.
So I think they are racing under a civilian banner.
All right. All right.
So tell us what happens with these guys that, like our Piedmont's partner. What these guys that have got cut off is do they get a time, or are they officially retired, or
It'll be. I think they get it retired. We can
Right.
check. We can check.
That seems harsh because it's not like they retired. They were forced to retire.
Yeah.
Well,
so I just wonder
I mean,
if
if
that
I was
deserves
going
a
to be
different.
harsh about it, that's because they didn't plan their race correctly.
Well, yeah, but I do wonder if it deserves
Which,
a different.
I don't want to.
A different
I don't
recognition.
want to be overly. And this was a risk, for Poole and Tebbit to come back to them. I think there was a few people looking at how late they started and said, "Are they gonna make the cutoffs?" And
Well, Cesar Falco has agreed to nominate himself to paddle with Bob Poole next year.
oh,
so,
really?
Yeah.
Okay, you heard it here first.
Wow.
We'll see if they manage to keep it.
I volunteered him.
Oh, you volunteered
I
him.
volunteered.
Okay. Well, Steve might want to come back too. We can't.
Either ways.
We'll see. He did look like he had maybe been a little bit convinced into
Well,
it by Bob. We're
uh,
not sure how willing of a participant.
Director
he
Paul was talking about opening up DW, so why not a K4? There you go.
Can you
So-
imagine Portage in a K4?
Yeah,
Oh, look at
it's a
this.
fair
Okay.
bit of bracing and a lot. Well, there's more bracing than paddling going on. They both look. I'm not going to use the adjective I want to use, but they look done. They look absolutely done.
Yeah.
Here they come.
They're getting a fair bit of.
Nose
those
is just
waves
going
are
into the
pretty big
steps.
hitting them right now.
I think their cores are shot. They're yeah, they look.
Last few boats coming in here. 376 Webb and Baker. 376 Webb and Baker is coming in now here, and this is the crew we were just saying started. Oh, they look.
They're actually being pulled out of the boat.
Yeah.
Onto the steps.
Pulled out by his VA.
And you know, I said goodbye to these crew up in Devizes, and they were so casual, so chill. You know, really relaxed. Oh, it's just another DW. Like,
yeah.
So to see them like this, it's a bit. I don't know if they're actually going to make it up the steps.
Oh, they look. Yeah, they've worked hard to get here. We've got another crew coming in just behind them. Is that 336 Philip Sumner and Chris Hill.
And there's another boat just coming under the bridge as well.
Yep.
There we go. Baker, I said I'll see you.
Woo!
Well done.
Well done, guys. Nice job.
The last thing I said to him before he got on was, "I'll see you in Westminster." Yeah. So I'm glad I held my end of the bargain.
You've both held your end. You know, which of you worked harder to get here? Maybe we'll.
Whoa! I tell you what, one of the reasons I do love covering this is it's a great excuse to get on the motorbike and zip around the country and into London. Yeah, having an excuse to get on two wheels.
Yeah.
It's quite fun.
That's the 336 that's just pulled up at the steps. And then just behind them.
And I've just got eyes on the last boat.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see them.
304.
304.
So there's some boats coming in up the steps. They've paddled. Sorry. They've paddled 125 miles away.
That's a long way. Do you think you can swim that?
Spectators.
No? I thought you were at stage 4. Can only swim the whole pool. Okay. Thank you very much.
This is 367.
So there we go. That was
Oscar Bandrowski and Dylan Joseph. Oh yeah, Henry, that was your. We had a budding paddling fan who stopped.
Yeah,
there,
they're
right?
just leaning over the wall to catch a glimpse, and they worked out they could just about swim the length of a pool.
Yeah. Oh, let's catch Owen and Paul. It looks like it was over. Let me see if we can get the video feed switched. Yeah, so we've got Paul Fielden, race director, and Owen Peak, chief umpire. Was it an over 50% attrition rate this year?
Don't know.
That's what it looks like to us.
Is it?
That's pretty big. There's a lot of teams
honest,
who didn't make the cutoffs, including Bob Poole and Steve Tebbett, Rebecca Bird and Al Pite. Really disappointing for them.
Doesn't surprise me.
You kind of predicted this, didn't you?
Yeah, you know, a long slog. You paddle every mile into a headwind. You get cold. You fall behind on your schedule. That's demotivating.
Yeah.
You start procrastinating. That's one of the big things. You see crews stood on the bank asking for more food. They don't need more food.
Yeah.
They just need to get back in the boat and get on with it.
We need to do it the Owen way.
We did see that.
I think a lot of crews really did not get their schedules right.
Yeah.
They were too optimistic.
Do you think that's because the flow's been so quick the last couple of years and they just didn't adjust?
I definitely think that's.
Yeah.
Definitely think that's a factor. And also I think they went out and did training early in the season on big flows.
Yeah. And use those times to predict their...
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these overestimated the speed they would travel. There's data out there
that absolutely predicts waterside D times to finish times for the most of the paddlers, and I think they didn't do the homework.
Yeah.
Sad as it is.
Yeah.
All the training in, and they missed the cut-off. Sad as that is.
Yep.
We have to look at the safety. We are under huge pressure from PLA.
Yep.
They instigate the safety. They put them on us,
yep.
and we're not allowed to put those points on the Tideway. That if they arrive past those times.
So the message is do your homework.
The message is if you're going to miss the tide, miss the opening window.
Yeah.
Because you can always take 5 more minutes at Molesey, 10 more minutes at Sunbury, if you know you're going to be early.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to sit
there.
at Teddington for half an hour.
That's a good point.
I wouldn't mind taking 5 minutes every portage 5 before.
Aim earlier.
And having a hot drink or something.
That's what we saw Billy and John do this year. They aimed for a lot earlier in the day, especially compared to last year. Obviously, it didn't affect them with the Teddington finish, but it seemed to work well for them this year. It looks like the safety's been pretty good on the Tideway. Are you all pretty happy with it?
We're over the moon.
Yeah.
The clipper boats seem to be on our wavelength. That's all we can say, really.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
We saw them come to a near dead stop to let crews go past. So
exactly.
Fantastic.
We've been up with the control unit for the safety boats, and we just watched the boats coming down the last reach.
Yeah.
The clippers are crawling along. They're crawling along. And if you compare
Yeah.
that, if you come here in the week and watch them going down that stretch, they are motoring. So I think, there's still boats that do cause us trouble. They're not under our jurisdiction. They're not under, I don't know how we control that, but I would say the washes from the clippers, I think, has been a massive success for us this year.
Hugely promising for the future of the race too. I think based on the conversation that we had yesterday and knowing how important this is. So big congratulations on all the changes you guys have made. And it looks like a pretty successful year for DW.
I think that senior race, those crews all so close together.
Yeah.
There's been so much enthusiasm. We've got people all around the world following it.
Yep.
Just phenomenal. And this has been the decade of the women. Absolutely fantastic performances for the last 10 years now for women.
Yep.
Get out there and show the boys that you know how to do it.
This is, I said earlier, I think we could be entering the mixed era of like DW winners based on, as you say, the last decade. We need some more ladies crews entered. There's only 2 women's crews who finished the race today, which is a pretty small number. But, maybe we'll see that go up. And
I hope so.
The mixed crews just dominated, didn't they?
Yeah,
that
maybe
was,
Nushy and Brindy next year. Hey?
Ooh, we've already been speculating about Nushy's potential partners. That was a little smirk from Henry, who knows.
I know who's on her hit list.
Is she not going for the hat trick with Tom? Tom said no, has he?
Well, there's a lot of debate. Okay, who is Nushy going to race with? And Brindy, right? She'll be even faster next year, coming back for her second DW. Last crew coming in. Let's catch this. Thank you so much, Paul and Owen. You all have been brilliant. Congratulations on a great race. Here we go. Last crew coming in now. Boat 304. It is 1 p.m. on Easter Sunday, and Richard Meeson and Toby Finch.
Gonna bribe you somehow.
You want some more coffee beans? I've got a stash. All right, I think we'll wrap the stream now. Let me just check with my producer.
We're finished here today, but with the senior K1s.
Yes, we have not done. There's been
and
so much action
paddleboarders.
today. We didn't give good justice to those crews on the stages race. We'll try and put some coverage up on the Paddle Daily website and Instagram if I can pull some stuff together later today on those boats. But there is an open tracking website and GPS that you can check for the stages race and the juniors race. Some names who will be calling out to track there are Emily King and Patty McCormick on stand-up paddleboards, who've been going really well so far. We're hoping the headwind's not as bad for them today as it was yesterday. George Bell and High Neil C1, another one who will have been having a hard time in the headwind, but he's been really impressive on the water. George Durden is leading the K1 senior men's race. And I believe it is Sienna Payne who's leading the K1 senior women's race. But you can find all of those results and the dot watching on the GPS open tracking. And big shout out to open tracking for embedding our live stream and for providing the steps camera here today so that we didn't have to compromise safety to get this great view of the steps. If you have been watching, thank you so much. It's been amazing to have you. Thank you to Tango Charlie Lights for making this nonstop coverage possible. Please do subscribe to Paddler Media on YouTube. Follow Paddle Daily. Listen to Paddlecast, the podcast that I host with Billy Butler, who you saw racing today, finishing ahead of his own projected finish. And, you know, we love the comments, messages, questions. You all have kept us going for the last 24 hours. This is 24 hours because it's 1 p.m. Sunday and we started 1 p.m. Saturday.
Yeah, we started before 1
We started
p.m.
before, yeah. We've been at this. I mean, we got 2 hours of sleep, which I personally found as a big highlight of this year. So, well, ish.
I did.
One of us did. One of us had a bit of a lie-in. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in, and it's been a pleasure. It's been an honor. Thank you. See you next year, maybe.